They knew Shin Rui's personality to some extent, and it was impossible that someone could grab a photo studio away from her, because she would argue loudly if it really happened. Of course, they didn't know that Shin Ruin remained quiet not because she hadn't heard of it yet, but because she was the one who had posted it on the internet. In addition, there were many photo studios and photographers in Tanghuang Entertainment, so there was no need for others to grab them away from Shin Ruin. Therefore, it was obvious that someone posted on the internet on purpose. However, even though they knew that it wasn't Su Tongnua's fault, they wouldn't say anything, because they weren't sure whether it was a publicity stunt. After all, a publicity stunt was something an actress needed, so they wouldn't side with anyone for now, in case they might ruin its effect. Members of Fei Nan's photographic team all thought that it was very ridiculous when they read the hot topic on Weibo, because the truth was completely different from it. A member wanted to clear Su Tongnua's name, but she couldn't smear Shin Ruin, because she wasn't sure who did it yet. In that case, it was better if she was neutral. Everyone, calm down and think twice. It is a photo studio in the building of Tanghuang Entertainment. Do you think an actress from another company could easily get in it and use it without the permission of Tanghuang Entertainment? Once that comment was out, many people realized that it hit the point. It was a photo studio in the building of Tanghuang Entertainment anyway. Without the permission of Tanghuang Entertainment, nobody was able to get in or even use it. Shin Ruin was eager to smear Su Tongnua, so she didn't think about it. Of course, some people also believed that Su Tongnua must have settled some dirty deals with the senior management of Tanghuang Entertainment, so that she was allowed to use the photo studio. Nevertheless, some people also pointed out that it was a violation of rules in Tanghuang Entertainment if the senior management allowed an actress from another company to use their photo studio. Some agreed on that, while some still didn't believe it. The entertainment industry was a universally acknowledged dirty place, so it was hard for others to believe that Su Tongnua was innocent. As an actress signed by Fenghua Entertainment of course paid attention to her movement. The moment the scandal became a hot topic, Fenghua Entertainment noticed it, but its public relation department didn't take action right away. An actress needed fame and attention the most. Since someone was helping them gain publicity, they, of course, wouldn't stop it. Although Su Tongnua was amid criticisms now, she would leave a good impression on those onlookers once the truth was revealed. Gu Ning didn't hear about it until Quan Mingkai called her a while later. When she received Quan Mingkai's call, she was dining with Su Tongnua, Lin Xiaoxia, Yu Zi and Fei Nan in a private room. Reading the hot topic, Gu Ning figured out who did it without guessing. She knew that Shin Ruin would try to get revenge. Lady Ning, I'll arrange someone to help you clear Su Tongnua's name right now, Quan Mingkai said, feeling sorry about that. Since Gu Ning already called Tang Yunfan her dad, Quan Mingkai addressed her differently now. I don't think it's a good idea. Gu Ning rejected. Su Tongnua needs fame now, so let it be. Do you need me to promote it? Quan Mingkai asked. Thanks, Uncle Quan, but we don't need to do that because it'll be too obvious and might end up causing bad effects, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, Quan Mingkai didn't insist. Well, do we need to find out who did it? Gu Ning thought for a while, then said, Not now. Let's see how it develops. Gu Ning was curious about what Shin Ruin would do next. If Shin Ruin stopped, she would give her a chance. Otherwise, she would pay her back. When Gu Ning told Su Tongnua her plan, Su Tongnua wasn't worried at all and chose to believe Gu Ning. This wasn't the first time that she had been amid criticisms, and Gu Ning had solved the crisis very well last time. Tongnua, why aren't you worried at all? Seeing Su Tongnua being so relaxed, Yu Zi was concerned. She thought that Su Tongnua probably didn't know how dangerous the entertainment industry was. Su Tongnua smiled and said with confidence, I don't think that there is anything to be worried about as long as my boss is here. Hearing that, Yu Zi turned to look at Gu Ning, who seemed calm and confident too. Then she realized that their boss wasn't a simple girl. Therefore, she stopped being worried. Well, Gu Ning suddenly opened her mouth again, but said to Fei Nan with a meaningful look, I think there is a spy in your team. It must be a spy who had leaked the photo of the photo studio. Fei Nan's expression changed at once. I'll find out, he said coldly. Fei Nan hated spies the most, and he wouldn't allow a spy to work in his team. Jesus, jade beauty jewelry is one of the hottest topics on Weibo, Lin Xiaoxia said in surprise all of a sudden, and everyone turned to look at Gu Ning with confusion. It wasn't easy to be a hot topic on Weibo after all, especially if it was about business. Gu Ning was also surprised, but she had no idea what had happened. Jesus! Lin Xiaoxia exclaimed in shock again. What's wrong? Su Tonghua was worried. Read it yourself. Lin Xiaoxia didn't know how to explain it, so she put her phone on the tail, and others approached to read it. It was the news about Gu Ning and jade beauty jewelry. After reading it, Gu Ning understood what had happened, but she wasn't surprised. The others, on the other hand, all rounded their eyes in great shock. Boss, are you a kung fu master? Boss, are you an alien? Gu Ning was amused. All right, she had to admit that it looked very unbelievable in ordinary people's eyes. Fei Nan was also astonished. He had served in the army for 3 years and kept exercising in his daily life, but he knew that he was barely comparable to Gu Ning. She was so young. However, she was already the boss of a high-end jewelry brand and now was involved in the entertainment industry. She even had an unusual relationship with Tanghuang Entertainment. She couldn't be a simple girl. As time went by, Su Tonghua became a hot topic on Weibo. All the stars who ached to be a hot topic felt very jealous of her, because Su Tonghua had already done it several times within a month. In addition, there were more supporters than haters of Su Tonghua this time. Probably because of the previous news reversal, Su Tonghua left a good impression on many people, while Shen Ruiyin had a bad reputation. All in all, it was still unclear whether Su Tonghua had grabbed the photo studio and photographer away from Shen Ruiyin. Even if Su Tonghua had done that, Tanghuang Entertainment should be the first one who came out to explain it. Therefore, most people believed that Su Tonghua was innocent. In the meantime, some still thought that Su Tonghua must have made some dirty deals with the senior management of Tanghuang Entertainment, so that she was able to use the photo studio. Wang Wei didn't know that Shen Ruiyin had caused such a big problem on the internet until hours later. Without doubt, he knew that it must be Shen Ruiyin who had posted the pictures, so he called her without delay. Did you post the pictures on Weibo? Although Wang Wei was certain that it must have been Shen Ruiyin, he still had to ask for her answer at first. Yes. Shen Ruiyin didn't deny it, like she wouldn't deny her relationship with Wang Wei. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that it's a very cheap trick? Once our company clears Su Tonghua and the truth is revealed, your career will be ruined. Wang Wei snapped at her. He didn't expect that Shen Ruiyin could be so stupid. I didn't use my own Weibo account. Nobody will find it out. Shen Ruiyin said airily. It wasn't the first time that she had done it after all. You're truly an idiot. Don't you know that you're the #1 suspect in this mess? It's obvious that the pictures were taken at the photo studio, so Fei Nan can easily find out who did it. If the person betrays you, your career will be ruined. Wang Wei almost shouted in anger. When he had signed Shen Ruiyin a few years ago, she had been a modest, smart girl. However, she became very arrogant once she gained some fame. Hearing that, Shen Ruiyin finally panicked. What should we do now? What else do you think we can do now? Delete the post right now and post your apology. Say it's a mistake and then use your own Weibo account to repost it. Use the excuse that you've been busy all the time, so you didn't see the hot topic until now, and it's not true. Wang Wei was regretful now that he had signed Shen Ruiyin. Sure. Although Shen Ruiyin was reluctant to do that, she had to listen to Wang Wei for the sake of her career. Before long, Shen Ruiyin deleted the pictures and sent out another post. I'm sorry. It's a mistake and not true that Su Tonghua grabbed the photo studio away from Shen Ruiyin. Please forgive me. Once this post was out, it threw another bomb on Weibo. Most internet users believed that Su Tonghua was innocent from the very beginning, so they started to attack this Weibo account user now. At the same time, Shen Ruiyin's fans were also amid criticisms now. Haha! Another news reversal. What can you say right now? Haters are pests. Well, maybe this Weibo account user apologized under threat. I agree. Why do you believe the post that Su Tonghua grabbed the photo studio away from Shen Ruiyin? but now refuse to believe this post that it's not true. Those people are brainwashed stupid fans, and they only believe what they want to see. Calm down, guys. Both Shen Ruiyin and Su Tonghua are still quiet now. Lin Xiaoxia had been following the trend of the hot topic on Weibo all the time, so she saw the apology the moment it was sent out. Gu Ning and others read it afterwards, but they didn't react at once. Gu Ning was curious about what Shen Ruiyin would do next. If she was willing to clear Su Tonghua's name, Gu Ning would let her go this time. About a dozen minutes later, Shen Ruiyin used her own Weibo account to repost the apology along with several lines of words. Sorry guys, I've been very busy for the past few hours, so I have no idea what has happened until now. As for the photo studio thing, it's not true at all. Please stop spreading fake news. Most people chose to believe that it was just a mistake because nobody knew that it was a drama filmed and acted by Shen Ruiyin herself. Afterwards, Su Tonghua's fans went to attack Shen Ruiyin's fans. How do you feel now, Shen Ruiyin's fans? Why are you so quiet now? Shen Ruiyin's fans were quiet now because Shen Ruiyin came out to clear Su Tonghua's name. After this drama, the amount of Su Tonghua's followers on Weibo increased rapidly. Half an hour later, Gu Ning told Su Tonghua to send out a new post. Su Tonghua, I'm so honored to be the spokesperson of Jade Beauty Jewelry. We had the shoot in the photo studio of Tanghuang Entertainment, but unexpectedly caused a misunderstanding. Glad to know my name is cleared now. Love these pieces of jade jewelry so much. Pictures attached. Su Tonghua uploaded 6 selfies to show the 6 sets of jade jewelry. Although the design of the jade jewelry wasn't very special, the jewelry still looked extremely attractive because it was made of high-level jade. Once the post was out, many people reposted it within minutes along with compliments. Wow! Tonghua is so beautiful. So is the jewelry. Is the brand Jade Beauty Jewelry? The brand is very famous recently, and it became a hot topic just now. Tonghua, do you know Goddess Gu? Can you post some photos of her? Photos of Goddess Gu, please. Please. Actually, Su Tonghua should be the focus of the advertisement, but Gu Ning replaced her once Jade Beauty Jewelry appeared. After that, Jade Beauty Jewelry and Gu Ning gained a lot of attention again. As long as Jade Beauty Jewelry, Su Tonghua and Gu Ning became more popular, more people became potential customers of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Although some thought that it must be a publicity stunt by Jade Beauty Jewelry, it became popular anyway. Because Gu Ning didn't have a Weibo account, many people went to follow Su Tonghua and Jade Beauty Jewelry. Within hours, Su Tonghua already had over 10 million followers on Weibo. Some of them were in fact Gu Ning's fans, and they followed Su Tonghua's Weibo for information on Gu Ning. But it didn't affect the fact that they were also Su Tonghua's fans now. Li Yuanmin, at the same time, almost went crazy because he had to reply to dozens of thousands of comments. Shen Ruiyin, however, was in a rage, because Su Tonghua was even more famous than her now. Boss, you've stolen my thunder. Reading fans' comments, Su Tonghua complained to Gu Ning. Of course, she was just joking. If Gu Ning was an actress, she would probably be jealous, but Gu Ning was her boss. Gu Ning flipped her hair, showing her allure. Well, I'm too charming to be ignored. Of course, Gu Ning was kidding too, but she did stun everyone around the table. If Gu Ning stayed cold and serious, nobody thought that she could actually be so sexy. Su Tonghua took a long breath before she said half seriously, Boss, I think you better be cold and serious or cute, but not sexy, because you'll become every woman's enemy. She was right. Gu Ning was very outstanding, and women easily got jealous of her. When Gu Ning grew older and became a mature, stunning woman, she would be every man's dream lover. I'm not afraid at all, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning really didn't care about that. Boss, do you want me to post some photos of you? Su Tonghua asked. No. I'm not a star after all, and I have no intention to be the focus of public attention, Gu Ning said. Sure. Since Gu Ning was unwilling to do so, Su Tonghua of course wouldn't insist. When it was 5:30 p.m., they finished shooting. Gu Ning told Fei Nan to send her the original photos, and she planned to let Kay to retouch them for posters. As for the video advertisement, the director of Tanghuang Entertainment would film it, and Kay would edit it too. Gu Ning did that not because she didn't trust the professionals in Tanghuang Entertainment, but because she preferred to use her own people. Tang Huang Entertainment didn't provide free services because Gu Ning insisted on paying them. After a while, a group of them left the photo studio. Look, is she Su Tonghua? The moment they walked out, some staff in Tang Huang Entertainment noticed them, but Su Tonghua was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, so they weren't sure of it. It seems so. I need to take pictures of her. Saying that, a girl took many pictures of them, but she didn't walk near, because it was work time and she was afraid that her leader would criticize her. Su Tonghua and the others didn't stop her, but remained calm walking ahead. They took many pictures of Su Tonghua and Gu Ning was in the photos too. Although Gu Ning didn't want to be photographed, she wouldn't hide if someone was shooting them. She wasn't a star anyway, so there was no need for her to hide. The girl next to her is so beautiful, someone said. Indeed. Do you know who she is? Another person asked. No idea. I bet she's Su Tongnua's assistant because she is carrying things in her hands. What a waste of her beauty. They didn't recognize that Gu Ning was actually the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but they all felt that she looked familiar. Gu Ning and the others soon left the building of Tang Huang Entertainment and went to Huangdeng Hotel for a meal afterwards. Gu Ning called Zhou Zhenghong while their car was driving. Zhou Zhenghong had just arrived at the hotel, so Gu Ning told him to rest first and they would meet at the meal. Fein stayed in the photo studio and said to everyone in the room with a serious face, I think all of you must know the hottest topic on Weibo today, and one of our team leaked the photos from our studio. I'm not going to ask you who the person is, but I hope that the person can tell me on his or her own initiative, and I'll punish him or her lightly. If I have to find out by myself in the end, he or she will be fired. After that, Fein left. Gu Ning told him before she left that the person who leaked the photos of his studio must be a member of his team, but the person who posted them on Weibo wasn't. When Gu Ning and the others were gone, those people who had taken pictures of them posted the photos on the internet at once. Because Su Tonghua was the hot topic today, many internet users reposted and commented on the pictures within minutes. A female worker in Tang Huang Entertainment typed several lines of words along with the photos on Weibo. Met Su Tonghua by accident. The beauty next to her is so attractive. What a shame she isn't working in the entertainment industry. Those who didn't recognize Gu Ning had the same idea. However, some people still noticed that the beauty was Gu Ning. Ah, she is Goddess Gu. She's a very successful businesswoman, and of course she doesn't care to be a star. Really? Wow. She looks so stunning. Countless comments under the pictures were about Gu Ning. When the female worker read the comments, she was shocked. What? The beauty is Goddess Gu? How come I didn't recognize her? She felt quite regretful. Even so, she could do nothing about it now. Some haters still left many aggressive comments, but they were soon attacked by others, so the haters didn't dare belittle Gu Ning anymore. Because Su Tonghua and Gu Ning gained a lot of attention these days, they became the headline of different websites within a short time. Not only Gu Ning, but Yu Zi's face was also clear in the pictures. At that moment, Lin Tianyu and Zhao Shaoxian were about to dine in a restaurant. Zhao Shaoxian was a gossip lover, so she chatted with Lin Tianyu while she was surfing the internet before the dishes were on the table. Lin Tianyu actually wasn't paying much attention to Zhao Shaoxian because Yu Zi refused to answer his calls during the past 2 days. Although Yu Zi was his ex-girlfriend, he still liked her, so he was jealous and upset that Yu Zi had a rich boyfriend now. What? Yu Zi is with Su Tonghua and the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry now, Zhao Shaoxian exclaimed in shock, which attracted attention from people around them in the restaurant. However, people just gave her a glance, then went back to doing their own things. What? How is it possible? Lin Tianyu was shocked too, and couldn't believe his ears. Yu Zi was just an ordinary girl. So how was it possible that she could know a famous actress and a successful businesswoman? Although Su Tonghua wasn't an A-list actress yet, she was still a famous actress in people's eyes. In addition, even though Su Tonghua was a B-list actress now, she had much more fame and wealth than people like Lin Tianyu. In City B, Lin Tianyu's family wasn't rich at all. Lin Tianyu started to wonder whether Yu Zi got to know so many famous people throughout her sugar daddy or by herself. If Yu Zi was able to know famous people on her own, she could be successful too. Lin Tianyu was totally astonished. He began to regret that he had dumped Yu Zi. How is Yu Zi able to meet Su Tongnua and Miss Gu? Zhao Xiaoshuan's face was twisted in jealousy. She thought that she was more qualified than Yu Zi to meet those famous people. Yu Zi was always inferior to her, and she couldn't tolerate the fact that Yu Zi was living a better life than her now. Zhao Xiaoxian wore a malicious smile and thought to herself, Yu Zi, let's see. A few minutes later, Zhou Zhenghong arrived at the private room where Gu Ning and the others stayed. Gu Ning introduced them to one another, then they began to enjoy the meal. At the same time, in Tang Weiyong's house, Tang Xinrui was back, and the housekeeper went upstairs to tell Tang Weiyong to come enjoy the meal. Once Tang Weiyong stepped downstairs, Tang Xinrui said to him, Dad, come and see. What? Tang Weiyong walked to her. Read it yourself. Tang Xinrui gave her phone to her father. Tang Weiyong took it and was shocked after reading. Is Gu Ning that powerful? Tang Weiyong read the news about Gu Ning today. He knew that Gu Ning owned a jewelry store and wasn't a simple girl, but he was still surprised by her ability and her high level of kung fu. Well, I think it's not easy to beat her down, Tang Weiyong said and seemed extremely displeased. He would never give up attacking Gu Ning and Gu Man. The more powerful Gu Ning was, the more eager he was to remove her from his way. Dad, what's your next step? If Tang Yunfan wakes up, our plan will be ruined, Tang Xinrui said with worry. Don't worry, I've made the arrangements. Tang Weiyong wore an evil smile. Tang Yunfan will never wake up this time. Oh, seize a chance to approach Gu Ning, Tang Weiyong added. No problem, Tang Xinrui said. In the Feng family's house, after a few days of resting, Feng Shuichen's face recovered. Although her parents were still alive and healthy, her older brother, Feng Pinghui, was the leading man in their family. Feng Shuichen also had a younger brother, Feng Pinghuang, who was 32 years old this year. Feng Shuichen stayed single until she was 35 years old. So her family disliked her because it was a shame to a super-rich family that a daughter refused to get married. However, in order to show their family's harmony and unity, they lived together. If Feng Shuichen married someone, she could move out, but she refused to do so. In the beginning, her family had tried to persuade her to forget Tang Yunfan and marry another man, but she wouldn't listen to them. Feng Pinghuang and his wife despised Feng Shuichen the most, and they argued often. Feng Shuichen came back home late when it was dinner time, but she saw Feng Pinghui and his wife in formal clothes walking out the moment she walked inside. Where are you going? Feng Shuichen asked. To join a party, of course, Feng Pinghuang's wife, Tong Wen said in an acidic tone. A party? What party? Feng Shuichen ignored her but asked Lu Qiuting. Oh, it's Mrs. Lei's birthday party, Lu Qiuting said. What? Feng Shuichen was displeased. Why did nobody tell me? The Lei family maintained a good relationship with the Tang family, especially the leading role in the Lei family, Lei Haowei, who was Tang Yunfan's good friend. Therefore, Tang Yunfan must have been invited to his wife's birthday party. As long as Tang Yunfan appeared, Feng Shuichen would seize the chance to meet him. Ever since Gu Ning and Gu Man showed up, Feng Shuichen had an increasingly strong sense of crisis. Lu Qiuting had helped her to investigate them, but she didn't get any useful information. Feng Shuichen was curious to see whether Gu Man would attend the party along with Tang Yunfan. However, she didn't know that Tang Yunfan wouldn't show up. I don't think you should embarrass our family anymore at such an important event, Tong Wen said acidly. Shut your mouth. Feng Shuichen snapped at her. Nevertheless, Tong Wen wasn't afraid of her at all. Why? I don't think it's wrong that I want to protect our family's face. Why do you have to show up? Don't you know that you've brought shame on the whole family? You... Feng Shuichen was mad. However, before she could say another word, Tong Wen interrupted her. I know that you want to meet Tang Yunfan, but don't you have any sense of shame? Tang Yunfan will never marry you, and you better accept it. The Tang family is much more powerful than our family. Do you want to hurt our family's benefits? Although Tong Wen was a little rude, it was undeniable that what she had just said was the plain truth. Except Feng Shuichen, None of the members in the Feng family thought that Tong Wen was wrong. Instead, they all sided with Tong Wen, so nobody blamed her. The Feng family was barely comparable with the Tang family, and they had said that to Feng Shuiqin countless times, but she wouldn't listen. It's none of your business. You haven't given birth to a baby after you've married into our family for 2 years. If you can't be pregnant, you better leave now, Feng Shuiqin said to fight back. Well, Tong Wen wasn't mad at all, but sneered. That's because Ping Huang and I don't want to have a baby now. We're both healthy and fertile, but you're different. You're already 36 years old now, and I'm afraid that you're already infertile. Lu Qiuting had 2 kids, so the Feng family wouldn't urge Tong Wen to give birth to a baby. Feng Shuiqin was furious. All right, let's go. Feng Pinghui lost his patience, then walked to the car before them. I'll go with you, Feng Shuiqin said. Even though Tong Wen said that she was a shame to their family, she didn't care. What do you want to do there? Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Feng Pinghui criticized her. He was the leading role in their family, so he was the decision-maker. Besides, Feng Shuiqin was a little afraid of her older brother. Even Lu Qiuting didn't dare help her when Feng Pinghui got mad. In that case, Feng Shuiqin was abandoned alone in the house, and Feng Pinghui and his wife along with Feng Pinghuang and his wife got in their own cars and left without hesitation. When they walked away, Tong Wen seemed super proud, which annoyed Feng Shuiqin the most. They had to attend the party held by the Lei family with the invitation letter, so she couldn't get in by herself. However, Feng Shuiqin was unwilling to give up in order to meet Tang Yunfan. If Feng Pinghui and the others were reluctant to bring her there, she would turn to others for help. Without delay, Feng Shuiqin made a call. Genie, did your family receive the invitation letter from the Lei family? Yes, my husband and I are about to go there now, Wu Genie said. Can I go with you? Feng Shuiqin asked. I'm sorry, Shuiqin. We only have one invitation letter and we can't bring another person. Wu Genie apologized. Lu Xinqi might be alone. Maybe you can ask him. Hearing the name, Feng Shuiqin was mad and displeased at once. Lu Xinqi had chased her before, but she only loved Tang Yunfan, so she had ignored him. Afterwards, Lu Xinqi had gotten married, then got divorced all of a sudden. Lu Xinqi and Feng Shuiqin had common friends, and they had gone to have fun with their friends in a clubhouse once. However, Lu Xinqi had raped her after she had gotten drunk. Although Feng Shuiqin stayed single throughout the past years for Tang Yunfan, she also had sexual needs, but she only made love with handsome men, while Lu Xinqi was ugly in her eyes. Therefore, she felt disgusted whenever she thought of the nightmare. However, she had to call Lu Xinqi in order to attend the party. Oh, it's been a while, Shuiqin. Once the phone was answered, a man said with levity. I heard that you've received an invitation letter from the Lei family. Can I go with you? Hearing Lu Xinqi's voice, Feng Shuiqin felt utterly disgusted, but she had to calm herself down. Sure, Lu Xinqi said with alacrity. However, before Feng Shuiqin was cheered up, he said again, but there is a condition. Feng Shuiqin frowned. She knew that it wouldn't be that easy. What condition? Feng Shuiqin asked. Lu Xinqi smiled and didn't bother to hide his desire. Sleep with me for one night. You? Feng Shuiqin was mad. She would rather die than sleep with him. He wasn't only ugly and fat but was also creepy in sex. His wife couldn't tolerate it, so they got divorced. In fact, Lu Xinqi wasn't very ugly, but he seemed quite ordinary compared with Tang Yunfan, who was a handsome gentleman. In addition, Feng Shuiqin was a pretty woman, so she despised Lu Xinqi. We have slept with each other before. What are you afraid of now? I won't tell anyone about it, Lu Xinqi said. If he was going to tell someone about it, he wouldn't have hidden it for a few years. Lu Xinqi valued his reputation too, and he was an easygoing, well-educated man in other people's eyes, so he wasn't willing to tell anyone this dirty secret. Moreover, he preferred to make deals with women instead of using violence. Shut up. Don't mention that again. Feng Shuiqin snapped at him in shame. Fine. Forget it if you're not willing to do it. Lu Xinqi was disappointed. In fact, Feng Shuiqin was very good in bed. Although she had been drunk last time, she had been very excited, which had impressed Lu Xinqi. Accordingly, he had given Feng Shuiqin booty calls afterwards, but she always refused. Lu Xinqi couldn't help but sigh. I know you want to meet Tang Yunfan at the party, but I think you should give it up after so many years. Why don't you marry me? Although my wealth is hardly comparable with Tang Yunfan's, I'm still richer than your family. He was right. Although the Lu family and the Feng family were both super-rich families in City B, Lu Xinqi was richer than the Feng family. The reason why Lu Xinqi wouldn't give up chasing Feng Shuiqin wasn't because he loved her, but because he was unwilling to give in. When he saw that Feng Shuiqin couldn't get Tang Yunfan's attention, let alone love, he gloated over her failure. Sometimes, the more you couldn't get something, the more you wanted to have it. In your dream, Feng Shuiqin was furious, then hung up on him in anger. After that, Feng Shuiqin called her other friends, but they would all be attending the party with their families. Feng Shuiqin panicked. However, she wasn't willing to give up. After thinking for a while, Feng Shuiqin thought that maybe it wasn't that unacceptable to sleep with Lu Xinqi because they had slept with each other before. Although Lu Xinqi was a little creepy in sex, she had to admit that it was very exciting. Seeing that it was late, Feng Shuiqin summoned up her determination and called Lu Xinqi again. What? Did you change your mind? Lu Xingyi laughed. He knew that he won. I'm in my home. I'll go change first and you can pick me up later, Feng Shuiqin ordered. But Lu Xinqi didn't mind. Feng Shuiqin changed her clothes and put on makeup as fast as she could, and Lu Xinqi soon arrived. Shuiqin, where are you going? Her parents asked her when she dressed herself up. To attend a party with Lu Xinqi, Feng Shuiqin said directly. Hearing that, her parents' eyes lit up. Her mother even persuaded her to marry Lu Xinqi. Shuiqin, I think Lu Xinqi is a good man with a good reputation. Why don't you consider marrying him? Lu Xinqi had a good reputation among the super-rich families, because he knew how to build up a positive personal image before others. Most importantly, Feng Shuiqin was already 36 years old now with a comparatively bad reputation, so her parents thought that it would do her good to marry Lu Xinqi. All right, I gotta go now, Feng Shuiqin said with impatience, then left at once. Do you think that Shuiqin is going to be married in this life? Her mother asked her father with worry. If she still refuses to be married this year, I'll send her abroad. Her father valued their family's face above her. Although her mother thought that it was a little overboard, she didn't dare argue with him because it was already something unpleasant that their old friends would use to embarrass them, and they couldn't tolerate it anymore. Once Feng Shuiqin walked out, she saw Lu Xinqi's car and got in without hesitation. Shuiqin, you're as beautiful as ever, Lu Xinqi said like a gentleman. However, Feng Shuiqin was displeased to see him. Lu Xinqi didn't mind at all. He was going to have fun tonight anyway. Zhou Zhenghong, Su Tonghua along with Lin Xiaoxia went back to their rooms in the hotel after the meal, and Gu Ning drove Yu Zi home. Yu Zi wasn't born in City B, and she came from a small town. She now lived alone in an old apartment. In order to save money, she lived in a remote area, which wasn't very safe. I don't think it's safe for you to live here. Go buy a new apartment tomorrow when you're free. The company can pay some for you and it will be deducted from your dividend, Gu Ning said. Yu Zi had 20% shares of Charm. If Charm was popular in the future, it would be super easy for her to buy an apartment. Therefore, Yu Zi agreed because she was eager to have her own apartment too. In addition, she believed in Gu Ning and was confident that Charm could be popular, so it was highly possible that she would be rich after she got her dividend. After driving Yu Zi back to her rented apartment, Gu Ning went to the Tang family's house. These past 2 days, Tang Yunfan stayed alone with Gu Man except at dinner time, but they just chatted with each other or watched TV together in the living room. Although they didn't feel uneasy getting along with each other now, they were still very polite to each other. Tang Yunfan seemed calm, but he was actually very anxious. Although he knew haste made waste, he was eager to be close to Gu Man. In fact, Gu Man already accepted Tang Yunfan and was accustomed to getting along with members of the Tang family, but she thought that they better take it slowly. At that moment, only Tang Yunfan and Gu Man were watching TV in the living hall. Tang Yunhang and his wife had already left to attend the party in the Lei family's house, and Tang Haifeng stayed in his study so that Tang Yunfan and Gu Man could have some private time. When Gu Ning arrived at the Tang family's house, Feng Shuiqin and Lu Xinqi also arrived at the Lei family's house. However, she didn't see Tang Yunfan. Once they walked in, Feng Shuiqin glanced around searching for Tang Yunfan. People around her were all from high society, so they all knew Feng Shuiqin, but they looked at her with obvious disdain. If she remained single because she devoted herself to her career or she was a disabled person, others would only respect her. However, she did it because of a man that she could never get. When Tong Wen and the others saw Feng Shuiqin, they were also displeased, especially when they noticed others' attitude towards her. Nevertheless, it was a public place, so they couldn't argue with her in front of others. Even Tong Wen, who disliked Feng Shuiqin the most, remained silent. She could argue with Feng Shuiqin as loudly as she wanted to, but she couldn't do it in public. Luckily, they knew that Tang Yunfan was absent today, so Feng Shuiqin wouldn't embarrass their family too much. However, just because they remained silent didn't mean that others would do the same thing. "Oh, isn't this Miss Feng? Miss Feng is taking part in today's party along with Chairman Lu. Do you have any good news to tell us?" A noble woman walked over and said to Feng Shuiqin, but she sounded quite unkind. She, of course, knew that Feng Shuiqin came here today for Tang Yunfan, so she purposely said that to annoy Feng Shuiqin. Feng Shuiqin was mad at once, but she didn't argue with her but forced herself to calm down. "Mrs. Kong, Chairman Lu and I are just friends. What's wrong with that?" "Oh, I understand. Then I bet you must have come here for Lord Tang, right?" Another noble woman said in an acid tone. "Unfortunately, Lord Tang went abroad, and he's absent today." People were used to addressing Tang Yunfan as Lord Tang, although he was actually the chairman of the Tang Huang group now. However, they had to address Tang Yunhang as Secretary Tang, because he was the most powerful figure in City B. Tang Yunhang told Lei Haowei that Tang Yunfan had gone abroad, and most people at the party had heard it. What? Feng Shuiqin was obviously disappointed. Hearing that Tang Yunfan was absent, Feng Shuiqin turned around walking away but was stopped by Lu Xinqi. He approached her ear and said in a low voice, "If you leave like that, I'll feel embarrassed, and don't forget to fulfill the condition. You must come with me and leave with me." Hearing that, Feng Shuiqin had to stay, although she was unwilling to do so. It was a long party for her. Gu Ning sat in the Tang family's house for a while, then went back to Huafu Hills with Gu Man. Before long, Gu Ning discovered that some people were stalking her. She checked it for a while and noticed that they were strangers. She didn't know who sent them, but she wasn't willing to have conflict with them now because Gu Man was in her car, so she had to get rid of them. "Mom, some people are stalking us. I must speed up to get rid of them. Be prepared." Gu Ning said to Gu Man, "What? Some people are stalking us." Gu Man's face turned pale at once, because she thought of the abduction. Feeling Gu Man's anxiety, Gu Ning comforted her. "Don't worry, Mom will be fine." Although Gu Man trusted Gu Ning, she was still worried. Gu Ning directly accelerated, then overtook one car after another on the road even though there was a lot of traffic. So Gu Man couldn't relax for fear of an accident, and Gu Ning's action also caused a lot of grievances. However, when a group of young men noticed it, they were all impressed. "Gee, it's the limited edition Lamborghini. Wow, it looks so cool. And its driver is so good." In a car behind Gu Ning, two men were struck dumb. "Seriously? She's so good at driving." A man couldn't believe his eyes. "I think she found us," another man said. After a short while, Gu Ning got rid of them. When she slowed down, Gu Man finally relaxed a little. "Ning Ning, did we get rid of them?" "Yes," Gu Ning said. "Who are they? Could they be the same people who abducted me last time?" Gu Man was anxious. "Mom, relax. You're safe with me," Gu Ning said to comfort her. After a while of silence, Gu Man said, "Ning Ning, your aunt called me today, and the salon is ready to open after a few days. When will we go back to City F?" Gu Man wasn't in a hurry to go back, but their beauty salon was going to open again. Hearing that, Gu Ning suddenly thought of her skincare products. "Mom, let's try new skincare products. I know a brand which is quite effective," Gu Ning said. Will the customers be willing to use new products? Guman asked. If they're worried, we can sign an agreement with them. If there is any side effect, we'll pay 10 times compensation. I think they'll know how good our new products are once they try them, Guning said with confidence. Great. Let me call your aunt now. Since Guning said so, Guman agreed. Guman then called Guqing and told her what Guning had said. Guqing of course chose to believe and listen to Guning. After Guman hung up the call with Guqing, Guning said to her, Mom, if you move in to live with my dad, you'll stay in City B in the future. Although the Tang family is super rich, I think you better not be a housewife because you'll be disconnected from society and it's quite boring. You need to socialize. Dad will be very busy running the business group, so I think you can open a high-end beauty salon in City B. I'm confident that the new skincare products we're going to use will be popular in high society. You're right. I don't want to be a full-time housewife either. Guman understood that Guning said it for her own good. When they were in City F, Guman went to work in the beauty salon every day, although it wasn't necessary. The new skincare products aren't on the market yet, so I'll go to the capital to have a look tomorrow, Guning said. Do you have to do it in person? Guman asked with confusion. She didn't understand why Guning cared about it so much. Like it was her own brand. In fact, it was. Hearing that, Guning knew Guman had doubts, so she said directly, Yes, I must check it myself, because it's my brand. What? Guman was shocked. Yours? Mom, don't you always wonder why your skin and Aunt's skin became so smooth and shiny after just a short time? I have a unique formula and it can be used to make medicines or skincare products, Guning said. Hearing that, Guman finally figured out the reason why she and Guqing became beautiful and healthy again. In the Lei family's house, Feng Shuiqin received a call and heard that Guning had easily gotten rid of the two men that she sent to follow Guman and Guning. Feng Shuiqin was already in a bad mood, and she was in a worse mood now after receiving the call. What's wrong? Lu Xinqi asked. Nothing, Feng Shuiqin said in annoyance. Since she wasn't willing to tell him, Lu Xinqi wouldn't ask further, but just reminded her to stay calm. I know you're unhappy, but you can't show it on your face. I brought you here. If you embarrass yourself at this party, not only will your family feel awkward, but I will as well. If he hadn't been eager to sleep with Feng Shuiqin, he wouldn't have agreed to bring her here. Being warned, Feng Shuiqin was displeased, but she knew that Lu Xinqi was right. After a while, Lu Xinqi and Feng Shuiqin made an excuse and left halfway through. Seeing Feng Shuiqin leaving, Lu Choding asked her, Shuiqin, won't you go back with us? No thanks. I have another appointment with my friends. Feng Shuiqin lied. She was unwilling to let others find out about her relationship with Lu Xinqi. Others didn't think further about the relationship between Feng Shuiqin and Lu Xinqi either, because they knew that the two were old friends. In addition, Lu Xinqi didn't show much interest in Feng Shuiqin in front of them, and they all knew that Feng Shuiqin only loved Tang Yunfan. So nobody thought that Feng Shuiqin would have unusual relationship with another man. It seemed none of them knew Feng Shuiqin well. Afterwards, Lu Xinqi drove Feng Shuiqin to his other house, which was in a suburb. His parents and son lived downtown in his main house, so they couldn't go back there. When Lu Xinqi was finally alone with Feng Shuiqin in the car, he couldn't wait a second longer to flirt with her. Don't be so unhappy. Since we're going to have fun together tonight, let's enjoy it. Hearing Lu Xinqi's voice, Feng Shuiqin only felt disgusted. When Feng Shuiqin heard that Tang Yunfan was absent, she was more regretful than ever. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have made the deal with Lu Xinqi. However, she couldn't break the deal now because it would annoy Lu Xinqi, and he would probably expose something that she wanted to hide the most. Seeing that Feng Shuiqin was still displeased, Lu Xinqi didn't mind but smiled. It's okay. I'll cheer you up later. Feng Shuiqin turned to look at Lu Xinqi and coldly said, Don't be too much. She wasn't criticizing Lu Xinqi for what he had said, but told him not to be too overboard in bed, because she couldn't accept it. No woman could accept Lu Xinqi's tricks in bed, and those who accepted his creepy sexual needs just did it for his money. Lu Xingyi, of course, understood what Feng Shuiqin was talking about. Don't worry. I won't hurt you the way I did to other women. I promise you'll enjoy it. Before long, they arrived at Lu Xinqi's house in the suburb. Lu Xinqi didn't press her against the bed the second they walked in a bedroom, but stared straight at her with burning desire. I love sensual women, so I want to see you undressing yourself. Feng Shuiqin didn't move at once but said, I like dim light. If the light was too bright, she would see Lu Xingyi's disgusting face. As you wish. Lu Xinqi understood very well, but he still didn't mind and dimmed the light. Although it was dim in the room, they were still able to see each other clearly, and it seemed more romantic. When Feng Shuiqin took off her clothes, Lu Xinqi complimented her. You keep a great figure. Look at your boobs and butt. However, he didn't press on and penetrate her at once, because it wouldn't be exciting enough without foreplay. Therefore, he started to touch and kiss her sexually. After half an hour of foreplay, he began to penetrate her. Although Feng Shuiqin disliked Lu Xinqi's face and body, she still had to admit that Lu Xinqi was a master at sex. There was no doubt that he was a master at sex given his rich sexual experience. If he had a good-looking face or a sexy body, countless women would be willing to have sex with him for free. Therefore, Feng Shuiqin gradually started enjoying it and then let her desire guide the way. Lu Xinqi did fulfill his promise and didn't hurt Feng Shuiqin in bed, but Feng Shuiqin still felt exhausted after hours of making love in different sexual positions. It was so exciting that she forgot that the man who was penetrating her was Lu Xinqi. Feng Shuiqin also had to admit that it was more exciting to make love with Lu Xinqi than those strong young men. Seeing Feng Shuiqin enjoying it, a touch of disdain flashed by Lu Xinqi's eyes. It seemed to be true that a woman's body would never lie. Feng Shuiqin's pleasure was the approval of his skills, so he moved even harder. Men all wanted to prove their sexual skills in bed, and they got more excited if women enjoyed it. Are you satisfied? Lu Xinqi asked with an amorous smile. Yeah. Feng Shuiqin said, listening to her heart. Do you want more? Lu Xinqi asked again. Why yes. Feng Shuiqin's voice was full of desire, and Lu Xinqi continued to penetrate her violently. Am I better than your strong young lovers? Lu Xinqi asked once more. Lu Xinqi, of course, knew that Feng Shuiqin had many young lovers. She was loyal to Tang Yunfan, but her body wasn't. In addition, Feng Shuiqin had sexual desire too, and she couldn't tolerate years of her life without sex. Yes, Feng Shuiqin said. Lu Xinqi didn't stop a second and was getting increasingly violent. Feng Shuiqin even begged him to stop a few times halfway. However, Lu Xinqi wasn't willing to stop because he didn't get many chances to have sex with Feng Shuiqin. So they didn't stop until hours had passed. They slept for a few hours, then it was daybreak. However, Feng Shuiqin touched Lu Xinqi's cock by accident in her sleep, and Lu Xinqi was turned on again. Once he was turned on, he couldn't sleep any longer, so he began to press on Feng Shuiqin and penetrate her once more. You? Feng Shuiqin was annoyed but didn't resist. Nevertheless, Feng Shuiqin closed her eyes the entire time, because it was bright now, and she was reluctant to see his face. Well, you can turn to me to satisfy your sexual needs, Lu Xinqi said. Feng Shuiqin didn't say a word, but her silence was also an affirmative answer. After having violent sex with Lu Xinqi, she thought that those strong young men were less attractive now. In fact, Feng Shuiqin thought that what Lu Xinqi said wasn't a bad idea. Gu Ning sent Gu Man to the Tang family's house as usual before she left. She went to pick up Yu Zi and then told Su Tongnua to go to the building of Tanghuang Entertainment. They were going to shoot the video advertisement today. When they arrived, some people in the hall saw them and got excited at once. Because of the hot post on Weibo, everyone got to know Gu Ning's identity, so they paid more attention to her today. She is Goddess Gu. She's so beautiful. They all complimented Gu Ning and ignored Su Tongnua. But Su Tongnua wasn't annoyed or jealous at all because Gu Ning was indeed very outstanding. Gu Ning remained calm and didn't think that it was a big deal, because she didn't have any vanity. They would shoot in the same photo studio as before with a video director. It wasn't complicated and was just a short film of dozens of seconds. Although they needed to shoot many scenes, it could be finished within half a day if everything went well. When they gathered in the photo studio, they introduced themselves to one another before they started to discuss the script. Lu Xiao had sent the script to Guning yesterday, and Guning sent it to Su Tonghua later. Su Tonghua was a good actress, so it wasn't difficult for her to finish the shots. When it was 4 p.m., the video ad was finished. She was going to the capital tomorrow for business, so she decided to give these photos and the video ad to Kei in person. In addition, it was about time to arrange for Kei and Chun Songi to work for her. When they walked out of the building of Tanghuang Entertainment, a young girl ran over with her face full of excitement. Tonghua, I'm your loyal fan. Could you please take photos with me? Sure. Su Tonghua agreed. In fact, she really appreciated what her fans, especially those loyal fans, had done for her. Thanks. I've argued with those haters on the internet to defend you, the young girl said with pride. Oh, thank you so much, Su Tonghua said kindly. Let's take photos together now. Great. The young girl opened the camera on her phone and took several selfies with Su Tonghua. Afterwards, she stared at Guning with anticipation. Would you mind taking several pictures with me too? You're my idol as well. Guning was amused. She wasn't a star after all. No problem. Guning didn't reject. After taking photos with Guning, the young girl left happily. Once she walked away, she posted her photos with Su Tonghua and Guning on Weibo without delay. I've been waiting for a whole day outside of Tanghuang Entertainment, and I met two goddesses. They're so kind, and we took several selfies together. Love. The young girl was famous among Su Tonghua's fans, so she had many followers, and the majority were Su Tonghua's fans too. Therefore, once she posted the photos on Weibo, she received many comments within seconds. Ah, why didn't you tell me you went to wait for the two goddesses? You're so lucky. Wow, they are so beautiful. Is Goddess Gu not wearing any makeup? She looks so beautiful without makeup. I wonder how stunning she will be if she puts some on. Indeed, she's a natural beauty without makeup. Her skin looks so good. I think I'll go to wait outside of the building tomorrow too. Wish me good luck. I'll go with you. Many fans were excited to meet Su Tonghua. I'm sorry to tell you this, but the shooting is already over, so Goddess Su won't come tomorrow. What? No. How do you know that? It's a secret, but I promise it's true. Do you work for Tanghuang Entertainment? Many fans asked the person who leaked the information whether she worked for Tanghuang Entertainment, but she wouldn't answer it. It was still early, so Su Tonghua wanted to fly back, in case she would waste more time here. Guning didn't stop her and sent her a thick red envelope. As for the fee for being the spokesperson, the company would transfer it to her later after they signed the contract. Su Tonghua wasn't worried about it, because she trusted Guning. Afterwards, Guning booked 2 plane tickets for her and her assistant, then went to dine with Yuzi. Guning's car was quite noticeable, so Lin Tianyu, who was waiting for the green traffic light at the road, saw them clearly. He was sure now that Yuzi didn't have a rich boyfriend, but a rich boss. If they weren't close, Yuzi wouldn't have followed Guning all the way. Without hesitation, Lin Tianyu turned his car and followed Guning's. At the beginning, Guning didn't discover him, but she noticed the same car following behind from the rearview mirror after a few turns. She was suspicious and used her jade eyes, then found out that it was Lin Tianyu. There was heavy traffic on the road, so Guning allowed him to follow her. Is your boyfriend still bothering you? Guning asked Yuzi. Yuzi was struck dumb for a second, because she didn't know why Guning suddenly asked that, but she still answered, yeah, but I've hung up every time he called me. She already blacklisted Lin Tianyu's number, but he always called her using different numbers. Does he know the addresses of your store and your apartment? Guning asked. If he knew, she was worried that Yuzi could be harassed. He doesn't. We've broken up for a year and a half, and my store was located in another shopping mall before. I moved it to Fengshan Shopping Mall after I broke up with him, and I also moved into a new apartment, Yuzi said. In fact, she had already forgotten Lin Tianyu because they had been broken up for a year and a half, which wasn't a short time. However, once she saw him, she couldn't help but remember his betrayal, which aroused her hatred. Yuzi added, "We barely contacted each other during the past year and a half. Even if we encountered one another on the street, we pretended to be strangers." "He's following us," Guning said. "What?" Yuzi was shocked. She didn't expect that Lin Tianyu would stalk them. "Why is he doing that?" She was mad. "Let's see," Guning said, but her mood wasn't affected. "Boss, I'm sorry," Yuzi apologized. "It's fine," Guning said. Lin Tianyu followed Guning and Yuzi all the way to the parking lot of Fengshan Shopping Mall. They got out at the same time. Yuzi. Once Yuzi got out of Guning's car, Lin Tianyu called her name, in case she would walk away. Since Guning said that she was curious what Lin Tianyu would do, Yuzi didn't walk away, but faced him. "What?" Yuzi didn't look at Lin Tianyu at all and asked coldly. "Well..." Lin Tianyu didn't know what to say all of a sudden, because he actually had no idea why he stalked her. "Well, if you don't mind, we've gotta go." Yuzi lost her patience, turning around walking away. "Wait a second." Lin Tianyu dashed to Yuzi and stopped her. "Well, I bet this lady must be the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, right?" Lin Tianyu looked to Guning and tried to please her. "Yes," Guning said. The atmosphere became very embarrassing in Lin Tianyu's eyes, but Yuzi and Guning were at ease. "Anything else?" Yuzi asked. I really admire Miss Gu for your unbelievable achievements. It's dinner time now. Will you do me the honor of accompanying me to dinner?" Lin Tianyu said, trying to strike up a relationship with Guning. "I don't dine with strangers," Guning said directly. Lin Tianyu felt very embarrassed, but it wasn't a surprising answer. He and Guning were strangers after all. However, he wasn't willing to give up. "Miss Gu, people all become friends from strangers. And Yuzi is my friend, so her friend is, of course, my friend too." Lin Tianyu was very shameless to say that. Yes, he was shameless. If he was really Yuzi's friend, it would be normal for him to say that. But the thing was that he was Yuzi's enemy now. "Lin Tianyu, don't you know how shameless you are? Since when are we friends?" Yuzi was annoyed and snapped at him. "Yuzi, although we already broke up, we're still friends. Why can't you let it go?" Lin Tianyu asked innocently. "Oh, in that case, if your girlfriend betrays you, you can still be friends with her? Mr. Lin, you're really tolerant." Guning mocked, which embarrassed Lin Tianyu again. "However, I don't like to make friends with terrible men, because I'm afraid I'll punch them," Guning said and gave Lin Tianyu a cold glance which scared him. Lin Tianyu was frightened of Guning, not only because she was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but also because she was a kung fu master. At this moment, he finally realized that Guning was mad at him because of what he had done to Yuzi. "Yuzi, let's go," Guning said, then left without delay. Lin Tianyu didn't dare to stop them, but just watched them walking out of his sight. "Boss, it's obvious that he aimed to approach you," Yuzi said. Yuzi knew that she wasn't Lin Tianyu's target. Guning had, of course, noticed that, but she despised him. When charm is on the market, and he finds out about your identity, he'll be utterly regretful for what he did to you before," Guning said with a smile and even gloated. "It's not a bad thing that you broke up with him. He won't be your burden now." Yuzi also felt lucky that Lin Tianyu had cheated on her and that she left him. When they finished ordering, Guning called Kei and told him that she would fly to the capital tomorrow. If they were ready to work for her, they could meet her in the capital. Kei and Chun Songi were already prepared, so they directly booked plane tickets to the capital after Guning's call. Leng Xiaoting hadn't contacted Guning in 3 days, and Guning knew that he was carrying out his task. Sometimes it could take days or half a month. Sometimes he could be out for several months even. The next day, Guning sent Guman to the Tang family's house in the early morning, then immediately left for the airport. Her plane would take off at 10:20 a.m., and it landed at the airport of the capital around 12:30 p.m. Kei and Chun Songi arrived earlier than Guning, then waited for her at the airport. Guning called Kei once she got off the plane and went to meet them without delay. When Guning walked to them, Kei and Chun Songi got out of a car and greeted her politely. "Boss, good morning." "Songi, how are you doing now?" Guning asked Chun Songi with concern. "Very well," Chun Songi said with a happy smile. Thank you so much for your help. Otherwise my legs would have been cut off. In fact, his doctor said that he needed an amputation, and he had already accepted it. Fortunately, Kay had met Gu Ning, and Gu Ning was willing to help him. Glad to hear, Gu Ning said. Let's get in the car, Kay said, then opened the rear car door for Gu Ning. When they were in the car, Gu Ning proposed, let's go dine together first. They went to dine at the restaurant next to the building of Gu Ning's corporation. Afterwards, Gu Ning planned to take them to have a tour around the building before she left for the medicine factory. There was the chauffeur in the car, so they didn't talk about their work along the way. Oh, did you come here without any assistance? Gu Ning asked. They will arrive tomorrow night by driving, Kay said. Since Kay and Chun Songi were going to settle down in the capital, they should naturally bring their car here. City D was a little far from the capital, so they had taken a plane. The three of them booked a private room in the restaurant. Kay, what's your real name? I can't call you Kay in the company, which will reveal your identity as a hacker, Gu Ning said. Kay was a well-known hacker after all. Mu Yi, Kay said. After this meal, I'll take you to have a tour in the building of my corporation, and then you can go buy an apartment. The company will pay for it, Gu Ning said. Both Kay and Chun Songi were highly skilled workers hired by her, so they were, of course, treated differently. Sure, Kay and Chun Songi didn't reject. Although they didn't lack money, they knew that Gu Ning did it out of kindness, so they accepted it. After the meal, Gu Ning took Kay and Chun Songi to the building of her corporation and directly met Zhang Xuanjie. Nice to see you, boss. Zhang Xuanjie greeted Gu Ning with great respect. Xuanjie, this is Chun Songi, and he'll be the executive president. This is Mu Yi, the director of the information department, Gu Ning said to Zhang Xuanjie, then turned to Kay and Chun Songi. This is Zhang Xuanjie, the secretary of the chairman of the real estate company under the name of my corporation. Hearing that, Zhang Xuanjie greeted them with respect at once. So nice to meet you, President Chun and Director Mu. So nice to meet you too, Kay and Chun Songi said. My office is on the 18th floor, and you can use the offices on the 17th floor, Gu Ning said. You can go to have a look and tell the designer what style you want in your offices. If you need anything, tell Xuanjie. Sure, Chun Songi and Kay said, then took an elevator along with Zhang Xuanjie to the 17th floor. Gu Ning had something else to deal with, so she left. Just as she walked out of the elevator, she came across Song Manny, who had just walked in from outside. Song Manny was surprised to see Gu Ning here. Hi, boss. When did you come here? At noon, and I'm about to leave to deal with something, Gu Ning said. Can we dine together this afternoon? Song Manny asked. Sure, Gu Ning said. I'll bring a person with me and you can meet each other then. I'll see you at the Huangdeng Hotel. Gu Ning was indeed a smart businesswoman because she chose to dine at her father's hotel. The person Gu Ning was going to bring to meet Song Manny at dinner was Ning Changkai. As the managers of her subsidiaries, it was necessary for them to get familiar with each other. No problem, Song Manny said. After that, Gu Ning took a taxi to the medicine factory. On the way, Gu Ning called Lu Xiao and invited him to join he for dinner. Although Lu Xiao was assigned the job by Leng Xiaoting, he worked for her now after all, so it was also necessary for them to meet one another. Once Lu Xiao heard that Gu Ning was in the capital and even invited him to dine with her, he was excited, because he was always curious about her. He wondered what kind of girl Gu Ning could be to steal his boss's heart, so he agreed with alacrity. When Gu Ning arrived at the medicine factory, it was almost 4 p.m. The medicines and skincare products were mostly done. What they needed to do now was to wait for the result of the drug test before the products were put on the market. Yesterday morning, Gu Ning had told Ning Changkai to send some samples to the State Food and Drug Administration, and they would get the results 1 or 2 days later. Gu Ning understood that someone wanted to stop Ning Changkai from running his business. In the beginning, Gu Ning wanted to use her network to help Ning Changkai, but she thought it would be better if they could find out who had schemed against him. If they passed the test, it would be the best result. If not, Gu Ning would find out who the backstabber was. Today was the second day after the test, and they would know the results by tomorrow at the latest. Although they didn't have the permission yet, Gu Ning knew that her medicines met the standards. So she told Ning Changkai to keep on producing skincare products first. She needed to provide them for Kame Beauty Salon. Ning Changkai trusted Gu Ning, so he followed her order. When it was almost 5:30 p.m., Gu Ning brought Ning Changkai to the Huangdeng Hotel and they took Ning Changkai's car. The appointed time was 6 p.m., so they couldn't be late. On the way, Gu Ning called Lu Xiao and told him the number of the private room. If he arrived earlier, he could wait for them in the private room. Lu Xiao, of course, didn't dare to let Gu Ning wait for him. So he arrived early, but he waited for her in the hall because he wanted to see her first. Knowing that Gu Ning was still on her way, Lu Xiao told her that he would be waiting for her in the hall. There was a traffic jam on the road, so Gu Ning and Ning Changkai arrived at the hotel 40 minutes later. Lu Xiao arrived 10 minutes earlier than Gu Ning. When Gu Ning arrived, she called Lu Xiao. Once Lu Xiao's phone rang, Gu Ning heard the sound, and her sight fell on a handsome man in the hall. Lu Xiao, at the same time, met Gu Ning's eyes. Lu Xiao thought that his boss's girlfriend must be a gorgeous beauty, so he wasn't very stunned when he saw Gu Ning, but he still thought that his future sister-in-law was really beautiful. Although they both saw each other, Gu Ning didn't hang up right away in order to make sure of it, and Lu Xiao answered her call too. When they were sure that they found the right person, they ended the call. Lu Xiao walked to Gu Ning at once. "Nice to meet you, future sister-in-law." Gu Ning was surprised that Lu Xiao would address her in that way, but she felt happy to hear it. However, it wasn't suitable in front of others, so Gu Ning said, "Please call me Miss Gu when we are in a public place, or call me boss like others do." "Yes, boss," Lu Xiao said. "Let me introduce you. This is the general manager of the medical company under the name of my corporation, Ning Changkai," Gu Ning said. "And this is the general manager of Fenghua Entertainment, Lu Xiao." They greeted each other politely, then walked upstairs. "Boss, I've always been curious about what kind of girl you are and how you stole my boss's heart. I've never seen him being so attracted to a woman. When I saw you today, I understand why. You're so young and beautiful, and I bet no man can resist your charm." Lu Xiao was good at socializing. Most importantly, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with his future sister-in-law. "Oh," Gu Ning said, "do you mean your boss fell in love with me just because I'm young and beautiful?" Hearing that, Lu Xiao explained at once. "Of course not. My boss will never judge a person from appearance. I think he must be attracted to you because of your outstanding ability." Gu Ning smiled, but didn't say a word. She was actually just joking. When they walked into the private room, Kei, Chun Sangi, Song Mani, and Zhang Xuanjie were already there. Seeing Gu Ning, they all stood up to show their respect towards her. Afterwards, Gu Ning introduced them to one another. When Ning Changkai got to know the others around the table, he realized that Gu Ning was building a business empire. He was shocked but also believed in Gu Ning more. Everyone there was a key manager of Gu Ning's corporation. Of course, there were other key managers who were absent today. Right at this moment, Gu Ning thought of Chendarong, but it was too late to call him to join them now, so Gu Ning gave up on the idea. She decided to visit Shangyun Antique Store tomorrow. Gu Ning didn't forget that there was a box of antiques at the bottom of the lake in the park. She planned to salvage it in the dark. During the meal, everyone enjoyed it, and they didn't compete against each other for Gu Ning's attention. Of course, Gu Ning didn't know whether they would change in the future, but they all owed Gu Ning. As long as they remained grateful, they wouldn't argue or fight against one another for personal benefits and ruin Gu Ning's business. In addition, they worked in different industries. After dinner, they dispersed. Chun Sangi and Kei stayed in the hotel for the time being, while Gu Ning went to Lung Xiaoting's house. Before she left, Gu Ning gave the photos and video advertisement to Kei. It was still early, and there were many people ambling around the lake, so Gu Ning planned to go there after 11 p.m. When Gu Ning arrived at Lung Xiaoting's house, she felt a little lonely because he was absent. She took out her phone, wanting to call him, but he was in the middle of carrying out his task, so she put her phone down. At the same time, she was also worried about his safety. Gu Ning went to the bedroom first and put on waterproof clothing, in case she would be wet after diving. Afterwards, Gu Ning put on a long woolen coat. Because the waterproof suit was black, nobody would notice that it was different from a normal sweater. When it was 11:30 p.m., Gu Ning took a taxi to a nearby hotel, then walked to the park. There were few people around Beihai Park at this time, and although Beihai Park was located downtown, it wasn't difficult for Gu Ning to find a concealed place. She was wearing a mask when she showed up in Beihai Park. However, because it was still cold, it wasn't strange that people were wearing masks. Gu Ning came to the side where she found the box of antiques, then glanced around. She found a well-concealed bush, so she went over. After that, she took off her coat and put it into her telepathic eye space before she went into the water. She went in slowly and didn't cause much sound. With the help of her power, Gu Ning could breathe in water, so she directly swam to the box of antiques. A few minutes later, she found it and put it into her telepathic eye space before she swam back. When she was back in the small bush, she put on her coat and walked out. However, 3 young men who were wandering along the road surrounded her. They were all drunk and smelt like they had been soaked in alcohol for a long time. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. Why are you still out so late? Do you feel lonely? Why don't we have some fun together?" A man leered at Gu Ning. "Come on," the other 2 men said and ogled Gu Ning. Seeing that they were all drunk, Gu Ning didn't bother to argue with them, but walked away. However, they wouldn't give up and stopped her. "Get out of my way." Gu Ning snapped at them. It was already spring, but they still felt quite cold when Gu Ning coldly stared at them. Nevertheless, they thought that the weather was cold, not Gu Ning. Therefore, they didn't move away at all. "Don't be so rude. Let's have some fun together." All they wanted to do now was to have sex with Gu Ning. Right when Gu Ning was about to punch them, a Maserati stopped by them all of a sudden. A man got out of it and snapped at those drunk men. "Fuck off." He was protecting Gu Ning. However, when Gu Ning saw the man, she was even angrier. The man wasn't a stranger, but was exactly Qi Ziyue. Gu Ning did her best to hide her strong hatred towards him, and stayed calm. Lord Qi. When those drunk men noticed Qi Ziyue, they were wide awake, and fearfully greeted him with respect. Qi Ziyue was very arrogant and kept a high profile in the capital, so many people knew his powerful background. For now, Qi Ziyue was the general manager of the Tang family's business group in the capital, and was also Tang Yaxin's boyfriend. It was said that they were about to be engaged. Once they got married, Qi Ziyue would be in an even higher social status. Tang Yaxin didn't know how to run a business, and it was impossible that Tang Bingsen would be willing to let his brothers or cousins inherit his properties. So Qi Ziyue would be the chairman of the Tang family's business group as long as Tang Yaxin married him. And when Tang Bingsen retired, Tang Yaxin would inherit everything, and Qi Ziyue would take over. Of course, it was just a thought in other people's mind. Although Tang Yaxin was the only child in the Tang family, Tang Bingsen was too selfish to let another man with a different surname inherit his business group. That being the case, Tang Bingsen had a love son a long time ago. He would only give his properties to his own son, even though he was a love child. No one else knew the secret, especially Qi Ziyue, Tang Yaxin, and her mother. If they got to know about it, they wouldn't work hard for him, and would expose everything Tang Aining had done for him. If so, his company would be in danger. "Disappear now," Qi Ziyue said with impatience. Sure." Those young men escaped without delay. "Miss, are you all right?" Qi Ziyue asked her with concern. Qi Ziyue, of course, helped her for a reason. He recognized that Gu Ning was the girl who had sat with the Su family at the auction last time. If Qi Ziyue was going to have a more stable position in the capital, he had to expand his network. Since he encountered Gu Ning tonight, he had his own plan. Qi Ziyue thought that Gu Ning would be grateful for what he had done, and they would exchange phone numbers. Gu Ning would probably buy him a meal to thank him, then they would gradually become friends. After that, she would introduce him to her other friends. Qi Ziyue was too self-centered to realize that he wasn't important or charming at all in Gu Ning's eyes. Instead, she hated him. No matter what, Gu Ning didn't want to cause more trouble because he had helped her after all. Accordingly, Gu Ning thanked him, then walked away without giving him a second glance. Wait a second, miss. Chi Ziyue stopped Gu Ning. It's so late now. You won't be safe alone. Let me send you home. Thanks. I can take a taxi myself. Gu Ning rejected him and waved her hand towards an empty taxi. Although it didn't go as well as he thought, Chi Ziyue didn't insist, in case Gu Ning would have a bad impression of him. Seeing Gu Ning leaving in the taxi, Chi Ziyue went back to his car. When Chi Ziyue was back in his house, Tang Yixin, who was in her sleeping gown, pressed against his body and complained, "Why are you home so late?" He felt aroused by the pressure of her body so close to his, and hugged her, smiling at her. "What? Were you waiting for me?" "Yes. I haven't seen you in a week and I miss you so much," Tang Yixin said and made eyes at Chi Ziyue. Chi Ziyue couldn't wait a second longer and kissed her wildly. While kissing, he undressed her in a second and began to rub her soft breasts. When Gu Ning was back in Leng Xiaoting's house, she took a shower, then put on her sleeping gown. Afterwards, she took out the box of antiques from the telepathic eye space and opened it. Although the sunken box had been hidden there for over 100 years, no water got inside because of the thick wax on its surface. After checking the antiques, Gu Ning put some of them into a mahogany box which she would bring to Shangyun Antique Store tomorrow, and then went to sleep. The next day, Gu Ning was awake at 5:30 p.m. and couldn't fall asleep again, so she got up and went for a run. The area Leng Xiaoting lived in was very large with many green plants, so the scenery was quite pleasant. People who lived here were either super rich or powerful, because each house here cost at least 100 million yuan. There was a track in this living area, so Gu Ning ran along it. At this time, there were many runners. In the square, there were many aged men and women who were practicing Taiji. Seeing such a beautiful young girl coming to run so early in the morning, they all complimented her, because it was rare to see. The younger generation all slept late, but this young girl was different. Right at this moment, a Jianzi flew at her. Gu Ning stopped at once and kicked it back through its original route in the air, which surprised everyone in the square. "Nice one," an old woman said. Gu Ning smiled at her, then continued running. When she was gone, several old women gathered together and discussed her. "She's so beautiful. Indeed. I don't often see a young kid like her running so early in the morning." "Me neither. My grandson hates exercises." "Well, I wish my grandchildren could be as energetic as her." Jiang Ruiqin had been working hard for a long time and he rarely had free time, so he got up early this morning to run. When Gu Ning ran by him, his heart skipped a beat. In the beginning, Jiang Ruiqin didn't take it seriously and continued running. However, when Gu Ning ran by him the second time, Jiang Ruiqin couldn't help but turn to follow her. Before long, Gu Ning noticed that someone was following her, but she knew that he wasn't a bad guy, so she didn't mind. Jiang Ruiqin followed her for a while and tried to strike up a conversation with Gu Ning but didn't know how. As time went by, Jiang Ruiqin saw that Gu Ning ran at regular pace, and the distance she moved in each step was the same. Has she received professional training? Jiang Ruiqin followed Gu Ning running for about a dozen minutes and felt tired, but Gu Ning still ran ahead like she would never run out of strength. Without hesitation, Jiang Ruiqin ran to Gu Ning's side and followed her paces, trying to talk to her. "Hey miss, nice to meet you. I followed behind you for a while, and I noticed that you ran at a regular pace. You don't seem tired at all. Have you received professional training before?" Jiang Ruiqin was almost out of breath when he said that. Jiang Ruiqin was kind and asked purely because he was curious. "Yeah, I've been trained professionally," Gu Ning said and gave him a glance. Seeing Gu Ning being so calm and even a little cold, Jiang Ruiqin felt slightly disappointed, because he was a handsome young man and was used to being admired by young girls. However, Gu Ning seemed to be an exception. Gu Ning's heart was occupied by Leng Xiaoting, so she wasn't interested in other men, even though he was handsome. "Oh, right." Jiang Ruiqin got the answer he wanted. Then he asked again, "My name's Jiang Ruiqin. May I know your name?" After that he added, "Don't worry. If you don't want to tell me, it's totally fine." Gu Ning smiled and said, "My name's Gu Ning." After that, Jiang Ruiqin ran with Gu Ning and they talked to each other once in a while. After another circuit, Gu Ning left. It was the first time that they had met each other, so Jiang Ruiqin felt shy to ask for her phone number. Anyway, she lived here and often ran in the morning. He was confident that they would meet again soon. Gu Ning went back to the house and took a shower before she walked out. She went to have breakfast first, then went to her company. Once she arrived, Zhang Xuanjie asked her, "Boss, the construction of the store is coming to an end. When will it open?" "I think it'll be delayed because the branch in City B is about to open the next weekend. We'll open the branch here after that," Gu Ning said. Today was Monday, and the opening ceremony in City B was just 4 to 5 days away. "Boss, it's done." Kay gave the flash drive back to Gu Ning. "Wow, you're very efficient." Gu Ning was surprised. "It's very easy for me," Kay said. It was child's play in his eyes. "Fine." Gu Ning had to admit that Kay was indeed a computer master. Afterwards, Gu Ning called Quan Mingkai and told him that the ad was done, and that she would send it to him later. She would also send someone to sign the contract and pay the fee. Quan Mingkai was astonished by Gu Ning's efficiency, and he was doubtful whether the ad was good enough since it was done in such a short time. However, when he saw the posters and video, he was stunned because they were masterpieces. Gu Ning called Zhou Zhenghong to handle things with Quan Mingkai. After lunch, Gu Ning went to the antique street, but she drove Chun Songyi's car. Kay and Chun Songyi's assistants arrived last night along with their cars. Kay's car was too noticeable and Gu Ning disliked it, so she chose Chun Songyi's. Because of that, Kay had even criticized Gu Ning's taste for a long time. Kay normally wouldn't lend his car to others, but Gu Ning even refused to use his. Gu Ning drove Chun Songyi's Land Rover to the antique street later. She parked the car in the parking lot next to the entrance of the antique street, then took out the mahogany box from her telepathic eye space before she walked in. The mahogany box was as big as a 24-inch suitcase. It wasn't light, but it seemed very effortless for Gu Ning to carry it. Although Gu Ning already had many real antiques, she couldn't help using her jade eyes to search for more around the antique street. She hadn't been here for a long time, so she thought that she might find a piece or two. After a short time, Gu Ning noticed 2 real antiques at the roadside. One was a blue and white porcelain pen holder, while the other was a Yixing clay teapot. Gu Ning paid 2,000 yuan for them. "Isn't it, girl Gu?" Gu Ning walked ahead and heard an old man's voice all of a sudden. She looked over and saw Jiang Zhongyu. Master Lung and Master Su along with 6 bodyguards were with Jiang Zhongyu. Although Gu Ning never met Master Lung officially, she had seen his photo in the news, so she recognized him at first glance. However, when Gu Ning encountered Master Lung, she got quite nervous. Even though she knew that Master Lung didn't know her, she couldn't help feeling anxious, because she was worried that Master Lung might not like her. Gu Ning had never been so nervous before, because Master Lung was the only person Ling Xiaoting cared about in his family. Even so, Gu Ning did her best to stay calm, and walked to them with a smile. "It's so nice to see you, Master Jiang. Master Su and this Master too. Haha. Girl Gu, it's been a while," Master Su said. He was happy to see Gu Ning. Jiang Zhongyu's sight fell on the box carried in Gu Ning's arms. "Girl Gu, are there any antiques in this box?" "Yes, I just got them, and I'm going to put them in Shangyun Antique Store," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, their eyes lit up at once. Jiang Zhongyu said in a hurry, "Let's go together." "Sure, let's go," Gu Ning said and guided the group forward. They, of course, knew where Shangyun Antique Store was, but they thought that it was more polite to follow Gu Ning, since she was its boss now. "Girl Gu, let me introduce you. This is our old friend, Master Lung," Jiang Zhongyu said. "Nice to meet you, Master Lung." Gu Ning greeted him politely, although she was still very nervous in her heart. "Oh, you are the girl who acquired Shangyun Antique Store?" Master Ling asked. He just thought that Gu Ning was a pretty young girl, but didn't think further. If he knew that Gu Ning was Ling Xiaoting's girlfriend, he would definitely change his attitude. Unfortunately, he didn't know that yet. "Yes, I am," Gu Ning said politely. "Great. You're a successful young businesswoman," Master Ling said and appreciated her ability. There were few young people who loved antiques, But Shangyun Antique Store became more popular once this girl had acquired it. After a short time, they arrived. "Good morning, boss." Chen Darong welcomed Gu Ning at once. When he saw the group of people behind Gu Ning, he also greeted them with respect. "So nice to see you, Master Su, Master Jiang, and this master. Welcome." Chen Darong didn't know Master Lung because Master Lung had retired for a long time and seldom appeared in a public place, so not many people knew his identity. "Let's go upstairs," Gu Ning said. Since those masters were all from super rich and powerful families, they needed privacy. Afterwards, Chen Darong guided them to the second floor. When some people noticed Zhang Zhongyu and the others walking into Shangyun Antique Store, they followed them walking in, but the group was already on the second floor. Some left right after since they couldn't meet Master Jiang, while some bought several pieces of handicrafts before they left. When they were all seated, Chen Darong went to pour cups of tea for them, and Gu Ning opened the box. "This is a Tang Sankai yellow glaze horse. This is a bronze phoenix glass. This is a jade inkstone from the Qing dynasty. This is..." After seeing 10 antiques in the box, Zhang Zhongyu and the others rounded their eyes in shock. "Jesus! Girl Gu, where did you get so many real antiques?" Zhang Zhongyu asked with great surprise. From different places, and..." Gu Ning said, then put down her backpack and took out the 2 antiques she just bought. "I just bought these at the roadside." "You just bought them here?" Hearing that, they were shocked again. They had been walking along the antique street, but failed to find anything valuable. However, Gu Ning found 2 real antiques. Although Zhang Zhongyu was an antique expert, he was a human being without special power after all, so it was reasonable that he missed the real antiques. Zhang Zhongyu took the blue and white porcelain pen holder and couldn't put it down after he was sure it was real. "Girl Gu, how much is this jade ink stone from the Qing dynasty?" Master Lung asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't know how to answer that question. Master Lung was Leng Xiaoting's grandpa after all, and she wasn't willing to let him pay for it. "Well, why don't you choose a piece as a gift from me?" Gu Ning said to them. "What?" Hearing that, they were all astonished and couldn't believe their eyes. Master Ling asked with doubt, "Girl Gu, are you serious? Please choose one as a gift from me," Gu Ning said to them again. "We can't do that." Master Ling seemed displeased. "This isn't cheap at all. We can't take it for free." Gu Ning felt a little scared facing Master Lung. "Girl Gu, we understand that you're kind to us, but we can't take it for free," Zhang Zhongyu said. "I seriously don't know whether you're kind or dumb. These are all priceless antiques, and you send them to us as gifts," Master Su said. They weren't willing to take advantage of Gu Ning, so they rejected Gu Ning's proposal. However, Gu Ning insisted on it. "It's no big deal. I didn't pay much for them, so they're not very expensive in my eyes. That's your opinion, but we must pay according to its market price," Zhang Zhongyu said with determination. "Exactly," Master Lung and Master Su agreed. "Fine. Then 100,000 yuan each piece," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning, of course, wouldn't charge them according to the market price. 100,000 yuan each piece? It's merely free. Master Lung was still displeased. "It's 100,000 yuan each piece. Buy it or not." Gu Ning wasn't willing to yield anymore. If Master Lung wouldn't accept it, she planned to let Leng Xiaoting send it to him, and didn't mind exposing her relationship with Leng Xiaoting. Well, Master Lung and the others felt resigned, because they knew that Gu Ning wasn't willing to charge them. It wasn't common for them to see a piece of real antique that they liked, so they were unwilling to leave with empty hands. However, if they bought the antiques at such a low price, they would feel a little guilty. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Gu Ning used her ace in the hole. "Well, I'll tag this jade ink stone from the Qing dynasty, this blue and white porcelain pen holder, and this Tang Sankai yellow glaze horse as 100,000 yuan each. If you don't want to buy them, I believe they'll soon be sold out once I put them out." The above antiques were their favorites. Hearing that, the group of Master Lung wouldn't hesitate anymore. "We want them. Yes, we want them now." In case Gu Ning would sell them to others, they agreed at once. "Girl Gu, if you encounter any trouble in the capital, feel free to tell us. and we'll help you without hesitation as long as we can, Master Su said. That was the way to expand one's network. Thanks, I will, Gu Ning said. Right at this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang, and the caller was Ning Changkai. Gu Ning excused herself, then walked aside to answer the call. Boss, the result of drug control is out, and we didn't pass it, Ning Changkai said in a calm voice, because it wasn't a surprising answer. Hearing that, Gu Ning was displeased but not surprised either. Fine. Don't worry. Keep on producing and I'll handle it. Sure. Although Ning Changkai felt upset, he wasn't in despair because he trusted Gu Ning. In fact, if Gu Ning changed the name of the medicine and replaced Ning Changkai with another person, it wouldn't happen, but Gu Ning wouldn't do that. She preferred to get rid of her enemies, not allies. Gu Ning went back later and said to them, Well, what a coincidence. I do need your help now. What is it? They asked. The thing is, I acquired a medicine factory a while ago, because someone prevented the owner of it from passing the drug control. It happened again after I took over the medicine factory, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, those masters were displeased, especially Jiang Zhongyu, because his son, Jiang Zhenghua, was the director of the State Food and Drug Administration. If someone dared to scheme against others in SFDA, it would be Jiang Zhenghua's mistake. Therefore, it was a serious problem. Girl Gu, don't worry. I'll handle it well and give you the right result, Jiang Zhongyu said. He only promised to give Gu Ning the right result, but not to directly allow her medicine to be put on the market. Medicines weren't tools, so they had to be very careful. Thank you so much, Master Jiang. Gu Ning was confident that her medicines were qualified, so she wasn't afraid of drug control. Actually, Gu Ning turned to Master Jiang for help because she knew Jiang Zhenghua was his son. Otherwise, she would ask Lang Xiaoting for help. What the name of your medicine company? Jiang Zhongyu asked. Cultivation Pharmaceutical Company, Gu Ning said. Please help me find out who is scheming against my company. No problem, Jiang Zhongyu said. After that, they left without delay. Once Jiang Zhongyu sat in his car, he called Jiang Zhenghua and told him about it. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Zhongyu who was helping Gu Ning. Gu Ning was also doing Jiang Zhenghua a great favor too. The capital was the center of politics and power, and everyone behaved with great caution to prevent being involved in trouble. The competition in politics wasn't less violent than that in business. If Gu Ning didn't tell him, but expose it before the media, his family would be in great trouble. Although his family was very powerful, their enemies were powerful too. Even though it wasn't Jiang Zhenghua's fault, he had to take responsibility for it. When Jiang Zhenghua heard of it from his father, he told his secretary to investigate it at once. It turned out to be true that Cultivation Pharmaceutical Company had never passed the drug control even once this year. The secretary told the supervisor who was in charge of the medicine and skincare product test to go to the director's office. When the supervisor got to know the reason why Jiang Zhenghua suddenly asked about Cultivation, he was scared and confessed to everything. There was nothing wrong with the medicine and skincare products of Cultivation, but the office leader told him not to let Cultivation pass the test. After that, Jiang Zhenghua told the office leader to meet him in his office. Since the scheme was already exposed, the office leader didn't hide it as a dirty secret anymore. He came from the same county as the boss of Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company and helped him scheme against Cultivation because Cultivation had been very profitable. Because the boss of Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company was jealous of Cultivation, he schemed to make Cultivation go bankrupt, which was very unacceptable. Although Jiang Zhenghua found out the truth, he didn't have solid evidence for now, so he couldn't punish Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company, but the office leader was fired. Since Cultivation Pharmaceutical Company was innocent, Jiang Zhenghua issued a drug certificate for it and called Jiang Zhongyu later. When Jiang Zhongyu received the call from Jiang Zhenghua, he told Gu Ning what had happened, and it was all done within an hour. Afterwards, Gu Ning told Ning Changkai about it and asked him, Do you have any grudges with Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company? Although the boss was jealous of Ning Changkai's achievement, Gu Ning still wanted to find out more. No, Ning Changkai said. He always ran his business according to the rules and he seldom argued with others. In addition, he had only heard of Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company, but had never met its boss. Alright, since we got the certificate now, we can begin to sell the medicines. I think we better put them on the market during the next 2 days, because I'm flying back to City B in 2 days, Gu-ning said. Cultivation was a popular brand among the public. Although they had changed its package, there was no need for them to publicize it. As long as they started to sell the medicines, people would know that Cultivation was back. As for the skincare products, Gu-ning planned to promote them by sending customers one-time samples. Once people found out about its great effect, they would come back and buy them again. In fact, if they wanted to have loyal customers, word-of-mouth recommendations were much more persuasive than advertisements. The skincare products were named Cozy, and it was a registered brand name. Cozy was an independent brand, but it was still under the name of Cultivation. Please pack 20 sets of skin toner, emulsion and serum along with 20 sets of sheet masks for me first. Those are gifts and I'll come get them later, Gu-ning said. No problem, Ning Changkai said, and went to prepare after hanging up with Gu-ning. The majority of their products were skincare products, but Gu-ning told them to continue to produce them, because she was confident that they would be popular. Gu-ning called K later and told him to investigate Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company. She decided to wait for the result before she punished Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company. If Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company wasn't doing its business legally, it would be in great danger. If it was running its business according to the law, Gu-ning would punish it lightly. An hour later, Gu-ning arrived at the medicine factory to fetch the products she needed. She was going to build a high-end brand, so it wasn't cheap. A set consisted of a skin toner, emulsion, and serum, which cost 3,800 yuan. It was an acceptable price for most people. As for the facial masks, there were 6 sheets in a box, and it cost 288 yuan. Although its price was a little higher than other facial masks, its effect was worth it. When Gu-ning got the skincare products, she put them in her telepathic eye space and only left 2 sets in her backpack, because she was going to give them to Song Manny and Xiaoyichu. Therefore, Gu-ning went to the building of her corporation after she left the medicine factory. When Song Manny received the gift from Gu-ning, she was very happy. Boss, do I get a gift too? Kay approached them and asked. You're a man, Gu-ning said and joked. Do you want to be a woman? Well, if you want, start with wearing makeup. Haha. Hearing that, everyone laughed. Kay argued. Men can use skincare products too. Unfortunately, I didn't produce male skincare products. Gu-ning shrugged. Kay was annoyed, but couldn't do anything about it. Gu-ning didn't give the gift to Xiaoyichu in person, but told Song Manny to do it for her. Since Song Manny and Xiaoyichu didn't have many friends or relatives in the capital, Gu-ning hoped that they could become friends. After that, Gu-ning called Su Qinyin. She was going to give her a set too. Although they weren't close, they had each other's phone number. Su Qinyin was born in the Su family, and she was a walking ad for Gu-ning. If she became a loyal customer of Gu-ning's skincare products, the brand would soon be popular in high society. Those super-rich ladies might doubt Cozy, but they wouldn't doubt Su Qinyin. Gu-ning didn't know whether Su Qinyin would like Cozy, but she knew that Su Qinyin would try it for the sake of Leng Xiaoting. As long as Su Qinyin tried it, Gu-ning was confident that she would like it. When Su Qinyin received Gu-ning's call, she was surprised, but she was willing to meet Gu-ning. Therefore, Su Qinyin left her home at once. Su Qinyin, where are you going? It's lunch time. Seeing Su Qinyin leaving again, her mother called her loudly. One of my friends came here, so we'll dine together, Su Qinyin said. Your friend? Male or female? Her mother asked in a hurry. Su Qinyin rolled her eyes. She knew what her mother was thinking. Female. Hearing that, her mother felt disappointed. Su Qinyin was in her mid-20s now, but she was still single and always hung out with female friends. Su Qinyin soon arrived at the appointed restaurant, and Gu-ning was already waiting for her inside. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Su Qinyin said. Not at all. I just arrived too, Gu-ning said with a smile. Please have a seat. After ordering, Su Qinyin asked, Where's Xiaoting? Isn't he with you? Oh, he left to carry out a task, and he isn't in the capital now. I came here for business, Gu-ning said, then took out the set of skincare product from her backpack. I've prepared a gift for you. It's a new product from my medical company. I don't know whether you'll like it or not, but I strongly suggest you give it a try. Although Gu Ning did want to gain a reputation for cozy through Su Qinin, she wouldn't force her to do that. Your medical company? Hearing that, Su Qinin was surprised again. She didn't expect that Gu Ning would be able to do some things at such a young age. Yes, Gu Ning replied. Well, thanks. I'll try it. Su Qinin was happy to receive Gu Ning's gift, and she trusted Gu Ning too. Oh, are you free tonight? Su Qinin asked Gu Ning. Obviously, Su Qinin had her plan. Yes, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Su Qinin's face lit up. Then hang out with me. One of my friends just opened a music bar and it's interesting. Sure, Gu Ning agreed. She called Su Qinin, and Su Qinin came to meet her without hesitation, so it would be impolite if she rejected her invitation now. Anyway, she had nothing else serious to deal with. Afterwards, Su Qinin drove Gu Ning to meet her friends. Gu Ning, have you heard? Yusin is Si Ming's girlfriend now, but both of them are very busy, so they seldom meet each other. I wonder what will happen to them in the future. Su Qinin was a little worried about their relationship. Saying that, she suddenly thought that Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were in the same situation. Gu Ning, you seldom meet Xiaoting too, right? Don't you feel lonely? Gu Ning smiled and said, Sometimes I do, but not often, because I have many things to deal with in my life too, so I don't have much time to feel lonely. I'm still young, and I'm fighting for my future. I don't think it's a bad thing. Right? You're just 18, and you're even below the age of consent now. Su Qinin said, then she added, Well, I'm really envious of you. I wish I were 18 now too so that my mother wouldn't urge me to find a boyfriend or get married. It isn't easy to find a boyfriend now. Su Qinin had even run away from home because of it many times, but she always went back after a short time. Doesn't your older brother have many single comrades? Don't you like any of them? Gu Ning asked. Gu Ning understood that Su Qinin must have not found someone she liked among them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed single for such a long time. Su Qinin shook her head and said, I don't like soldiers. They're too busy. Like my older brother, I only see him a few times a year. She was right. Soldiers indeed were very busy, and their partners had to get used to loneliness. Around a dozen minutes later, Gu Ning and Su Qinin arrived at the newly opened music bar. It was a large, popular bar. The music inside wasn't very loud, so it wasn't noisy. Gu Ning followed Su Qinin to a booth, and there was already a man sitting there with snacks, fruits, and bottles of wine on the table. The man was around 30 years old. He wasn't handsome, but was quite charming. Seeing Su Qinin coming, he stood up at once. Hi! Let me introduce you. This is the boss of this bar, Song Nan. Su Qinin said to Gu Ning, then turned to talk to Song Nan. This is my friend, Gu Ning. Nice to meet you, Mr. Song. Nice to meet you too, Miss Gu. Please have a seat, Song Nan said to them. After Gu Ning and Su Qinin were both seated, Song Nan asked, Only two of you? My other friend will be here later, Su Qinin said. Do you want to share this table with some handsome guys? I have two friends who'll come here too. If you want, I can tell them to sit here with you? Song Nan asked with a smile. Are you sure they're handsome? Su Qinin was cheered up. Of course, Song Nan said. Why not? Su Qinin agreed. A dozen minutes later, they arrived. Coincidentally, Gu Ning had met one of them before. When one of them saw Gu Ning, his eyes lit up at once. Hi, Miss Gu. What a coincidence. Nice to see you, Mr. Jiang, Gu Ning said politely, but kept a distance from him. The man was Jiang Ruiqin. Jiang Ruiqin was thinking about Gu Ning all the time, and he even planned to run in the morning tomorrow again to meet her. To his surprise, they met again that night. Oh, you know each other already. Song Nan smiled, then gave Jiang Ruiqin a glance. He noticed something different from Jiang Ruiqin's reaction. It was obvious that he liked Gu Ning, but Gu Ning seemed calm. They had just met each other after all, and weren't familiar yet. Hey, I'm here too. Didn't you see me? Su Qinin said with annoyance, feeling displeased at being ignored. Jiang Ruiqin didn't notice Su Qinin until she said that, and felt a little embarrassed. Hi, Qinin. The Lung family, the Su family, and the Jiang family were very close, and the younger generation of them all grew up together. You know each other too? Song Nan was astonished. Yes, we grew up together, Su Qinin said with pride. Well, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Tang Qingyang. He was studying abroad and just came home. Jiang Ruiqin introduced the man who came with him to the others. Hearing the name Tang Qingyang, Gu Ning was shocked and looked to him at once. He still looked the same. He was back. Tang Qingyang was Tang Aining's younger cousin and owned 15% shares of the Tang family's business group in the capital. The Tang family in the capital had 3 brothers. The eldest brother was Tang Bingsan, the younger brother was Tang Qingyang's father, Tang Bingchao, and the youngest brother was Tang Bingjiang, who was in his early 40s and had a 17-year-old son as well as a 13-year-old daughter. In addition to Tang Bingsan's 51% stake in the business group, Tang Bingchao and Tang Bingjiang each had 15%, and the rest was held by other shareholders and the market. However, 3 years ago, Tang Bingchao had died in a car accident, so his 15% shares fell into Tang Qingyang's hands. An idea dawned on Gu Ning. She thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to cooperate with Tang Qingyang to gain complete control of the Tang family's business group. Tang Bingsan was the mastermind behind the death Tang Qingyang's father, and Tang Qingyang must have sensed something when he was younger, so he had decided to study abroad all of a sudden. If so, he must have come back now for a reason. However, it would be hard for Tang Qingyang to defeat the Tang family alone, unless he had powerful allies. In Gu Ning's previous incarnation, Tang Yixin and Qi Ziyue gathered a group of armed men to kill her. The Tang family had support from an armed gang. Although the gang was barely comparable with the Qin gang or the Kirin gang, it was threatening enough in ordinary people's eyes. Only a few people knew the name and location of the armed gang behind the Tang family. Even Gu Ning herself knew very little about it. In her previous incarnation, she was merely a killing machine in Tang Bingsan's eyes, so it was impossible that Tang Bingsan would allow her to know much about his secrets. However, Gu Ning wasn't afraid of Tang Bingsan's power at all. Instead, she was quite interested in ruining his power. At the same time, Gu Ning had no intention to be the chairman of the Tang family's business group, because she preferred to build up her own business empire. In that case, if Tang Qingyang wanted to take over the Tang family's business group, she was willing to help him. Tang Qingyang also noticed Gu Ning looking at him differently, but he didn't take it seriously. They greeted each other, then sat down. Before long, Su Qinin's other friend arrived. It was a 25-year-old sexy woman. She was wearing a tight dress, which accentuated her figure, and she attracted a lot of attention from men in the bar when she walked over. Even Song Nan and the others who had seen countless beautiful women before couldn't help giving her glances. Hi, everyone. She walked up to them and flipped her hair, which was quite alluring. Even her voice sounded sexy. Saying that, she sat right next to Song Nan and said, "We meet again, handsome guy. Don't you see the 2 really handsome men in front of you?" Song Nan said with annoyance. "Well, why are you so displeased with it? I'm not making fun of you." She rolled her eyes at Song Nan. Even though she was rolling her eyes, she still seemed very attractive, as if she was born a stunner. "You?" Song Nan didn't know what to say. He always failed in an argument with her. Su Qinin laughed, then introduced the woman to them. "Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Gu Anna." After that, she introduced the others to Gu Anna. "Hi, Gu Ning, have we met before? You look so familiar," Gu Anna said to Gu Ning. But she sounded like she was flirting with Gu Ning. Gu Ning understood that Gu Anna was serious, but she was sure that this was the first time they had met each other. "Maybe," Gu Ning replied with a smile. Gu Ning didn't care about it, but Gu Anna fell into deep thought. She thought that she must have seen Gu Ning's face somewhere before. All of a sudden, Gu Anna took out her phone and searched Gu Ning's name on the internet. "Oh, it's really you. Goddess Gu!" she exclaimed with excitement. Everyone was surprised, looking at Gu Anna with confusion, then turned to look at Gu Ning. What? Gu Ning, however, realized that Gu Anna must have seen her picture on the internet. "Goddess Gu, I admire you so much. Gu Anna became Gu Ning's biggest fan at once. Could you please take pictures with me? My colleagues will be very jealous of me. Gu Anna seemed so adorable, and nobody had the heart to reject her. However, before Gu Ning could say a word, Su Qinin asked, "What's going on here?" "Search Gu Ning's name on the internet and you'll know," Gu Anna said with impatience, then looked at Gu Ning with anticipation, like she would cry if Gu Ning rejected her. The others took out their phones and searched Gu Ning's name on the internet without delay. Gu Ning couldn't resist Gu Anna's charm, so she agreed. Gu Anna immediately got up and moved to Gu Ning's side. She took many photos of her and Gu Ning within seconds. When Su Qinin and others read the news about Gu Ning, they were all shocked. "Miss Gu, it was you who rescued my younger cousin." Jiang Ruiqin was excited and astonished. "Your younger cousin?" Gu Ning didn't know whom Jiang Ruiqin was talking about. "The boy who had been kidnapped on the overpass," Jiang Ruiqin said. "Oh, that." Gu Ning figured out that Jiang Ruiqin was Master Zhang's grandson. "Wow. Gu Ning, you're so amazing." Su Qinin was totally amazed by what Gu Ning had done. "I can't believe it's true," Song Nen said. "Miss Gu, have you been practicing kung fu ever since you were a kid?" "Yes," Gu Ning said. "I'm curious whether you can beat Jinshin down," Jiang Ruiqin said. "Of course she can," Su Qinin said with obvious admiration towards Gu Ning. "What?" Hearing that, Jiang Ruiqin was even more shocked. Did they try it? Although it was a question, Jiang Ruiqin already had the answer. Otherwise Su Qinin wouldn't have said that Gu Ning could beat Su Jinshin down. "Yes, but it didn't last long, because my older brother clearly couldn't win," Su Qinin said, and she didn't bother to hide her disdain for Su Jinshin. Tang Qingyang and Song Nan knew that Su Jinshin was Su Qinin's older brother, but they didn't know much about him, so they weren't very impressed by Gu Ning's ability. However, Jiang Ruiqin was very familiar with Su Jinshin, so he was quite shocked to know that Gu Ning could easily beat him in a fight. Since Gu Ning was better than Su Jinshin, it seemed that she was a match for Leng Xiaoting. Jiang Ruiqin didn't know that Gu Ning actually was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, and thought that it was impossible that they could meet each other, so he didn't mention Leng Xiaoting. "Su Qinin, couldn't you save your older brother some face?" Gu Anna was amused. Su Qinin shrugged. She didn't care about it at all. "Oh, Goddess Gu, is your jewelry store branch open in the capital? I saw many beautiful pictures on the official website of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and I really want to buy some. But City G is too far away and I don't have time to fly there," Gu Anna asked Gu Ning. She was a jewelry lover. "We'll open the branch in the capital next week," Gu Ning asked. "Really?" Gu Anna was excited. "Please let me know once it's open." Saying that, Gu Anna took out her name card from her bag and gave it to Gu Ning. "No problem." Gu Ning took it with pleasure. Gu Anna was a potential customer, so she would obviously not reject. A while later, Song Nen received a call and left. "If you'll excuse me, I need to use the ladies' room," Gu Anna said, then walked to the ladies' room. However, when she walked back, a young man stopped her. The man had 2 shot glasses of alcohol in his hands. He gave 1 shot glass to Gu Anna and said, "Hey beauty, let me buy you a drink." "Thanks, but I don't want a drink right now," Gu Anna said. The man felt a little embarrassed and glanced around, then said to her in a low voice, "Do me a favor. I made a bet with my friends. If you drink this shot, they'll lose 20,000 yuan, and I can give you 10,000 yuan. How is it?" Gu Anna sneered. Although she didn't know whether this man was telling the truth, she wouldn't take the risk of drinking a shot of alcohol given by a stranger in a bar. If the alcohol was doctored, she would be in danger. 10,000 yuan is nothing in my eyes. Please get out of my way, Gu Anna said with disdain, then walked away. However, the man was annoyed by her attitude. I think you better listen to me and drink it now. If you embarrass me, I'll make you a joke. Gu Anna was displeased, but she wasn't afraid. I think you better leave me alone now. The boss of this bar is my friend. Hearing that, the man was struck dumb for a second, but he wasn't scared either. So what? Song Nan is nobody. Song Nan was indeed nobody in his eyes, but Gu Anna admired Song Nan. She frowned, feeling the danger ahead. It was Song Nan's bar, so Gu Anna wasn't willing to cause any trouble. What should she do now? What do you want to do? Gu Anna asked coldly. Drink it, he said. It seemed he wouldn't let her go unless she drank the shot. Gu Anna rolled her eyes, walking away, but was grabbed by the man. The man slapped her across her face, and the clear sound attracted a lot of attention from people in the bar. However, nobody helped her, because none of them wanted to be involved in this mess. Fuck you, bitch! The man even swore at her. In fact, Gu Ning had noticed them, but she thought that the man was Gu Anna's friend. However, to her astonishment, he slapped Gu Anna. If the man slapped a stranger, she wouldn't get involved, but Gu Anna was her friend's friend after all, so she couldn't stand aside. Therefore, Gu Ning stood up at once. She didn't say anything, walking towards them. Su Qinin and the others thought that she was going to the ladies' room, so they didn't pay much attention to her. How dare you! Gu Anna was so mad that she grabbed a bottle on the nearby table and hit the man over the head without hesitation. Although Gu Anna looked weak, she wasn't a weak woman at all. Instead, she would fight back once she was treated unfairly. Nobody thought that Gu Anna was going to attack the man, and the man was hit right on the head. With a loud crash, the bottle broke and the man's head immediately started bleeding. Everyone was shocked, and the sound also attracted the attention of Su Qinin's group. Damn it! Anna is in danger, Su Qinin said, standing up, then ran to Gu Anna, followed by Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang. Are you all right? The man's friends ran to him too. Fuck! How dare you hit me? The man was annoyed and attacked Gu Anna. However, when he had just raised his hand was grabbed by a slim, beautiful girl. The girl looked very pretty, but was also cold, which scared him. Besides, this girl was so powerful and he couldn't move at all. Without delay, Gu Ning broke the man's wrist and kicked the back of his knee. The man abruptly knelt down right before Gu Anna. The scene shocked everyone in the bar again. How dare you hit Lord Lin? Lord Lin's two friends stepped forward, trying to attack Gu Ning, but was stopped by Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang. Let me go! They struggled and argued loudly, but couldn't get rid of the control of Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang. What happened? Su Qinin asked with concern. The man tried to force me to drink a shot and I refused, so he slapped me, Gu Anna said in anger. She was born in the Gu family, and nobody dared to humiliate her like that. In the capital, there was only one super-rich family called Gu. Hearing that and seeing the palm mark on Gu Anna's face, Su Qinin was in a rage. She didn't hesitate to slap the man several times and said, Who do you think you are? Stop it. Do you know who he is? He is... A friend of the man tried to stop Su Qinin. However, Su Qinin interrupted him with impatience and said with disdain, I don't care. Saying that, she slapped the man once more. At this moment, Song Nan walked to them after hearing the fight. Song Nan, if you don't support Lord Lin today, your bar will be closed. Another friend of the man who was the so-called Lord Lin said with obvious arrogance, like he was the king. Song Nan, instead, ignored him. He coldly stared at the man and said, Lord Lin, don't be so arrogant. Your family could be punished because of you. Song Nan didn't tell them who Gu Anna was, but it was quite obvious that Gu Anna came from a family that was much more powerful than their families. Hearing that, Lord Lin's two friends shut their mouths at once. As for Lord Lin, he didn't have the strength to resist now. Send him to the hospital. If he wants to get revenge on me, I'm here waiting for him, Song Nan said. Lord Lin's friends supported him to stand up, then escaped. Gu Anna didn't say anything, but followed her friends, walking back to their seats. Other customers in the bar also kept on drinking and enjoying the music. In order to comfort them, Song Nan gave everyone 20% off. Su Qinin and her friends, however, left the bar a short while later. It wasn't early when they walked out of the bar, so they decided that they should go home. In cars, Su Qinin and Gu Anna drove their own cars here. Although they drank, they didn't drink a lot, so they drove home on their own. Let me send you home, Su Qinin said to Gu Ning. However, before Gu Ning could answer, Jiang Ruiqin said first. I live in the same community as Miss Gu. If you don't mind, I can drive you home, Miss Gu. Of course not, thanks. Gu Ning didn't know that Jiang Ruiqin admired her from afar, so she agreed. Great, Su Qinin said. After that, Gu Ning along with Tang Qingyang got into Jiang Ruiqin's car. Miss Gu, which high school are you studying in? Jiang Ruiqin asked. Although he still didn't know much about Gu Ning, after reading the news about her, he noticed her age. The number 3 high school in City F, Gu Ning said. City F? You don't live in the capital? Hearing that, Jiang Ruiqin felt surprised as well as disappointed. If Gu Ning didn't live in the capital, he wouldn't see her often. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Which college is your aim? Jiang Ruiqin asked again. The capital university, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Jiang Ruiqin relaxed. As long as Gu Ning was going to stay in the capital, he would have more chances to meet her. Oh, why don't we exchange phone numbers? You can turn to me for help if you encounter any trouble in the capital. You're Qinin's friend after all, so you're my friend too, Jiang Ruiqin said kindly. He seemed calm, but was actually very nervous because he was afraid that Gu Ning would reject him. Tang Qingyang, who was Jiang Ruiqin's close friend, also noticed that Jiang Ruiqin liked Gu Ning. He had never seen Jiang Ruiqin being so kind and gentle to a girl when they met for the first time. Sure. Tell me your phone number. Gu Ning agreed, because Jiang Ruiqin was Jiang Zhongyu's grandson and she would meet him in the future. Hearing that, Jiang Ruiqin finally relaxed, then told Gu Ning his number. Gu Ning called him, then hung up at once. Mr. Tang, why don't we exchange phone numbers too? Gu Ning took the initiative to ask for Tang Qingyang's number because she knew that she was going to cooperate with him. Jiang Ruiqin, however, felt upset and couldn't help wondering whether Gu Ning liked Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang also had the same idea, so he hesitated. Although he thought that Gu Ning was very attractive, he gave up once he found out that Jiang Ruiqin liked her. However, he felt shy to reject Gu Ning, so he agreed. Gu Ning didn't know what they were thinking. If she knew, she would explain to them that she already had a boyfriend. After a while of silence, Jiang Ruiqin asked Tang Qingyang, Qingyang, when will you start to work in the company? Tomorrow, Tang Qingyang said. Are you ready for it? Jiang Ruiqin asked. Yeah, Tang Qingyang said lightly. Although he sounded relaxed, Gu Ning sensed that he was quite stressed. Although Tang Qingyang didn't say it aloud, Gu Ning understood that he was going to fight on the battlefield. Before long, Gu Ning found that someone was stalking them. She used her jade eyes and saw a familiar face in the car behind them. She had met him in her previous incarnation. The man was in his early 30s and worked for Tang Bingson. Gu Ning had seen him a few times in her previous incarnation. Without a doubt, Gu Ning understood that he had to be stalking Tang Qingyang. However, she didn't know the reason why Tang Bingson sent him to follow Tang Qingyang. Gu Ning actually didn't know his real name, but people all called him Lao Gui. Besides, Lao Gui was very good at fighting. Although Gu Ning wasn't afraid of him, she was worried that Tang Qingyang might not be his match. Therefore, Gu Ning had to do something. Mr. Jiang, how is your driving skill? Gu Ning asked. Not bad. Jiang Ruiqin thought that Gu Ning was just chatting with him. He didn't know that someone was stalking them. Can you see the black off-road vehicle behind us? It's been following us for a long time. I think someone is stalking us, Gu Ning said. What? Hearing that, both Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang were surprised, then displeased. Tang Qingyang turned back and saw a car following not far behind them. Even though they had made several turns, the car still followed them. At this moment, they were sure that someone was stalking them. I think I'm the target, Tang Qingyang said. Although he said it with doubt, he was very sure that he was the target because he clearly knew that he was in a very dangerous situation now. What should we do? Jiang Ruiqin asked in a deep voice. Are you confident that you can get rid of him? If you're not, let me do it, Gu Ning said with a serious face. A touch of embarrassment flashed by Jiang Ruiqin's face. I don't think I can do it. Can you? He wasn't doubting Gu Ning's ability, but he was worried about her safety. I can, Gu Ning said with confidence. Ever since Jiang Ruiqin got to know what Gu Ning had done, he had great admiration for Gu Ning and he trusted her. No problem. Let me stop it by the roadside first. Saying that, he stopped the car. When they stopped, the car behind them stopped too. There was a lot of traffic on the road. Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang would probably never have noticed it if Gu Ning hadn't told them. In order not to arouse their suspicion, Mr. Tang, please go buy several bottles of water. Mr. Jiang, you can stay in the car and directly move to the rear seats, and I'll replace you, Gu Ning said. No problem. Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang agreed and started to take action. Tang Qingyang, who was sitting in the front passenger's seat, got out of the car and walked to a nearby convenience store. At the same time, Jiang Ruiqin moved to the rear seats from the driver's seat and was replaced by Gu Ning. Before long, Tang Qingyang was back and got in the car again. Lao Gui didn't notice any change from behind. Afterwards, Gu Ning reminded them to be prepared, and then she started the car. In the beginning, she drove it at the regular speed, then suddenly accelerated it. She didn't even bother to slow down when there was a lot of traffic, and she could always masterfully overtake other cars on the road. Other drivers on the road all noticed a black private car smoothly moving at a high speed among the traffic. They kept swearing, but had to admit that the driver of the black private car was really skillful. Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang were both shocked. Even Lao Gui was astonished, and thought that he might have been discovered. Thinking of that, Lao Gui stopped following, in case he would expose himself. After all, he had only received the order to follow Tang Qingyang and see what Tang Qingyang was doing and whom Tang Qingyang was hanging out with. There was no need for him to attack Tang Qingyang right now. Seeing that Lao Gui stopped following, Gu Ning and the others were a little surprised, but didn't think further. Lao Gui called Tang Bingsen the moment he stopped following Tang Qingyang, and reported on what had just happened. At that moment, Tang Bingsen was having sex with his mistress, Tian Feifei, in a big house. Tang Bingsen was an aged old man after all, and his body was already out of shape, while Tian Feifei was young and hot. However, she had to sell her body for money and fame, and even pretended to have orgasms when Tang Bingsen penetrated her to please him. Tang Bingsen was in his late 50s now, and he easily ran out of strength. Men always wanted to prove their manhood in bed, and refused to admit that they were aging. Therefore, even though Tang Bingsen clearly knew that he was already old and out of strength, he still didn't want his women to despise him. However, right at this moment, Tang Bingsen's phone rang. He was mad about being interrupted, but he knew that it had to be something important, otherwise his subordinates wouldn't dare call him when he was free. So although Tang Bingsen was displeased, he had to take it. Tian Feifei, instead, couldn't care less about it, because she was always acting in bed with Tang Bingsen. In fact, she thought that her agent was much better than Tang Bingsen. Tian Feifei maintained a secret sexual relationship with her agent, but she didn't have the right to have a boyfriend because of Tang Bingsen. If Tang Bingsen found out that she was having sex with another man, he would abandon her after torturing her. However, Tian Feifei wasn't worried about it if the man was her agent. Anyway, Tang Bingsen assigned the agent to her in person, and the agent was very loyal to Tang Bingsen, except he was secretly sleeping with his mistress, so Tang Bingsen trusted him very much. The agent also clearly knew that Tang Bingsen was just paying Tian Feifei for sex. If Tang Bingsen had the intention to marry Tian Feifei, he wouldn't have dared to sleep with her. Tian Feifei also wasn't afraid that her agent would expose their secret, because Tang Bingsen definitely wouldn't let her agent get away with it once it was exposed. Therefore, Tian Feifei and her agent shared a dangerous secret, and they had to protect each other because of it. What? Tang Bingsen sounded very displeased. No man would be pleased if he was interrupted during sex. Lao Gui also sensed that, so he was more cautious. Boss, it seems that he noticed me and suddenly sped up, so I stopped following. What? He noticed you? Tang Bingsen was mad upon hearing that, because he thought that he had taken Tang Qingyang lightly. Tang Bingsen told Lao Gui to keep on watching Tang Qingyang, but he had to be more careful this time. After that, Tang Bingsen put on his clothes and was about to go home. Boss, Don't forget to take a shower before you go home, Tian Feifei said to remind him not to be discovered by his wife. Hearing that, Tang Bingson walked to the bathroom at once. At the same time, Gu Ning and the others arrived at the housing area. Gu Ning drove the car to the front of Zone C in the housing area, but she didn't stop it right in front of Leng Xiaoting's house, because she wasn't willing to let them know where she lived. Jiang Ruiqin understood and didn't ask further. Mr. Tang, thank you so much for sending me home. Bye-bye. Gu Ning got out of the car. You don't need to call us misters. We're friends now after all, Jiang Ruiqin said, trying to be close to Gu Ning. Sure. Bye-bye Ruiqin and Xingyang, Gu Ning said, then left. Jiang Ruiqin sat back to the driver's seat, and he didn't start the car until Gu Ning disappeared from his sight. What? Is she your type? Tang Xingyang joked. Although it was a question, he already knew the answer. I think she's more interested in you than me, Jiang Ruiqin said with jealousy. Of course not, Tang Xingyang said. She asked for your phone number. Jiang Ruiqin went down a dead end. Maybe she thought that it was impolite to only exchange phone numbers with you, Tang Xingyang said to comfort him. Hearing that, Jiang Ruiqin thought that it was reasonable, so he stopped complaining. When Gu Ning got home, she told Kay to investigate Tang Bingson and the Tang family in the capital. In a villa near the southern suburbs from the center of the city. Tang Bingson felt really tired when he got home and his wife, Ji Yijing, was still awake watching TV in the living hall. She was actually waiting for Tang Bingson to come home. Ji Yijing was Tang Yaxin's biological mother who had replaced Tang Aining's biological mother and became Tang Bingson's second wife. She was already 45 years old, but looked much younger than her age. Ji Yijing didn't work, and all she was doing was taking good care of her appearance. Even so, Tang Bingson had cheated on her many times. In fact, Ji Yijing was aware that Tang Bingson had mistresses, but she turned a blind eye on it, because she had once been his mistress too. She also knew that she couldn't stop him from doing it, and she enjoyed her luxurious life now. However, if there was a love child, she would do everything to kill the child. Seeing Tang Bingson walking in, Ji Yijing stood up at once and welcomed him home. Hi, I've made some chicken soup for you. Have some before you go to sleep. Great, Tang Bingson said, then walked to the table. Ji Yijing immediately served the chicken soup for him. After drinking the chicken soup, they went upstairs to go to bed. When it was midnight, Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to bother her at midnight, but he just finished his task at this moment and couldn't wait a second longer to call her. I'm in your house in the capital, Gu Ning said. Great. I'll be right back, Leng Xiaoting said, but didn't tell her the exact time. Gu Ning thought that Leng Xiaoting would be back tomorrow afternoon. However, to her surprise, she heard the door open at 4 a.m. from the first floor. She thought that it might be a thief, but an idea dawned on her the next second. Is Xiaoting back? Thinking of that, Gu Ning ran downstairs. When she had just reached the second-floor landing, she saw Leng Xiaoting standing in the living room. When they met each other's eyes, they realized how much they missed one another. At this moment, Gu Ning lost words to describe how excited she was now. She didn't expect that he would come back overnight. Leng Xiaoting missed Gu Ning so much that he was unwilling to wait a second longer to see her. The next second, Leng Xiaoting strode upstairs and clasped Gu Ning in his arms. Ning Ning, I missed you so much, Leng Xiaoting said by her ear, and she felt aroused by his warm breath. Gu Ning reached out her arms to hug his neck and looked at him with affection. Xiaoting, I missed you too. How much? Leng Xiaoting asked, and he started to breathe fast. More than you could imagine, Gu Ning said, and directly kissed his lips. They kissed wildly along the way to the bedroom, and then undressed each other within seconds. Right when Leng Xiaoting pressed on Gu Ning against the bed, she suddenly noticed the injury on his chest, and was shocked. She remembered clearly that she had never seen this injury before. Although its color became much lighter and it looked like an old injury, Gu Ning knew that it was new. Without saying anything, Gu Ning cried while staring at the injury on Leng Xiaoting's chest. Her heart ached heavily for him. Seeing that, Lung Xiaoting knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Ning Ning, don't cry. I'm fine now. Don't worry, he said to comfort her at once. It was the first time that Gu Ning had cried in front of Lung Xiaoting, and he literally had no idea what he should do now. He just wiped the tears off her face. Gu Ning still said nothing, because she knew that Lung Xiaoting's job was dangerous and it was unavoidable to have some injuries. That was the reason why she had given Lung Xiaoting bottles of power crystals. However, she still couldn't accept the fact that he was badly injured. Gu Ning couldn't imagine the result if she hadn't prepared power crystals for him, or he had run out of the power crystals. Besides, the injury was right on his chest. It must have been a very dangerous injury. If he had been shot in the heart, he could have died, no matter how many power crystals he had taken. The effect of the power crystals was barely comparable to her power. If Lung Xiaoting was really in mortal danger, she could only save his life by directly putting her power into his body. Ning Ning. Lung Xiaoting was more anxious because Gu Ning remained silent, but cried the entire time. He knew that Gu Ning felt heartbroken seeing the injury on his chest, so he held her tightly to make her believe that he was fine now. He also felt guilty that Gu Ning cried for him. He didn't want to be injured either, but he was just a human being. If it was possible, he didn't want to be injured at all in a war or fierce gunfight so that Gu Ning wouldn't be worried. He felt sad too when Gu Ning was sad. Gu Ning stopped crying a while later and raised her hand to touch Lung Xiaoting's injury, secretly putting her power into his body. Although Lung Xiaoting was fine after taking the power crystals, Gu Ning still wanted his injury to heal as soon as possible. However, Gu Ning just healed the inside of the injury and left its surface the same in order to not arouse Lung Xiaoting's suspicion. Since it already happened, Gu Ning didn't want to say much, but reminded him to be careful the next time. You must protect yourself well the next time. I will. I promise, Lung Xiaoting said. Even so, Gu Ning still felt sad in her heart, because both of them knew that it was a lie. As long as he was a soldier in the special forces, he was living with danger. The next morning, Jiang Ruiqin got up to run at 6 a.m. in order to encounter Gu Ning. In case Tang Qingyang would interrupt them, he even forbade Tang Qingyang to appear with him. Unfortunately, he didn't see Gu Ning during the whole morning, which disappointed him. He wanted to call Gu Ning, but was afraid that he would disturb her. Most importantly, they just met each other and weren't familiar, so he felt shy to call her now. Jiang Ruiqin had never been afraid of anything before, but it all changed after he met Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning was absent, Jiang Ruiqin didn't run for long and soon went home. What happened? You seem so upset, Tang Qingyang asked Jiang Ruiqin, although he already had the answer. Nothing, Jiang Ruiqin lied. Fine. Since Jiang Ruiqin wasn't willing to say it, Tang Qingyang wouldn't ask further. Lung Xiaoting hadn't had a good rest for a long time because of his task, so he had a long deep sleep. He didn't wake up until 9 a.m., and Gu Ning was still in her sweet dreams. He fixed his eyes, which were full of love, on Gu Ning, and felt like he had regained a priceless treasure. Gu Ning woke up a while later, and felt a little uneasy when Lung Xiaoting stared straight at her. I'm a little hungry, Gu Ning said. Are you? Let me help. Lung Xiaoting wore an evil smile and pressed on Gu Ning. Hey! Gu Ning pushed him away. I want food, not you. Why were men always thinking about sex? Lung Xiaoting stopped flirting with Gu Ning and said with love in his voice, Sleep for a while longer, and I'll go cook for you. Gu Ning indeed needed more rest now, because she was so exhausted after the wild sex last night. Lung Xiaoting got up at once and took a shower before he went to go grocery shopping. When Gu Ning woke up again, it was already 11:30 a.m., and Lung Xiaoting had almost finished cooking too. Gu Ning left the bed and took a shower. When she walked out, the dishes were already on the table. Come on. Have a seat, Lung Xiaoting said to her. Gu Ning was starving and enjoyed the meal without hesitation. Lung Xiaoting began to eat as well, and put a lot of food into Gu Ning's bowl. When Gu Ning was almost full, she slowed down and said, I met Master Jiang, Master Su and your grandpa at the antique street yesterday. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was surprised and panicked a little. And? Lung Xiaoting asked. Actually, he wanted to ask whether his grandpa had recognized Gu Ning, but he was afraid that Gu Ning might find out that he already told his grandpa that he had a girlfriend. Gu Ning didn't notice anything unusual with Ling Xiaoting and said, "They bought some real antiques at my store. I didn't want to charge them at the beginning, but they weren't willing to take them for free, so I told them to pay me 100,000 yuan each." Ling Xiaoting nodded. "Oh, how is Uncle Tang now?" he asked with concern. "He's awake now," Gu Ning said. "Glad to know that." Ling Xiaoting was relieved. If Tang Yunfan couldn't wake up, Gu Ning and Gu Man wouldn't live a happy life. "What's your plan today?" Ling Xiaoting asked. "The flagship store of Colane is going to open tomorrow, so I want to have a look at the products today," Gu Ning said. "I'll go with you," Ling Xiaoting said. After the meal, Ling Xiaoting told Gu Ning to have a rest, and he went to wash dishes himself. "Well, it's really good to have a boyfriend who's good at cooking and housework, so that I can eat and sleep well," Gu Ning said and complimented Ling Xiaoting. "Eat well, and you can sleep well," Ling Xiaoting said, and the stress was on the word of sleep. Gu Ning flushed and ignored Ling Xiaoting, walking upstairs. She went back to the bedroom and checked her phone. There was a missed call from Su Qinin, so she called her back at once. The moment Su Qinin answered Gu Ning's call, she was very excited. "Gu Ning, the skincare products you sent me are so good. I've never used such a set of effective products before. My skin is very smooth and shiny now. Women all cared about their appearances. Oh, my mother even wanted to steal the set from me, but she failed." "Haha," Su Qinin said with great pride. It seemed that Su Qinin's mother also became a loyal customer of Gu Ning's skincare products now. Hearing the good news, Gu Ning smiled with satisfaction. She was confident that her products would soon be popular. "When will your skincare products be put on the market?" "My mother wants it so badly," Su Qinin asked. "Tomorrow," Gu Ning said. "There are also many new products, and you can go to the flagship store tomorrow." In fact, Gu Ning could send Su Qinin's mother a set, but she didn't do that because her store would be opening tomorrow and it needed popularity. Where? Su Qinin asked with excitement. "Number 168, XX Road, downtown. Don't forget to go there along with your mother," Gu Ning said. "Of course I won't. I'll tell my mother right now," Su Qinin said, then hung up and went to tell her mother the exciting news. Her mother called several female friends at once, and they decided that they would go there tomorrow together. Su Qinin's mother had no intention to promote Gu Ning's brand, because she didn't know Gu Ning anyway, but she simply thought that the products were quite good, so she recommended it to her friends. Su Qinin called Gu Anna later as well, and invited her to go with her. Gu Anna cared more about skincare products than Su Qinin, so she absolutely wouldn't miss it. Even if not for the skincare products, they were Gu Ning's friends, and should go to congratulate Gu Ning tomorrow. After washing dishes, Ling Xiaoting and Gu Ning left home together. At the same time, a piece of news went viral. It was about the ads of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. Su Tonghua was a beauty herself, and she looked even more stunning in the photos and video ad after Kay's editing. No matter if it was a photo or video ad, it was very attractive. Su Tonghua dressed in 3 different styles in the posters and video ad. She was as pure as a flower fairy, as elegant as a noblewoman, and as powerful as a queen. She looked perfect with the jade jewelry. "Wow, she's a pure goddess. I'm in love with her now. She's so stunning. So is the jade jewelry. The posters make me want to buy all of them, but I'm too poor to afford that. Haha, haha." Once the posters and the video ad were out, the number of Su Tonghua's followers on social media rapidly increased. At the same time, many people were impressed by the high level of the ad. Therefore, the ad attracted more and more attention and soon became the hottest topic on Weibo. Once it became popular, haters couldn't remain silent anymore. "I think she only looks good because of her delicate makeup and the retoucher's outstanding skills. I don't like her. She looks like a calculating bitch." Seeing the above comments, Su Tonghua's fans got mad. "Haters, couldn't you focus more on yourself? You're simply jealous of Tonghua's achievements now, because you haters can never achieve anything." As long as Su Tonghua's loyal fans saw vicious comments, They would argue with them and force those haters to shut their mouths. Anyway, there was no star who was admired by everyone. Even if an actor was very famous or even became a household name, there would always be some people who disliked him or her very much. No matter who worked in the entertainment industry, he or she must be prepared to be criticized or sworn at for no reason. When the crew of Infinite Horror saw the ad of Su Tongnua, they were all stunned too. Bai Lin was quite envious and even a little jealous of Su Tongnua's success now, but she had no intention to scheme against her. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting came to the flagship store later. It was divided into 2 spaces, and the pharmacy occupied 3/4 of the entire store, while the rest belonged to the skincare products. The sign of the pharmacy was Colane Pharmacy, while that of the skincare product store was Cozy Skincare. At the lower right corners of the 2 signs, the direct sales store was marked. Direct sales meant that this company directly sold its products at these 2 stores. Colane Pharmacy was decorated in the same style as other pharmacies. Cozy Skincare, however, was decorated beautifully. "Nice to see you, Miss Gu and Mr. Lang." Ning Chongkai greeted them when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. Gu Ning had told Ning Chongkai to call her Miss Gu outside of her company, so Ning Chongkai followed her order. Leng Xiaoting had accompanied Gu Ning to acquire the medicine factory, so Ning Chongkai naturally knew him. "How is everything going now?" Gu Ning asked. Ning Chongkai guided Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walking around the store and said, "Most of the products have been placed on shelves." Several workers in the store were stunned by Gu Ning's and Leng Xiaoting's appearance when they walked towards them. Right at this moment, a young man suddenly rushed in carrying a woman on his back. The woman's face was pale and she seemed to be in great pain. The man anxiously shouted, "Is there any medicine for dysmenorrhea? My girlfriend is suffering from dysmenorrhea." The man was hanging out with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's period came all of a sudden. His girlfriend always suffered from dysmenorrhea on her period, and it hurt a lot every time. Yes, the leader of the pharmacy was a woman, and she answered the moment she heard the man's call for help. Although this pharmacy was going to open tomorrow, she wouldn't chase her potential customer away. The man put his girlfriend down on the sofa. Before long, the leader came back with a box of medicine. "Take this, and she'll be fine within minutes." It was quite effective if this medicine could come into effect within minutes, because normally it took dozens of minutes or even hours. The man didn't ask further and opened it at once. There were 6 small bottles the size of a finger in the box. "Take a bottle at a time," the leader said. The man opened a bottle and helped his girlfriend take it. Once the liquid went into her mouth, she tasted some sweetness and it didn't taste terrible at all. The cool liquid medicine flowed down her throat. The moment the liquid medicine arrived at her stomach, her pain was gradually relieved, and the woman didn't feel much pain after only a minute. "How is it?" the man asked nervously. "It's so good," his girlfriend said. "Wow, this medicine is so amazing. I feel much better now after only 1 or 2 minutes. Honey, let's buy more of this." "No problem." The man was relieved that his girlfriend seemed fine now. "How much is this?" he asked the leader. 60 yuan, the leader said. "This medicine is aimed to reduce abdominal pain. Not only dysmenorrhea, but it's also effective for general stomach pain. Please give me another 5 boxes of it." The man didn't think that this medicine was expensive at all, although its price was twice as high as normal medicine. The leader went to fetch 5 more boxes and the man went to pay for them at the counter. At this moment, his girlfriend was able to walk on her own now. Because she was carried in by her boyfriend, many people noticed them and were wondering what was happening. When she walked out herself, everyone was surprised. "Hey, miss, what happened to you just then? Why can you walk out on your own now?" an old woman asked her with curiosity. The woman seemed a little embarrassed, but still answered, I always suffer from dysmenorrhea on my period. My boyfriend and I just walked by this pharmacy, so we went in and bought a box of medicine. The medicine is so effective and I feel much better now." "Really?" Hearing that, everyone was astonished. "If so, I must buy some for my daughter too," another woman said and walked into the pharmacy. "Oh, I should also buy some for my daughter-in-law." another old woman said and stepped into the pharmacy. Are there other effective medicines in the store? A man asked. Let's go inside and check it ourselves, another man said, and walked in the pharmacy too. Other people around noticed them walking to the pharmacy one by one, and they got curious too. Once it started, more and more people followed others walking inside out of curiosity. In addition, many of them acquired a lot of medicines at a time. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing to prepare some effective medicines at home. Since this pharmacy was already established, people believed that the medicines in it were all qualified and safe. Although the medicines in this pharmacy were more expensive than those in other pharmacies, many people believed that their prices were higher for a reason. There was a girl who had an allergy because of eating mangoes. It was useless to apply ointment, and she had adverse reactions to infusion. A saleswoman gave the girl a 50 milliliters lotion at once, which was well packaged, and this medicine was also very effective. In the beginning, the girl thought that it was too expensive, so the leader told her to try it for free. After applying it for a few minutes, her skin gradually went back to normal. If she continued to apply the lotion 3 times a day, she would fully recover from the allergy. Moreover, this lotion was also effective in removing acne marks. Therefore, it was very popular among girls. Without hesitation, the girl bought it at once. Other girls in the pharmacy also bought it after seeing its effect with their own eyes. Some people bought many kinds of medicine for themselves or their families too, according to the illnesses they had, such as cold, rheumatism, joint pain, and so on. Those were all common illnesses but weren't serious, so it could be kept under control by taking medicines. Cultivation Pharmacy provided all the medicines for common illnesses. Why are the medicines here all the same brand? Someone suddenly asked. A salesman explained. It's a direct sales store of a pharmaceutical company, so there is only their brand, but the brand covers all the common illnesses. Look, there are many skincare products too. They're so expensive. Another saleswoman explained. If you hesitate because of its price, you can try its sample first. If you like it, you can buy more after that. Really? Hearing that, the girl was very happy and took 3 free samples of skin toner, emulsion, and serum. Other girls all got the same free samples. Within a dozen minutes, there were dozens of customers coming in and out of this pharmacy. Although only half of them bought something, they were still able to make several thousand yuan. It's a really good beginning. Gu Ning and the others saw everything in the lounge, and Ning Chongkai was especially excited. There was also a satisfied smile on Gu Ning's lips. To be honest, she was surprised that this pharmacy could be so profitable within a short time even before it opened. Around 9 a.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. They went directly back to Leng Xiaoting's house. However, on the way home, Leng Xiaoting received Su Jinshan's call. Hey Xiaoting, since Gu Ning is in the capital now, why don't you share a meal with us? Leng Xiaoting didn't answer it at once, but looked at Gu Ning asking for her opinion in silence. Gu Ning could hear Su Jinshan's voice on the phone and didn't reject. Afterwards, they went to the appointed place. Before long, Gu Ning's phone rang, and the caller was Zheng Peng, who was in City Teng. Hi, Uncle Zheng, Gu Ning said. Boss, Burma will hold the annual public jade bid on the 28th next month. Will you be attending it? Zheng Peng asked. The public jade bid was held once every year in Burma, and it was the largest public jade bid activity in Burma. The public jade bid was the most exciting competition for jade merchants. It was a comprehensive competition of wealth, eyesight, and courage. Prior to the beginning of the public jade bid, all raw materials of jade were numbered and indicated its weight as well as reserve price. The reserve price was generally low. All the raw materials were publicly exhibited for 3 days, and jade merchants observed all the exhibits one by one to select what they needed. Afterwards, they evaluated its price to determine the best bid price before putting it into the bidding box. Burma was very strict about jade resources. It was only legal trade at the public jade bid, and all other kinds of trade would be regarded as smuggling. Although Gu Ning already had her own raw material mountain, she was running a jade provider now, so she needed a large amount of raw materials. In the beginning, Gu Ning planned to visit Burma to buy raw materials when she was free. She had her telepathic eye space after all, so she wasn't worried about being caught because of smuggling. However, unexpectedly, the public jade bid would be held the next month. It was already the end of this month, so she still had a month to prepare for it. She could settle the ongoing things within a month. Sure, why not? Gunning said. Leng Xiaoting heard their talk on the phone and thought that he could get at least a week free next month. If I'm free next month, I'll go with you, Leng Xiaoting said. Great. Gunning agreed. A short while after Gunning hung up the call with Zheng Peng, Jiang Ruiqin called her after he had hesitated for a long while. Hey, what are you doing now? Wanna dine out together? Jiang Ruiqin said. Hearing the voice, Leng Xiaoting immediately knew who he was, and he was confused as to how Gunning got to know Jiang Ruiqin. Thanks, but I already have an appointment with my friend, Gunning said, feeling a little bad. Well, fine, we can dine together next time. Jiang Ruiqin was a little disappointed, but didn't insist. Sure, Gunning said, then hung up. Are you familiar with him? Leng Xiaoting said, feeling slightly jealous. Gunning sensed Leng Xiaoting's emotional changes. She wore a resigned look but still explained. I'm not. I just encountered him when I ran in the morning yesterday, and I met him again when I hung out with Su Qinin last night. We just know each other for a short time. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was even more jealous. You just met him twice, and you already gave him your phone number, and you even agreed to dine with him next time? Gunning was amused by her jealous boyfriend. However, she thought that it was reasonable that he was displeased, because she had so many male friends while he had few female friends. Actually, Gunning kept a polite distance for her male friends. Gunning didn't know what to do seeing Leng Xiaoting being jealous, but she wouldn't blame him. Instead, she became more patient and explained it clearly. He's Qinin's friend and Master Zhang's grandson, so it wasn't appropriate if I refused to exchange phone numbers with him. I can make an excuse the next time if he calls again. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting cheered up. Su Jinqin invited them to dine together in the presidential suite at Jinlin Hotel, which was Su Jinqin's family business. There was a lot of game equipment inside, like a billiard table, KTV, mahjong, and darts, so that you could have some fun with your friends after the meal. Gunning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at 5:30 p.m., and their friends were already playing the games. There were 4 of them in all, including Su Jinqin, Xian Bei, Su Qinin, and Gu Anna. Hi, shouting, Gunning! The moment Gunning and Leng Xiaoting walked in, Su Jinqin and Xian Bei, who were playing Q Sports, greeted them, then continued to play. Su Qinin and Gu Anna were singing in the KTV room, but the music wasn't loud, so they heard Su Jinqin talking to Leng Xiaoting. Gu Anna was surprised that Leng Xiaoting came with Gunning and couldn't believe her ears. She didn't know Gunning's relationship with Leng Xiaoting. Oh, Gunning is here. Su Qinin was excited and stood up, walking out. Wait, why did Gunning come with Xiaoting? Gu Anna asked, but Su Qinin was already gone, so she followed her out at once. When they came out, they saw Gunning standing by Leng Xiaoting's side, and he was helping her take off her backpack. Gu Anna was shocked. Are they a couple? Hi, Xiaoting, Gunning, Su Qinin said to them. Gu Anna was already struck dumb and couldn't say a word. Gunning left Leng Xiaoting alone and walked to them. Su Qinin and Gu Anna pulled Gunning into the KTV room, and Gu Anna asked her, Gunning, what's your relationship with Lord Leng? He's my boyfriend, Gunning said. What? Gu Anna was completely shocked now. Although she wasn't familiar with Leng Xiaoting, she had met him many times before because of her friendship with Su Qinin. In the beginning, Gu Anna was very attracted to Leng Xiaoting's stunning appearance and sexy body, and she had even tried to seduce him. However, he always kept a distance from her, and she was scared of his cold glances. Gu Anna used to think that Leng Xiaoting probably didn't like women. However, Su Qinin told her that Leng Xiaoting wasn't a gay. That being the case, Gu Anna was quite astonished that he suddenly had a girlfriend now. Although Gu Anna had admired Leng Xiaoting before, Leng Xiaoting never gave her any responses, so she already gave up and even felt stressed seeing him. Therefore, she was greatly surprised but not jealous. Gunning, you're Lord Leng's girlfriend. That's so astonishing, Gu Anna said. Gunning smiled, but didn't say anything because she understood why Gu Anna was as shocked as everyone else when they heard that Leng Xiaoting had a girlfriend. However, Gu Ning was wondering about Master Leng's reaction when he found out. What she didn't know was that Master Leng already knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't single. Moreover, he was eager to meet his grandson's girlfriend. In fact, they have already met each other, but neither of them knew. Guana blamed Su Qinin. Qinin, why didn't you tell me that Lord Leng has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is Gu Ning? Oh, I forgot. Su Qinin blinked her eyes and looked innocent. Guana let her go, then stared straight at Gu Ning. Tell us, who chased the other first? He chased me, Gu Ning said. Oh my God! Guana exclaimed with shock. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoting, who seemed so cold and always kept a distance from women, would chase a girl on his own initiative. Does he treat you well? Do you feel bored being with him? Don't you feel stressed in a relationship with him? Guana asked again. Ha ha! Gu Ning and Su Qinin laughed out loud. But both of them understood why she would ask those questions. Well, no matter how cold he is to others, he's always kind and tender in front of me. I don't feel bored at all being with him. I'm living a happier life than ever, Gu Ning said with a smile on her face. Glad to hear that. Since Gu Ning said so, Guana wasn't worried. Oh, Qinin told me that you've established your own brand of skincare products. It'll open tomorrow, right? I'll go there to shop with my female friends, Guana said. Great, Gu Ning said. I've told all my female friends on WeChat, and they'll go to have a look too, Su Qinin said. Oh, right, I should do that too, Guana said and sent messages to her female friends by WeChat as well. Gu Ning, why don't we add each other as WeChat contacts? Su Qinin asked Gu Ning. Sure, why not? Gu Ning took out her phone. I don't use WeChat often. You can call me if it's an emergency. No problem, Su Qinin said. Add me too, Guana said. Afterwards, Guana, Su Qinin and Gu Ning added each other as WeChat contacts. Wow, Gu Ning, you've posted nothing in your moments. Anna and I have posted countless selfies or photos of food or beautiful views. Su Qinin was surprised after checking Gu Ning's WeChat moments. I'm not a fan of doing that, Gu Ning said. Guana sent out many messages concerning Gu Ning's skincare brand, and she soon had feedback. Some said that they disliked it because it wasn't an international brand. Some also said that international brands could also be very awful. For the sake of Guana, many still decided to have a look. Guana was born in a super-rich family herself, so she, of course, wouldn't recommend bad things if she had tried them. Even though Gu Ning's skincare brand wasn't very famous yet, Guana's friends were also willing to give it a try to please Guana. Not everyone who was Guana's WeChat contact had a close relationship with her, and many girls were born in relatively poorer families than the Gu family, so they all wanted to ride on the Gu family's coattails. As long as they could maintain a good relationship with the Gu family, it was possible that the Gu family would give them a helping hand in the future. Even though they might not need that, it wasn't a bad thing to maintain a good relationship with the Gu family after all. Guana didn't care about their opinions. She wouldn't force them to buy the products anyway. The three of them talked and sang in the KTV room until 6 p.m. If Su Jinshin hadn't come to tell them to come eat together, they wouldn't have felt hungry at all. During dinner, Leng Xiaoting kept putting food into Gu Ning's bowl, and even helped her peel shrimp, which made the other four single people feel quite jealous. Hey, couldn't you care a little about our feelings? Su Jinshin said. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting knew that the others around the table were still single, but they still displayed their affection for each other right in front of them. Exactly, Guana said. I loved freedom, but now I want love. When you were alone, you felt free, and you could do whatever you wanted. However, you somehow ached for love when you saw a loving couple. Why? You're not single because of us, Leng Xiaoting said and hit the point. Fine. I'll choose a man from those who are chasing me now to be my boyfriend, Guana said like it was a very serious decision. I'm so envious of you. You still have choices, but I don't think I have, Su Qinin said. Su Qinin was beautiful, well-educated, and was also from a super-rich as well as powerful family in the capital. There were few men who had the same background as her, but she also had many admirers. However, she liked none of them. It wasn't because she had high standards of her boyfriend, but because men today were all results-driven egotists. Even though Su Qinyin had high standards for her boyfriend, she had the confidence to set the rules. In fact, she didn't demand that the man must be born in a super-rich or powerful family like her, but he must be outstanding and good-looking. However, she hadn't found anyone who meet her standards yet. Most importantly, her ex-boyfriend had a bad effect on her. Although her ex-boyfriend came from a relatively powerful family in the capital as well, his family was barely comparable to hers. Even so, Su Qinyin had never thought lightly of him. Unfortunately, her ex-boyfriend had simply taken advantage of her. Exactly because her ex-boyfriend's family was just relatively powerful, but not very powerful in the capital, he couldn't receive invitation letters from many high-end parties. The Su family, on the other hand, was one of the richest families in the capital, so Su Qinyin was always invited to attend those high-end parties. Therefore, her ex-boyfriend would ride on her coattails to expand his own network. Su Qinyin had helped him several times, but her ex-boyfriend was never satisfied. He had even demanded to meet a certain figure. After that, Su Qinyin was very disappointed and broke up with him after a violent quarrel. All in all, Su Qinyin still felt quite hurt in this relationship and didn't move on until a month had passed. Although it had happened a year ago, and she already got over her ex-boyfriend, it was still like a nightmare in her mind. She was afraid to encounter that terrible experience again, so she couldn't accept another man or fall in love easily now. Come on, you have many more admirers than I do. Don't play pitiful with me, Guanna said. As Su Qinyin's close friend, Guanna, of course, knew why Su Qinyin looked so sad now, but she thought that Su Qinyin should be more brave in love. There were indeed more bad guys than good ones in this world, but it didn't mean that there were no good men at all. Not every man behaved like Su Qinyin's ex-boyfriend after all. In addition, girls learned how to love from previous terrible experiences. Guanna did as well, but Guanna never lost hope for true love. She loved being free and she also ached for love. Fine, I just haven't found a man that I like yet, Su Qinyin said. Oh, Guning, I heard that your store will open tomorrow, Su Jinshin said. Yes, Guning answered. I'll go have a look with my friends to support you, Su Jinshin said. Why would you men go there too? Those are female skincare products, Su Qinyin said with disdain. She didn't know that Guning also had a pharmacy. Hearing that, Su Jinshin rolled his eyes at Su Qinyin, then said, I go there to support Guning out of kindness. All right? Fine. Su Qinyin made a face. After dinner, they sang a while longer in the KTV room before they separated. Once Guning and Leng Xiaoting were back in the house, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the bed. He had been waiting for this moment the entire day. Leng Xiaoting's hand touched every inch of her skin, which made her feel aroused. When he penetrated her at the end, she felt quite satisfied. At the same time, he also sensed a mysterious power in her body from somewhere deep, and his body mixed with hers into one. The next morning, Jiang Ruiqin still got up early and went out to run. He didn't run long, but stayed still at one place because he was afraid that he would miss Guning. If he was waiting for her at a certain place, he could see Guning if she passed by. However, Guning was still absent this morning. Jiang Ruiqin was more disappointed than ever now. Didn't she say that she runs in the morning every day? Why has she been absent for 2 days? Did she encounter any trouble? Or is she avoiding me? Jiang Ruiqin thought to himself. Jiang Ruiqin couldn't figure it out, and went back home feeling sad. Tang Qingyang was preparing breakfast when Jiang Ruiqin came home with obvious disappointment again. What happened? Why do you look so upset again? You didn't see her today? He asked. Jiang Ruiqin said, throwing himself onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling with an absent look on his face. I just thought that you like her, but it seems like you're in love now, Tang Qingyang said. Jiang Ruiqin's mood was completely affected by Guning now. Yeah. Jiang Ruiqin didn't deny it. Actually, he never thought that he would fall in love with a girl at the first sight, and now he was falling even deeper when he was missing her. However, it wasn't his fault anyway. Guning was so outstanding and attractive. She must have countless admirers. Tang Qingyang walked to Jiang Ruiqin and encouraged him. Tell her if you love her. She will never know it if you don't say it aloud. We have just met twice. I don't want her to think I'm easy, Jiang Ruiqin said. You're right. Tang Qingyang agreed, but he felt worried seeing his close friend being so upset. Compared to other men today, Jiang Ruiqin was really a reliable, good young man, so Tang Qingyang, as his close brother, didn't want him to be hurt by a woman again. Jiang Ruiqin had been hurt by a woman in love, but it had happened a long time ago, and he had already moved on now. True love was only for the right person. Gu Ning woke up at 7 a.m. Once she opened her eyes, Leng Xiaoting's stunning, sleeping face appeared in her sight, and she was deeply attracted to it. Leng Xiaoting's tan skin looked very sexy in the sunshine. His flawless face was as beautiful as a statue. Maybe he wasn't the most handsome man in the world, but he definitely was the most attractive one in her eyes, and she was willing to do everything for him. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting opened his eyes and wore an evil smile. Gu Ning was a little scared, but still couldn't move her eyes away from his smile. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was quite satisfied and wore a broader smile, which stunned Gu Ning. Do you enjoy looking at me? Leng Xiaoting asked in his husky voice. Yeah, Gu Ning said, listening to her heart. Go on, Leng Xiaoting said. Why don't you kiss me? Gu Ning, however, stopped looking at him and was about to leave the bed. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoting pulled her back and pressed on her body without hesitation. What are you doing? Gu Ning looked at him, feeling nervous. Let's do some morning exercise, Leng Xiaoting said with a serious face. No, my store is going to open today, and I must be there this morning. Gu Ning struggled to get rid of his control. I know, so it won't take long, Leng Xiaoting said, and kissed her to close her mouth. Gu Ning couldn't resist it, and started to enjoy his kissing and touching. The foreplay only lasted for a short time today before Leng Xiaoting penetrated her. After a dozen minutes, Leng Xiaoting stopped. He hugged Gu Ning while taking a shower today. He knew that she would be busy today, so he wouldn't exercise again with her. After putting on fresh clothes, they left the house together. It was almost 9:30 a.m. when they arrived. A while later, Su Jinchen came with flowers to congratulate Gu Ning. Congratulations, Su Jinchen said to Gu Ning. Thank you so much. Gu Ning took the flowers from him. Afterwards, Xian Bei also came with flowers. Seeing several extremely handsome sexy men standing at the door, many women stopped walking. Wow, they're so handsome. Look at their bodies. Are they models? They must be. They could be actors too. If they were actors, countless women would be stunned by them. They discussed and took many pictures of them. Some women also walked into the store to be near to them. Seeing the effect of those handsome men, Gu Ning said half seriously, half jokingly, You may attract many customers for me today by simply standing here. My pleasure to help. Su Jinchen smiled. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Neither did Xian Bei. Leng Xiaoting followed Gu Ning the entire time. Once Su Jinchen smiled, a group of women screamed with excitement. Oh, I'm dead now. His smile is killing me. Me too. Hey, ladies, why don't you come on in and have a look? You may try things before buying it, Su Jinchen said to those women who were still standing outside hesitating to walk in. Hearing that, a lot of them ran inside at once, not for the skincare products, but because of the irresistible charm of handsome guys. Afterwards, more and more women were attracted by this popular store. Before long, Su Qinin came with her mother with bunches of flowers in the car. When Mrs. Su saw Leng Xiaoting standing with a girl, and they seemed quite close, she rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe it. Qinin, is the man standing by the girl in black shouting? Mrs. Su asked with doubt, because she couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoting would stand so closely to a girl, and he was even carrying a female backpack in his hand. Since it was a female backpack, it couldn't be Leng Xiaoting's. And there was only one girl beside Leng Xiaoting, so it must be the girl's. Yeah, Su Qinin said. Who is the girl? Mrs. Su asked again. Xiaoting's girlfriend. Her name's Gu Ning, the boss of this store, Su Qinin said with pride. What? Shouting's girlfriend? He has a girlfriend. Mrs. Su was shocked to hear that, because she knew that Leng Shouting never seemed to be interested in women, and Master Leng had even turned to her for help introducing a girl with a good reputation to Leng Shouting. However, Leng Shouting never showed much interest in blind dates. Therefore, Mrs. Su was really surprised to hear that he had a girlfriend now. Su Qinin finally understood why her mother seemed so astonished, because her mother had no idea about it. Su Qinin and Mrs. Su walked to Leng Shouting and Gu Ning later. Leng Shouting greeted Mrs. Su with respect. "Nice to see you, Aunt Tan." Mrs. Su's surname was Tan, so Leng Shouting called her Aunt Tan. "Shouting, it's been a while," Mrs. Su said with a smile, then looked to Gu Ning. "What a pretty girl. Why don't you introduce her to me?" "This is my girlfriend, Gu Ning," Leng Shouting said with happiness. Whenever he introduced Gu Ning to his friends or relatives, he felt proud and happy. Mrs. Su also noticed Leng Shouting's love for the girl. It seemed that Leng Shouting loved her a lot. "It's so nice to meet you, Aunt Tan." Gu Ning greeted Mrs. Su with great respect. "Nice to meet you too," Mrs. Su said. Although it was the first time that she met Gu Ning, she somehow already liked her. "Oh, I heard from Qinin that you're the boss of this store?" Mrs. Su asked. "Yes, Aunt Tan. Please look around as you like, and you can have 20% off no matter what you want to buy," Gu Ning said kindly. "Well, I came here to shop. To be honest, the facial masks you sent Qinin are really good. My skin is much better now after using the skincare products than it was before," Mrs. Su said with excitement, like a young girl who just got her favorite candy. In fact, Mrs. Su couldn't wait to look around the store. Women all cared about their appearances. "It's my honor to have your approval, and I do hope that people will like this brand," Gu Ning said with sincerity. "Of course they will. Is this brand new?" Mrs. Su asked. "Yes, it's a newly established brand by myself, and all the skincare products are produced by my own medical factory," Gu Ning said. "What?" Mrs. Su was surprised again. In the beginning, she thought that Gu Ning was just running this small store. To her astonishment, Gu Ning established this brand on her own, and she also had a medical factory. She was so unbelievable. Most importantly, Gu Ning looked so young. "Wow, it's amazing. You seem even younger than Qinin. But Qinin has achieved nothing at all." Mrs. Su complimented Gu Ning right in front of her own daughter. "Mom, please," Su Qinin said with a resigned look on her face. Although she hadn't achieved anything yet, it didn't mean that she wasn't working hard to achieve something. She just wanted to do something on her own, and not to rely on the Su family's influence, but she failed till now. Fine, Gu Ning relied on herself to build her business empire, and Su Qinin had to admit that Gu Ning worked much harder than her, but she wouldn't give up. "Why don't you do something to prove it?" Mrs. Su said to Su Qinin. Su Qinin felt embarrassed and remained silent. "Hey, darling, I'm coming." At this moment, Gu Anna dashed over, followed by 3 young women with fresh flowers. "Hi, Aunt Su." Gu Anna greeted Mrs. Su. "Nice to see you, Anna," Mrs. Su said with a gentle smile. "I heard from Qinin that Cozy is a great brand, so I won't miss it. I also came here with my friends," Gu Anna said. When the other 3 women saw those handsome young men in the store, they were all stunned. They didn't get their mind back until Gu Anna mentioned them. They then greeted Mrs. Su at once. "It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Su, Lord Su." They only knew Mrs. Su and Su Jinshin, so they only greeted them. Among these 3 women, 2 were born in normal rich families, while 1 was from a political family. However, their families were still barely comparable with the Su family, so they felt a little uneasy in front of Mrs. Su and Su Jinshin. "Nice to meet you." Except Leng Shouting, the others all greeted them. 2 young women kept giving Su Jinshin and Xian Bei the eye, hoping they would pay attention to them. The reason why they didn't make eyes at Leng Shouting, even though he was the most outstanding one among them, was because there was a girl standing beside him, and they were obviously a couple. If they dared to make eyes at him in front of his girlfriend, they would be criticized by others. They loved handsome, strong young men, but they weren't idiots. Even though they didn't know Xian Bei's background, he couldn't be an ordinary guy since he was standing with Su Jinshin. In addition, they somehow felt that Gu Ning looked quite familiar. "Don't you think that the girl standing over there looks quite familiar?" a woman said to her friends. "Yes, but I can't remember where I've seen her," another woman said. They had met so many people in the past, so it was reasonable that they suddenly forgot where they had seen a particular person. Hearing their discussion, Guana said, "Didn't you send me the most popular news? Didn't you tell me you admire Goddess Gu? She's standing right there." Guana had precisely heard of Gu Ning from her friends. "What?" Hearing that, they were all surprised and looked at Gu Ning at once. Gu Ning and the others already heard their conversation, so they knew why they looked so astonished. "What Goddess Gu?" Mrs. Su asked with curiosity. "Mom, Gu Ning is the girl who rescued Howren," Su Qinin explained. "What? Gu Ning did that?" Mrs. Su was also shocked. Guana's friends asked her without delay, "Anna, please help us ask Goddess Gu whether she's willing to take photos with us." Although Gu Ning wasn't a star, she was a heroine. "No problem," Guana said, then walked to Gu Ning. In fact, she felt a little nervous because Leng Xiaoting was standing right by Gu Ning's side. Gu Ning heard their conversation but remained quiet. "Gu Ning, my friends want to take photos with you after they found out that you are Goddess Gu. Are you willing to do it?" Guana asked. Although Gu Ning was reluctant to do so, she would seem arrogant if she rejected, so she agreed. With Gu Ning's permission, they immediately walked to her with excitement, and Leng Xiaoting also stepped away to leave them some space. They didn't bother Gu Ning for too long, and only took 2 photos with Gu Ning together. Afterwards, they posted the photos on their moments. "Woman A, don't you think this beauty in black looks familiar? Guess who she is? Woman B, finally met Goddess Gu in person. Woman C, Goddess Gu is so beautiful even without any makeup." Once they posted the photos, many people left comments below. Some of them recognized Gu Ning and asked them where they met her. Some didn't and asked them who Goddess Gu was. "Should we tell them?" a woman asked. "I think we better not. It'll bother Goddess Gu." "I agree." Therefore, they didn't reply to the comments. After a short while, another 4 young women arrived. They were Su Qinin's friends. When they walked over, they noticed Gu Ning at first glance. 3 of them got excited, but 1 seemed jealous. They also shared common friends with Guana, so they already saw the photos. 3 of them admired Gu Ning, but 1 of them disliked her. She hated Gu Ning's beauty and ability, and even thought that she was better than Gu Ning. When their sight moved away from Gu Ning, they saw several extremely handsome young men, and were all stunned. When the woman who was jealous of Gu Ning noticed Leng Xiaoting, her heart skipped a beat. She had never seen such an extraordinarily attractive young man before. She fell in love at first glance. However, when she noticed that Leng Xiaoting was standing very close to Gu Ning and even had a girl's backpack in his hand, her eyes turned malicious, staring at Gu Ning. Gu Ning, of course, noticed the woman's admiration for Leng Xiaoting and the woman's hatred towards her. She knew clearly that the woman fell in love with Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning was slightly displeased, but didn't say or do anything for now. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Su, Lord Su and Miss Gu," they greeted them. They only knew Mrs. Su and Su Jinshin, and just found out Gu Ning's name. Except Leng Xiaoting, who remained silent as usual, the others also greeted them politely. 2 of the women who came had boyfriends, while another 2 were single, so the single women wanted to attract Leng Xiaoting and the other men's attention. Although they wanted to do that, they didn't dare strike up a conversation with them, because they were afraid to embarrass themselves in public. Instead, they would pretend to casually walk by them and approach them to see whether they would pay attention to them. Unfortunately, none of the men gave them a glance. When it was 10:10 a.m., the opening ceremony began. Afterwards, the store was officially open. There weren't as many important figures at the opening ceremony in the capital as there were in City G. Su Jinshin and Leng Xiaoting had planned to invite some members of the Su family and Shengshe group to attend it, but was declined by Gu Ning. It was just a pharmacy and aimed at curing illnesses as well as rescuing people, so there was no need to do a publicity stunt. Gu Ning decided to promote Cozy at the right time. With the help of several extremely handsome men, many girls were attracted to shop in the skincare products store too. Cozy? I've never heard of this brand. Is it effective? The woman who admired Lung Shouting said with disdain. Why don't we have a try? Another woman said. Since the females all went to shop for skincare products, Lung Shouting and the others didn't follow them, but went to sit in the lounge. The woman who admired Lung Shouting didn't have much interest in Gu Ning's skincare products, and walked to Lung Shouting later. Hi, may I have a seat here? There are too many people over there and I need a rest, she said politely, then sat down on a vacant seat. Oh, please allow me to introduce myself. My name's D. Runa. I'm Chinin's friend. Nice to finally see you, Miss D. Su Jinshin, who was always a gentleman, kindly greeted D. Runa. However, Xian Bei and Lung Shouting stayed silent and didn't give her a glance at all. The D family was a super-rich family in the capital too. Although it wasn't among the richest families in the capital, it was a well-known family. Oh, I'm surprised that you know me. D. Runa didn't expect that Su Jinshan would have heard of her, and felt flattered. Although the D family was a super-rich family in the capital, it was barely comparable with the Su family. The Su family owned 100 billion yuan in wealth, while the D family only had less than 50 billion yuan. There was a huge gap between them. Nevertheless, D. Runa felt quite disappointed seeing that Lung Shouting didn't even bother to give her a glance. Chinin has mentioned your name many times, Su Jinshin said. D. Runa smiled, then glanced at Lung Shouting and Xian Bei. May I know these two gentlemen's names? Mr. Lung and Mr. Xian, Su Jinshin said, but didn't tell D. Runa their full names. In fact, D. Runa wanted to strike up a conversation with Lung Shouting, but Lung Shouting focused on the screen of his phone and didn't give D. Runa a glance. Lung Shouting wasn't addicted to mobile phones, but he just got to know something about Gu Ning from their previous talk, so he searched it on the internet when he was free now. He knew a little about what Gu Ning had done, but not clearly. Although Gu Ning was fine now, he blamed himself for not having helped her by her side when she had been in danger. Luckily, Gu Ning was safe. D. Runa was eager to leave a good impression on Lung Shouting, but she failed to seize a good chance to do that. Actually, D. Runa was very suitable for Lung Shouting according to her appearance and family background, but love wasn't a business deal. At the other side in the store, women were looking around for skincare products. A woman had worked overnight for many days, so she had heavy dark circles under her eyes. She had used eye masks, but they were useless. Even makeup couldn't cover her dark circles now. Therefore, a saleswoman immediately took out a piece of cozy eye mask for the woman. In order to convince everyone, the saleswoman took a picture of the dark circles beforehand. The eye mask should be laid on the face for 10 minutes. Afterwards, another woman said that she recently had some acne on her face, so the saleswoman told her to remove her makeup first and apply a piece of cozy facial mask after taking a photo of her face. The facial mask should be laid on the face for 10 minutes too. Mrs. Su and Guana, however, didn't try anything at all, but directly bought 10 boxes of facial mask and a piece of every other skincare product. Su Chinin, of course, wouldn't leave with empty hands. In the pharmacy, a man said that he had knocked his knee on a corner of the table yesterday by accident, and there was a bruise around his knee now. A salesman gave him the trial medicine in the store and applied it to his knee. After a few minutes, half of the bruise faded away. Someone who had a cold also recovered soon after taking the medicine of Colane. Seeing that, many people who hesitated to buy medicines here bought a lot without delay, especially cold medicines. Colds was a very common illness, so almost everyone bought cold medicines. 10 minutes later, the woman removed her eye mask, and her dark circles faded a lot, which was quite obvious compared to the photo she had taken. Accordingly, the woman bought 5 boxes of eye masks without hesitation, because she always worked late. Not only her, but many women in the store bought many eye masks as well. There were few people who slept early now, and most people were used to sleeping late, so it was very easy for them to have dark circles. Since Lung Shouting wouldn't talk to D. Runa, she felt bored and walked over to see what they were doing. The other woman removed the facial mask 10 minutes later too, and more than half of the acne on her face disappeared, which was a miracle in the women's eyes. No matter how expensive the facial masks they had used before, it took a long time to get rid of acne. However, Cozy was different. and was able to remove most of the acne after only 10 minutes. There was no reason for them not to buy it. Although cozy facial masks were a little expensive for common white-collar workers, it was very effective after all. In those rich ladies' eyes, however, this brand was very new and cheap, but they wouldn't mind its level as long as it was effective. Therefore, more and more women bought many facial masks. As for the woman who had removed the facial mask, a saleswoman directly helped her apply some emulsion along with face primer and BB cream. After that, the woman felt very good and bought the whole set at once, which included an emulsion, face primer, BB cream, together with a facial cleanser. Cost over 10,000 yuan in all, but she didn't lack that amount of money. Other women also bought a whole set after witnessing its surprising effect. Seeing that Gu Ning's products were so popular, Di Runa was quite displeased. No matter if it was effective or not, she wouldn't buy it, but she couldn't stop others from doing so. Among Gu Anna's friends, a woman was a famous fashion blogger, and she had recorded everything before posting it on the internet. She was used to posting good products, and wasn't advertising for Gu Ning. Some thought that it was an ad, and she explained that it wasn't. If her followers had doubts, they could check it in the store themselves. Many of her followers really came to the store of Cozy to see whether it was as effective as she said. And the result was that most people believed that it was very effective, but some still wondered whether it contained chemicals which could harm the human body. Facing their doubts, Ning Chongkai explained to them that all the products had passed the drug test, so they were safe. In that case, sales of Cozy increased rapidly within a short time. During the morning, basically in 2 hours, Cozy already made over 200,000 yuan. Medicines were much cheaper than skincare products, but Colane Pharmacy was still able to make over 20,000 yuan during the morning. Many people were used to posting everything on their social media now, so they helped Gu Ning advertise her brands to some extent. When it was almost 12 a.m., Gu Ning and the others left for lunch, and left Ning Chongkai in charge of the stores. Gu Ning invited her friends to dine together in a hotel. She also invited those females friends of Gu Anna and Su Qinin to join them. They, of course, wouldn't reject the chance to dine with so many super rich and powerful people. Di Runa was the happiest one among them. In fact, she planned to invite them to dine together after the opening ceremony, because she didn't want Ling Xiaoting to leave. Mrs. Su, however, went home after shopping, and there were 13 of them left. Gu Ning booked a luxurious large private room in the Huangdeng Hotel, which could accommodate 20 people. When they walked inside and sat around the table, Leng Xiaoting pulled a chair for Gu Ning to sit down, which upset Di Runa. She wished that Leng Xiaoting would do that for her. She also wanted to sit next to Leng Xiaoting, but Su Jinchen occupied the seat before her. It wasn't because Su Jinchen found out that she was paying special attention to Leng Xiaoting, but because it was their habit. They knew that their boss disliked sitting with women, so they would separate women from him by sitting in the middle. Since there were so many women in the private room now, he had to be quick, in case any of them sat by Leng Xiaoting. Accordingly, Su Jinchen sat by Leng Xiaoting's right side, and Xian Bei sat next to Su Jinchen, while Gu Anna sat by Xian Bei's side. Gu Ning was sitting on Leng Xiaoting's right side, and Su Qinin sat next to her, so that the other women in the room had no chance to approach Leng Xiaoting. Not only Di Runa, but the other women who were interested in Su Jinchen and Xian Bei also felt disappointed, but they couldn't show it. During the meal, Leng Xiaoting kept putting food into Gu Ning's bowl, and didn't care how many people were staring at them. He even peeled shrimp for Gu Ning, which made others feel quite jealous. Seeing the scene, Di Runa lost her appetite. Gu Ning didn't feel uneasy at all, but enjoyed the meal. "I'm so jealous of you and I can't eat anything," Su Jinchen complained. "Then put down your chopsticks," Gu Ning said directly. Su Jinchen felt so hurt in his heart. At this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang, and the caller was Chao Wenxin. "Ning, I heard that you're in the capital now. Where are you?" "I'm in the capital too." Chao Wenxin was excited. Hearing that, Gu Ning was slightly surprised, then subconsciously gave a glance at Xian Bei. She had a feeling that something was going to happen. "I'm in the Huangdeng Hotel now," Gu Ning said. "Really? I'm here too. Today's Sinyu's birthday, and we're having a birthday party now. Have you eaten?" Chao Wenxin asked. In the middle of it. Why don't you come over? We're in room number 888, Gu Ning said. Sure. I'll be there in 2 minutes, Chao Wenxin said. Who is it? Su Qinin asked with curiosity. Wenxin, Gu Ning said, then gave Xian Bei a glance. When Xian Bei heard Chao Wenxin's name, he stopped eating for a second, and a touch of nervousness along with happiness flashed by his eyes. Seeing that, Gu Ning was sure that Xian Bei liked Chao Wenxin. It seemed like they could be a couple. Gu Ning was right. Xian Bei couldn't help but think of Chao Wenxin all the time, but he refused to admit it because they didn't have a good first impression of each other. Before long, Chao Wenxin walked in. She didn't know that there were so many people inside, so she was a little surprised when she pushed the door open. Once the door was open, everyone looked at her. A touch of jealousy flashed by Di Runa's eyes when she saw another woman who was more beautiful than her show up. There are a few vacant seats. Sit wherever you want, Gu Ning said. Chao Wenxin walked over. When Xian Bei appeared in her sight, she was obviously surprised and felt slightly nervous as well as excited. However, she became quite displeased when she noticed that Xian Bei and Su Jinqin were surrounded by so many women. Wow! What a lucky day for you two single gentlemen to have so many pretty women to dine with you. Saying that, Chao Wenxin sat as far away as she could from the rest of the people in the room. There were 7 continuous vacant seats, and Chao Wenxin sat right in the middle with 3 continuous vacant seats at both of her sides. Hearing that, everyone frowned. Some women disliked her at once. They're all Qinin's friends, and I know none of them, Xian Bei said with annoyance. It seemed he didn't want to be misunderstood. However, it sounded a little impolite too. Chao Wenxin, however, felt much better. A woman disliked the way Chao Wenxin talked about them, so she pretended that she was just joking and said, You're right, although Mr. Xian doesn't know any of us. He's really lucky to dine with a group of beautiful women. Exactly. Mr. Xian, don't you think today is your lucky day? Another woman said. Both of them said it in a joking tone and didn't find fault with Chao Wenxin's behavior, so the others all thought that they were just joking. Even Xian Bei didn't think that it was inappropriate. Nevertheless, Chao Wenxin sensed their strong hatred towards her, and was annoyed. Right? Today is Mr. Xian's lucky day, but I think Mr. Xian should deal with something else first before he starts to enjoy this meal with so many pretty women, Chao Wenxin said in an ironic tone. Hearing that, Xian Bei frowned, looking to Chao Wenxin with confusion. What thing? The thing about Yu Wenjing, Chao Wenxin sneered. Xian Bei, although we've already cleared up the misunderstanding, I don't want to take the blame for you. Yu Wenjing came to City B a while ago, and I encountered her in a shopping mall. She swore at me for no reason and even said that I'm a siren. She also insisted that we're dating. I denied it, but she wouldn't let it go and even harassed me by calling and texting me with different phone numbers many times. I seriously have no idea how she got my phone number, but please tell her to stop doing it or I'll punch her to disability, Chao Wenxin said with a serious face. She had been harassed by Yu Wenjing for a long time. Although Yu Wenjing was hardly her match, she was quite displeased being harassed all day. Once Chao Wenxin blacklisted Yu Wenjing's phone number, Yu Wenjing would use another phone number to insult her. She came to the capital this time in order to attend AI Sinu's birthday party and also to pay Yu Wenjing back. Hearing that, everyone thought that there must be something going on between Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei. Otherwise the woman called Yu Wenjing wouldn't keep harassing Chao Wenxin. At this moment, several women who admired Xian Bei around the table had a bad impression of him. They disliked a man who dated several women at the same time. Xian Bei, however, was astonished to hear that, and asked subconsciously, How could she know that we're dating? Hearing that, the other women all realized that there was indeed something going on between them. I'm not dating you, Chao Wenxin denied at once. The others around the table watched the drama in silence. Xian Bei immediately realized that he had said something wrong, so he explained it without delay. Of course not. I meant, why did she insist that we're dating? Her friends saw us hanging out together at the Lantern Festival and sent a picture of us to her, Chao Wenxin said. Nonetheless, Chao Wenxin somehow felt that it was very wrong. She tried to explain that she wasn't dating Xian, but her explanation proved that they did hang out together. We hung out together with our families. Why did she have to say that we're dating? Xian didn't understand it. Hearing that, everyone realized that there was a misunderstanding. I don't know, Chao Wenxin said with annoyance. All of a sudden, Gu Ning opened her mouth. Maybe she thinks you'll make a great couple. Both Chao Wenxin and Xian were struck dumb for a second. But Chao Wenxin denied it at once. It's not true. Ning Ning shouting has peeled so many shrimp for you. Why can't you focus on eating? Xian felt slightly disappointed when Chao Wenxin denied it. He thought that maybe she really hated him. Gu Ning looked to Leng Shouting and asked him with an innocent face, Am I wrong? You're right, Leng Shouting said. Well, I do think Xian and Wenxin will make a great couple, Su Qinyin said. She suddenly had a feeling that it wasn't a bad idea. Their parents have the same idea, Gu Ning said again. Stop it. Chao Wenxin flushed. Xian remained silent, like he agreed with it. He, of course, knew that Chao Wenxin's parents approved of him. However, it seemed Chao Wenxin disliked him. Others around the table also noticed the chemistry between them. Maybe out of guilt or something else, Xian said to Chao Wenxin gently, which had never happened before, I'm so sorry for what she has done to you, but there is nothing between her and me now. She did it on her own initiative. Chao Wenxin stopped eating, looking at him. Anyway, tell her to stop harassing me, or I'll punch her the next time. I know the address of her place. Punch her if you're angry and leave the rest to me, Xian said. He was spoiling her, but even he didn't realize. Some of the women around the table felt a little scared. Chao Wenxin's heart, on the other hand, skipped a beat all of a sudden. She actually enjoyed the feeling of being spoiled. Her heart pounded fast, and she didn't dare look him in the eyes. Damn it! Why did she suddenly feel like it wasn't a bad thing to have a boyfriend like Xian? Thinking that maybe she liked Xian now, Chao Wenxin felt uneasy. She moved her eyes away from him and focused on the food. Seeing that, Xian wasn't sure whether Chao Wenxin was being shy. So why did she feel shy? Thinking that maybe Chao Wenxin liked him too, Xian was cheered up a little. Just when they were about to enjoy the meal again, Chao Wenxin's phone rang a second. It was a message warning tone. Chao Wenxin read the message from a strange number and it was all bad language. She was mad at once, addressing Xian. I can't stand it anymore. She just sent me another message with dirty language. Do you want to clear it up with her? Otherwise I'll go punch her right now. Xian thought for a while, then said, I'll go with you. Chao Wenxin asked with confusion. Do you want to clear it up with her or go punch her with me? If he was going to clear it up, she wouldn't go with him, in case it would cause more misunderstandings. In addition, was he going to punch a woman with her? To clear it up. If she won't let it go, you can punch her as you like, Xian said, and didn't think that there was anything wrong with that. Hearing that, some women around the table had a worse impression of Xian. I agree, Gu Ning said to Chao Wenxin. In fact, she thought Xian probably just wanted to spend some time alone with Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin and Xian then stood up and left together. Ning Ning, you're setting them up. Su Qinyin blinked at Gu Ning with a knowing smile. Gu Ning smiled too, but didn't say a word. Do you think Wenxin is really going to punch you, Wenjing? Su Qinyin asked with curiosity. No idea, Gu Ning said. But Yu Wenjing asked for it even if Chao Wenxin punched her. Miss Gu, do you think it's a good idea to support the lady to punch another woman? Don't you know it's illegal? Di Runa said, criticizing Gu Ning. Actually, it was Chao Wenxin's idea to punch Yu Wenjing, but Di Runa purposely put it as if Gu Ning had incited Chao Wenxin to do it. Di Runa said it in order to show her kindness, which would accentuate Gu Ning's cruelty, so that Leng Shouting would have a good impression of her and even start to hate Gu Ning. Di Runa was too naive. Several other women also thought that it was inappropriate that Gu Ning had supported Chao Wenxin to punch another woman. But they knew that it was Chao Wenxin's idea after all. Gu Ning understood that Di Runa was picking on her. Miss D, I bet you must be very tolerant. and you'll accept any misunderstandings, dirty words, and harassment, right? Gu Ning said lightly. It was quite ironic. Di Runa was displeased. Not only Di Runa, but other also knew that it was irony. Gu Ning added, in my opinion, I'll never treat others the way I don't want to be treated back, but I'll pay it back if anyone dares hurt me. It sounded like she was talking about Chao Wenxin, but she was also warning Di Runa. Di Runa didn't think that Gu Ning knew about her affection for Leng Xiaoting, so she had no idea that Gu Ning was warning her. I agree. Yu Wenjing asks for it herself, Gu Anna said. I can't stand it either, Su Qinin said. Su Qinin had never been through such a thing, but she knew that she couldn't tolerate offensive words or behavior. Since both Gu Anna and Su Qinin agreed with Gu Ning, Di Runa didn't know what to say now. In fact, she couldn't stand it either. After the meal, they dispersed. No matter how unwilling Di Runa was to see Leng Xiaoting leaving with Gu Ning, she could do nothing about it. Shouldn't you visit Grandpa Leng at home? Su Jinchen asked Leng Xiaoting to remind him. Leng Xiaoting would visit Master Leng first once he was back in the capital before. However, Leng Xiaoting spent every second with Gu Ning now. Su Jinchen wouldn't judge, but thought that it was inappropriate that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't visit his grandpa now even though he was back in the capital. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second. Then remember that he hadn't visited his own grandpa yet. Yeah, I'll go visit him later. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went back to their place. Xian Bei called Yu Wenjing the moment he walked out of the hotel. When Yu Wenjing received Xian Bei's call, she was thrilled, and Xian Bei even invited her to meet at a cafe. Yu Wenjing believed that Xian Bei must have changed his mind and wanted her to be back by his side. She's coming, Xian Bei said after hanging up. I think her love for you is already twisted. There is nothing going on between us, but she has to harass me again and again, which is so annoying, Chao Wenxin said with annoyance. Do you have to overreact so much? It seems you really hate to have anything to do with me, Xian Bei joked. He expected that Chao Wenxin would deny it. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin explained it at once. I don't hate having anything to do with you, but I just feel displeased being harassed by Yu Wenjing. Hearing that, Xian Bei cheered up and felt glad that Chao Wenxin didn't hate him. Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin arrived at the cafe first, but they didn't share the same table. Xian Bei would talk with Yu Wenjing first. If Yu Wenjing wouldn't stop insulting them, Chao Wenxin would show up and teach her a lesson. If Chao Wenxin was really going to beat Yu Wenjing, Xian Bei, of course, wouldn't stand there watching. It wasn't Xian Bei's fault that he agreed with Chao Wenxin to punch Yu Wenjing, but Yu Wenjing asked for it herself. If she didn't learn the lesson now, it was possible that she would do something more annoying. At this time, there weren't many people in the cafe. Before long, Yu Wenjing walked in. She was excited to see Xian Bei. Xian Bei, it's been... Have a seat. Xian Bei interrupted her with a cold expression before she could finish the sentence. Yu Wenjing didn't think further and sat down at once. Yu Wenjing, have you been harassing Chao Wenxin lately? Xian Bei questioned her without hesitation. Hearing that, the smile on Yu Wenjing's face disappeared. She didn't expect that Xian Bei called her to meet here because of Chao Wenxin. Yu Wenjing was more certain now that Xian Bei was dating Chao Wenxin. You called me today just for this? Yu Wenjing was disappointed and mad. Yes, Xian Bei said. Yu Wenjing felt so hurt and said in anger, she seduced you, so I punished her. What's wrong with that? Do you really like her? Are you really dating her? Why do you care about it so much? She admitted that she had been harassing Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin, who was sitting by a nearby table, rolled her eyes. It was ridiculous that Yu Wenjing jumped to the conclusion that she had seduced Xian Bei just because of a photo of them. It's none of your business. Xian Bei coldly looked at Yu Wenjing. He had never despised himself as much before as he did now. How could he have fallen in love with such a selfish, snobbish, and malicious woman? You are mine, Yu Wenjing almost shouted. It seemed that she had totally forgotten that she had already broken up with Xian Bei years ago. I'm yours? Are you insane? We've been broken up for years, and you are the one who dumped me, Xian Bei said. I'm regretful now. I'm still in love with you and I want you back, Yu Wenjing said and took it for granted that he should accept her as long as she still loved him. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin couldn't help but roll her eyes again. Yu Wenjing was so shameless. Xianbei was annoyed. You're the most shameless person I've ever seen before. Who do you think you are? I feel so disgusted seeing you. Chao Wenxin gave Xianbei a thumbs up in her heart. 5 years ago, Xianbei joined the Red Flame. Because of his special identity, he couldn't tell anyone, including his family. When he met Yu Wenjing 4 years ago, he told her that he was just a common soldier. At the beginning, Yu Wenjing admired him for his honorable job, but soon disdained it because he didn't make much money. Afterwards, Yu Wenjing had an affair with a rich man but didn't break up with Xianbei beforehand. Xianbei didn't find out until he went to visit Yu Wenjing. However, not only had Yu Wenjing dumped him, but she had also humiliated him. Yu Wenjing was dumped by the rich man after a few months, but she soon turned to another rich man and was dumped after a few months again. After a period of time, she heard from a friend that Xianbei was actually a military officer of high rank in the army, so she did everything to find him. Although Xianbei didn't mind his girlfriend's rich experience in sex, he would never accept a betrayer. Besides, Yu Wenjing was so rotten and he felt disgusted seeing her now. Yu Wenjing burst into tears and seemed innocent. How could you say that to me? Stop acting. I think you must clearly know what you've done during the past 2 years. Do you need me to help you point it out? Xianbei said with obvious disdain. Chao Wenxin suddenly was curious about what Yu Wenjing had done during the past 2 years to make Xianbei feel so disgusted now. Has she been a mistress of another man? Chao Wenxin thought. Yu Wenjing's body stiffened and her face turned pale. In fact, she also despised herself when thinking about what she had done during the past 2 years. During the past 2 years, she had maintained a sexual relationship with many rich men, but none of them treated her with sincerity. She had simply sold her body for money. Not long ago, she heard from her friend that Xianbei held a high rank in the army. A high rank meant that Xianbei was a senior military officer in the army now. Therefore, she did everything she could to find Xianbei and she really was still in love with him. However, he said to her face that he felt disgusted seeing her. Yu Wenjing was also an utterly selfish person. Yu Wenjing, stop harassing Chao Wenxin right away. She isn't someone you can mess with. Don't hurt yourself and involve your family too. Xianbei warned her with a serious face. He didn't care about Yu Wenjing now, but he was unwilling to see Chao Wenxin being harassed again. Yu Wenjing couldn't believe her ears. Did you just threaten me because of her? Yu Wenjing still believed that Xianbei shouldn't treat her like that. Yu Wenjing, that's all I can say. If you won't stop, you're digging your own grave. Since Yu Wenjing wouldn't listen, Xianbei wouldn't waste more time on her. After that, he stood up and was about to leave. He would leave it to Chao Wenxin now. Xianbei. Yu Wenjing stopped him and wore a malicious expression. Since you care about her so much, I promise I'll ruin her. Xianbei turned around and stared straight at Yu Wenjing in anger, which scared her. Don't you dare, he said in an extremely cold voice. Xianbei had never been so angry before. Although he was really annoyed by what Yu Wenjing had just said, he curbed his anger. However, when Yu Wenjing said that she was going to hurt Chao Wenxin, he couldn't limit his anger anymore. At this moment, he was certain that he cared about Chao Wenxin. Even though Yu Wenjing was afraid of him now, she lost her mind and threatened him. Let's see. Not only her. I promise I'll ruin every woman who dares to be with you. I'll never let you live a good life. Chao Wenxin couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and walked towards them. Oh, what's your plan to ruin me? She said coldly to Yu Wenjing. When Chao Wenxin suddenly showed up, Yu Wenjing went crazy. Xianbei was really with Chao Wenxin now. Yu Wenjing grabbed the ashtray on the table and threw it at Chao Wenxin without delay. Seeing that, Xianbei dashed over and protected Chao Wenxin in his arms with his back facing the ashtray. With a loud sound, the ashtray hit Xianbei's head, and it immediately started bleeding. The blood dampened Xianbei's hair and flowed down his neck, and his gray shirt turned red within seconds, which was quite noticeable. Hearing the noise, others turned to look at them, and were all shocked by the scene. Yu Wenjing was struck dumb, so was Chao Wenxin. To Chao Wenxin's astonishment, Exine Bei protected her in his arms. Actually, Chao Wenxin could avoid it herself, but Exine Bei pressed her to his chest before she could. Chao Wenxin felt touched as well as surprised by Exine Bei's behavior. What's going on here? A waiter came over and was shocked by the scene too. Hearing the waiter's voice, Chao Wenxin got her mind back and asked Exine Bei in trembling voice, "Hey, are you alright?" Before Exine Bei answered her question, she shouted at the waiter, "Call an ambulance." "Oh, right. The waiter made a call in a hurry. I didn't mean to hurt you." Yu Wenjing trembled in fear and walked to Exine Bei. Exine Bei, fuck off. Chao Wenxin kicked her in great anger. Yu Wenjing was a slim woman and was no match for Chao Wenxin at all. She was kicked in the stomach, and she stumbled backwards a few steps before she fell down on the sofa and hit the hard ground. Yu Wenjing was in great pain after the heavy kick, and couldn't move right now. Everyone around was shocked again. "I'm fine," Exine Bei said. Although he felt a little dizzy, it wasn't a serious injury. Chao Wenxin, however, was mad and pushed him away. "What? Are you protecting her? I just kicked her once." "Of course not," Exine Bei said. He was just comforting Chao Wenxin to allay her concern. "Then what do you mean?" Chao Wenxin wouldn't let him go. "I just don't want you to be worried about me," Exine Bei said. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin's heart skipped a beat. What happened? The manager of this cafe came over in a hurry. Seeing the blood on Exine Bei's collar, Chao Wenxin's heart ached for him. She ignored the manager and helped him sit down. "Have a seat." After that, she turned to the manager. "Give me a clean towel." The manager immediately arranged for a waiter to do that. Exine Bei suddenly enjoyed the feeling of Chao Wenxin worrying about him. All of a sudden, Chao Wenxin thought of Gu Ning because Gu Ning was good at rescuing people. When Gu Ning received Chao Wenxin's call, Lung Xiaoting was kissing her in the house. He was quite annoyed to be interrupted at this moment. Even so, Lung Xiaoting wouldn't stop Gu Ning from answering it. "Hi!" Gu Ning picked it up. "Ning, Exine Bei was hit with an ashtray in the head. Where are you now? Can you come over and help him?" Chao Wenxin's voice was trembling. Hearing that, Gu Ning was slightly scared and asked with anxiety, "Where?" "A cafe on XX Road. But I think the ambulance is about to arrive. Please meet us at the nearby number 10 hospital," Chao Wenxin said. "Sure, we'll be right there," Gu Ning said, then hung up and left the house with Lung shouting at once. About 7 minutes later, an ambulance arrived at the cafe. Although the cafe didn't suffer any loss, they had caused trouble here. So Exine Bei took out 800 yuan bills and gave them to the manager before they left. The manager took the money and let them go. Yu Wenjing was alone in the hospital, so the hospital had to inform her family. She didn't want her parents to know, so she told the doctor to call her older brother. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting came a while after Chao Wenxin and the others arrived at the hospital. Many nurses' eyes lit up when Lung Xiaoting walked by them. A nurse even walked over and asked him, "Sir, may I help?" However, Gu Ning coldly rejected her. No need. Gu Ning had never seen a nurse being so gentle to a visitor in the hospital before. At this moment, a doctor was helping Exine Bei deal with the wound. Knowing that Lung Xiaoting was on the way here, Exine Bei was in a panic, and he didn't dare look at Lung Xiaoting when Lung Xiaoting walked in the room. As a member of the Red Flame, it was an embarrassment that he had been hit with an ashtray. "You were hit with an ashtray?" Lung Xiaoting stared at Exine Bei with a serious face. Exine Bei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chao Wenxin. "Xiaoting, he was hit with the ashtray because of me." She also knew that it was very embarrassing that Exine Bei, as a senior soldier in the Special Forces, had been hit with an ashtray. Lung Xiaoting gave her a glance, then remained silent. "Did you Wenjing use an ashtray to attack you?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes," Chao Wenxin said in anger. "How is she now?" Gu Ning asked again. "I kicked her with great force, and I bet she's seriously injured," Chao Wenxin said airily. She didn't think that it was inappropriate at all. Gu Ning also thought that there was nothing wrong with it. If she were Chao Wenxin, she would beat Yu Wenjing to disability. The doctor finished dealing with the wound on Xian Bei's head. Just when he was about to apply some medicine to it, Gu Ning stopped him and took out a bottle of power crystal. She poured some water inside and treated the wound for Xian Bei. The external application of the power crystal was aimed at curing wounds. It could improve resistance by talking it, and the power would spread to the wound to heal it from inside, but the wound on the surface would look the same. It took more pills to completely heal a wound. Given Xian Bei's outstanding physical fitness, there was no need for him to take the pill, so Gu Ning applied it to the wound on the surface. The doctor tried to stop Gu Ning because he thought that Gu Ning wasn't a professional. However, Xian Bei agreed to it, so the doctor gave up and let Gu Ning do whatever she wanted. Before long, the wound on Xian Bei's head stopped bleeding, which surprised the doctor. Wow! The doctor rounded his eyes in shock. He turned to Gu Ning and asked her with curiosity, "Miss, may I know what kind of medicine is this? It's so effective. I have no idea. It was a gift from a friend." Gu Ning gave him a perfunctory answer. Since Gu Ning said so, the doctor didn't ask further. "Ning Ning, how's the wound now?" Chao Wenxin asked with concern. "It's fine, but I think he better have a CT scan," Gu Ning said. Afterwards, Xian Bei went to have a CT scan. A while later, the result was out, and the doctor said that Xian Bei was fine, but he better stay in the hospital for a day. Therefore, Xian Bei stayed in the hospital. Ling Xiaoting had to go back to the Lung family's house. So Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting didn't stay in the patient room for long. Gu Ning said, "He was injured because of you, so you should stay here to take care of him. Xiaoting and I have to leave now." "No problem," Chao Wenxin said. "Here. Apply it once in the afternoon and once in the evening." Gu Ning gave Chao Wenxin the bottle of power crystal. "Thanks." Chao Wenxin took it and thought that this bottle of medicine was really important. When Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting were gone, Chao Wenxin felt a little uneasy staying with Xian Bei alone. I'm not good at taking care of others. If you need anything, please directly tell me." "Thanks," Xian Bei said. "I should thank you for what you did," Chao Wenxin said. "No big deal. I feel guilty that you've been harassed by her because of me," Xian Bei said, feeling embarrassed. "Well, let's drop the topic. Do you want to have an apple? I can help you peel one," Chao Wenxin said. "Thanks," Xian Bei said with a smile. Seeing his charming smile, Chao Wenxin flushed and turned around at once, in case Xian Bei would notice it. Even so, Xian Bei still saw her red face. Xian Bei wasn't an idiot in love, so he knew that Chao Wenxin flushed because she liked him now. Although he wanted to ask her directly, he was afraid that she would be annoyed, so he decided to take it slowly. All of a sudden, Chao Wenxin cut her finger by accident and shouted in pain. "What happened?" Xian Bei jumped out of the bed at once. Seeing that her finger was bleeding, he felt very sad. "It's fine. I just cut my finger by accident." Chao Wenxin wasn't a weak woman, so she didn't care about it at all. "It's bleeding." Xian Bei was displeased. "Where is the medicine Gu Ning gave you?" Xian Bei asked. "I can ask for an adhesive bandage from the nurse and it'll be fine. The medicine is for your wound." Chao Wenxin thought that the cut on her finger was barely comparable to the wound on Xian Bei's head. "Give it to me yourself, or do you want me to search for it on your body?" Xian Bei asked, staring straight at her. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin couldn't believe her ears. However, she didn't feel offended at all, but flushed again. Xian Bei waited for a few seconds. Seeing Chao Wenxin still standing there, he said, "You remain silent, so then I guess I'll search your body." Saying that, he stepped forward. "I'll give it to you." Chao Wenxin gave up at once. She took out the porcelain bottle from her pocket and Xian Bei grabbed it at once, then applied the medicine to the cut on her finger. Seeing Xian Bei being so cautious, Chao Wenxin's heart pounded fast and she enjoyed it very much. Once the liquid medicine was applied to Chao Wenxin's injured finger, she felt the flow of coldness into it. Within seconds, the pain was reduced. The wound stopped bleeding and the cut healed too. There was only a light mark left on her finger, like a scar. Although they knew that Gu Ning's medicine was very effective, Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin were still astonished. However, right at this moment, the door was kicked open with a loud sound, and a man who was around 30 years old dashed inside with his face full of anger. Seeing Xian Bei being so close to Chao Wenxin, he was mad at once. "Xian Bei, how can you hurt my younger sister like that?" He said that and was about to punch Xian Bei. However, it was impossible that he could beat Xian Bei. In case the man would hurt Chao Wenxin, Xian Bei caught the man and got control of him at once. "Xian Bei, let me go." The man struggled, but it was useless, which made him even angrier. "Xian Bei, are you a real man or not? How could you let another woman kick my younger sister? Although you broke up with my younger sister, you can't be so cold-blooded given that she was your girlfriend. You Kong, I thought that you're a sensitive man, but unexpectedly you can't distinguish right or wrong. You only see that your younger sister is injured, but do you know what happened before that?" Xian Bei questioned him in anger. Yu Kong was exactly Yu Wenjing's older brother, and he came here to cause trouble once he heard that his younger sister was hurt by a woman with Xian Bei. "No matter what happened, you shouldn't have watched another woman kick my younger sister and done nothing. My younger sister loves you so much, and you treat her like that?" Yu Kong argued. Like Xian Bei should feel honored that his younger sister loved him. "It was the worst decision I've ever made to be with you, Wenjing," Xian Bei sneered. "Yu Kong, I bet that you must know what kind of person your younger sister is. I don't want to judge her, but please tell her to stop harassing my friend. She attacked my friend with an ashtray in a public place. If you were me, would you let a stranger hurt you and not resist at all?" "What?" Yu Kong was shocked. He had no idea what Yu Wenjing had done. Yu Wenjing only told him that a woman who was with Xian Bei kicked her and she was badly injured now. Yu Kong was actually aware of the fact that it was Yu Wenjing who had dumped Xian Bei. However, he also supported Yu Wenjing getting Xian Bei back after finding out that Xian Bei was a military officer of high rank. He was also selfish, but he wouldn't force Xian Bei if Xian Bei rejected. In addition, he was so mad now only because he thought that Yu Wenjing was badly injured after arguing with the woman who were with Xian Bei. If what Xian Bei told him was true, it was Yu Wenjing's fault. When he calmed himself down, he saw that Xian Bei's forehead was wrapped in bandages. Xian Bei must have protected the woman when Yu Wenjing attacked her with an ashtray. "Are you sure?" Yu Kong asked with doubt. "You can go check the surveillance video of that cafe," Xian Bei said. "Then let Yu Kong go." Yu Kong didn't say anything further and turned around walking out. "Wait a second." Xian Bei stopped him. "Tell Yu Wenjing to stop harassing my friend. My friend isn't someone she can mess with. She can't bear the result if my friend takes revenge. And your family will also be involved." Hearing that, Yu Kong panicked a little. The woman with Xian Bei must be from either a rich or powerful family. He believed Xian Bei, and he knew that Xian Bei wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, Xian Bei was a military officer of high rank now, so he, of course, knew many important figures. Yu Kong, on the other hand, was from a very common family, and didn't dare annoy anyone with power or wealth. After he left Xian Bei's patient room, he didn't go to the cafe, but went to visit Yu Wenjing, and told Yu Wenjing what Xian Bei had said to him. Yu Wenjing didn't deny that she had attacked Xian Bei's friend, and Yu Kong was mad at her. "Yu Kong, you'd better stop now. The woman is from a powerful family. If you annoy her, our family could be punished," Yu Kong said in anger. Yu Wenjing now got her reason back, so she was scared too and remained quiet. However, she was unwilling to give up now. Even so, there was nothing she could do about it. Leng Xiaoting drove Gu Ning back to his house, and then went to the Leng family's house. Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning that he would dine with her later. Gu Ning, on the other hand, thought that he should share dinner with his grandpa. Leng Xiaoting finally agreed. Before Leng Xiaoting left, Gu Ning gave him 8 gold bars and told him that it was a gift for Master Leng. Although gold wasn't worth much nowadays, an ancient gold bar was a precious collectible. Leng Xiaoting understood that Gu Ning got them from an ancient grave, so he didn't ask further. When Leng Xiaoting was gone, Gu Ning surfed on the internet to see people's reaction to the ad of jade beauty jewelry. Afterwards, Gu Ning called Gu Man and asked her how everything was going now. Gu Man told her that everything was going very well. Gu Ning didn't ask her about her relationship with Tang Yun Fan, because Gu Ning thought that it was better to let them deal with it themselves. She told Gu Man that the skincare products would be delivered to City F in 2 days. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Gu Man called Gu Qing and told her that the skincare products would soon be delivered to City F. Gu Ning took a rest for a while, then went to the building of her corporation. In Cultivation Pharmacy, although there weren't as many customers right now as there were during the morning, it was still quite popular. Kai Yaofeng was the heir of Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company. He was a young man who was around 24 years old, and his girlfriend pulled him to shop for skincare products in Cozy Store. However, when Kai Yaofeng noticed Cultivation Pharmacy next to Cozy Store, he was astonished. Hasn't father ruined Cultivation's business? Cultivation can't pass the drug control and almost went bankrupt. How come it's open here right now, and is even so popular? How did they manage to put their medicines on the market? Does Cultivation have a new boss? Kai Yaofeng couldn't figure it out. Then Ning Chongkai walked by the door. Kai Yaofeng was shocked and called his father at once. Dad, haven't you ruined Cultivation's business? It's open now, and I just saw Ning Chongkai. Kai Yaofeng said. What? Cultivation is open, and you just saw Ning Chongkai? Kai Yaofeng's father, Kai Chini, couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure? Kai Chini couldn't accept it. He had already bribed a leader in the State Food and Drug Administration, and Cultivation would never pass the drug control. Exactly because of that, Cultivation almost went bankrupt, but why it was open now all of a sudden? Who helped Ning Chongkai? Yes, I'm sure. Wait a second. I'll send photos to you, Kai Yaofeng said. Then took a picture of Ning Chongkai and Cultivation before he sent them to Kai Chini. Seeing the photos, Kai Chini was shocked. He called the office leader of SFDA at once, but nobody answered. Kai Chini was displeased because he knew that something must be wrong if nobody answered his call. He was also worried that he could have been exposed, which would be dangerous. Even so, he was still unwilling to see Ning Chongkai running a more successful business than his. No matter what, Kai Chini had to do something about it right away, so he called his secretary and said, "Go collect the latest information about Cultivation and try to contact the office leader of SFDA." He was eager to know whether the office leader had betrayed him. "Yes, sir," his secretary said, then left. When Lung Xiaoting was at the Lung family's house, Master Lung was alone in it, because the other members had all left for work or school. Today was a sunny day, and Master Lung was ambling in the yard, so he saw Lung Xiaoting the moment he walked inside. Although Master Lung was very happy to see him, he put on a serious face and said, "Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought that you went to meet your girlfriend. It turns out that you still remember that you have a grandpa. I already met her," Lung Xiaoting said, and didn't care whether it would hurt Master Lung's feelings. Hearing that, Master Lung was annoyed. In the beginning, Master Lung was excited to see Lung Xiaoting, but now he was quite upset after Lung Xiaoting said that his girlfriend was more important than his grandpa in his eyes. "Here, a gift from Ningning for you." Lung Xiaoting gave the wooden box to Master Lung. Master Lung was cheered up at once and took the box. He opened it and saw gold bars inside. These gold bars were neatly lettered with a mark of the Tang dynasty, which meant they were made in the Tang dynasty. Although Master Lung couldn't tell whether they were real or not, he believed that Gu Ning wouldn't send fake treasure to him. Master Lung was thrilled to receive this gift from his further granddaughter-in-law. "Your girlfriend is really a great girl," Master Lung complimented. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was very happy. In fact, Gu Ning still felt a little guilty because she had charged Master Lung for the antique in her store, so she sent this gift to him to make up for it. She knew that Master Lung wouldn't mind it, but she still thought that it was better to send him a gift again. Gu Ning also knew that Master Lung loved paintings, so she planned to give him the Confederate Rose by water painted by Tang Yin at the formal meeting with him. "Let's go talk in the study," Master Lung said, then walked to the study, followed by Lung Xiaoting. "How is the investigation of the Shen family going?" Master Lung asked when they were in the study. I've sent an undercover agent to the Kirin gang, and he works for Long Tianhu now, but he hasn't gotten any evidence yet. The Shin family is very cautious, so we have to be patient, Leng Xiaoting said. If they were going to unseat the Shin family, they had to seize the best opportunity. Leng Xiaoting would never allow them to survive. His parents had been killed precisely because their enemies had survived, and he wouldn't make that mistake again. You're right, Master Leng said. Oh, how long will you stay here with me this time? Master Leng asked. I'll leave right after dinner. I have something else to deal with, Leng Xiaoting said. Actually, he was eager to go back to Gu Ning's side now. Why do you have to leave in a hurry? Master Leng was disappointed, but he wouldn't stop Leng Xiaoting from leaving. In the hospital, Chao Wenxin didn't remember that it was AI Sinu's birthday until she received AI Sinu's call around 5 p.m. She came to the capital to attend AI Sinu's birthday party, but now she was absent from it. However, she thought that it wasn't appropriate to leave Xian Bei alone in the hospital. Seeing Chao Wenxin getting restless, Xian Bei asked her, "What's wrong?" Actually today's my friend's birthday," Chao Wenxin said with embarrassment. "Don't worry. You can leave if you like." Xian Bei understood that Chao Wenxin hesitated to leave because of him. "Are you sure you'll be fine alone here?" Chao Wenxin felt a little guilty. She promised to take care of him, but she was going to leave him alone now. "If you're worried about me, you can visit me tonight after the party," Xian Bei said. In fact, there was no need for her to keep him company the entire time, but he enjoyed her company. "Sure. Then I'll visit you tonight," Chao Wenxin said. "Oh, what do you want to eat? I can help you order some." Xian Bei thought for a while, then said, "Well, it's said that what you eat can improve certain parts of your body. I think I need to improve my brain now, so please help me order fish head soup." "Ha ha!" Chao Wenxin snorted with laughter. "No problem." She called the Huangdang Hotel and told them to prepare fish head soup right now and deliver it to the hospital. Chao Wenxin was a great beauty, and her smile stunned Xian Bei. When it was 6 p.m., other members of the Leng family came home after work. Leng Yuanxian's family was displeased to see Leng Xiaoting, and only Leng Yuanxian's family greeted him kindly. Leng Xiaoting treated them the same way back. Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi stayed in their schools, and Leng Xiaojia was having fun with her friends, so they were all absent. Gu Ning was also about to dine with Song Manny and Xia Yichu. She had been in the capital for a few days, and Xia Yichu finally had a chance to meet her. Gu Ning was Xia Yichu's idol now, not only because Gu Ning had helped her a lot, but also because of the news about Gu Ning. Precisely because of the popular news about Gu Ning, many reporters wanted to interview her, and even went to her school. Unfortunately, Gu Ning was absent, and the principal refused to give them Gu Ning's phone number without Gu Ning's permission. Xia Yichu also thanked Gu Ning in person for the skincare products she had sent her. Although Xia Yichu hadn't had her debut yet, and she could hang out wherever and whenever she wanted, she wouldn't be able to do it once she became famous. They didn't go dine in a luxurious hotel, but went to the biggest commercial district in the capital. It wasn't far from the building of Gu Ning's corporation, and it only took several minutes of driving for them to get there. Gu Ning still drove Chun Songyi's car. Her corporation wasn't open for business yet, so she hadn't bought cars. This commercial district with a long history was located downtown, and there were many time-honored shops along the streets. There was a large, delicious section of the city in the center of this commercial district, providing varied traditional food and exotic food. They didn't know what to eat, so they decided to walk around to see what they wanted. In the end, they found a local hot pot restaurant. Although there weren't private rooms and people were all eating in a big hall, it was super popular. Therefore, Gu Ning and the others thought that its food must be very good and walked inside. "Hi, are there any vacant seats?" Gu Ning asked. "Miss, you're very lucky today. There is one vacant table," the waitress said with a smile. "I'll book it." Before Gu Ning could say a word, another female voice sounded from behind them. Hearing that, Gu Ning and the others were annoyed and turned back to look at the woman. The woman also came with two female friends, and they were all in their early 20s. Gu Ning stared straight at the woman who just booked the table before her. The woman was very beautiful, but she had bad physiognomy. Her face was skinny with prominent cheekbones and a sharp chin. There were also wrinkles in the middle of her eyebrows. Her physiognomy showed that she could be very unkind. Although physiognomy didn't mean everything, Gunning knew that the woman was very aggressive, rude, and hot-tempered from her previous behavior. "I'm sorry, miss, but we came here earlier than you," Gunning said coldly. "I didn't hear you book it before me," the woman said with disdain while looking at Gunning. Actually, this woman was Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia was competing against Gunning for the table, not because she disliked Gunning, but because she was arrogant and self-centered. Besides, she was hungry now. "It's ridiculous. I just asked the waitress whether there are any vacant seats, and I was going to book the table, but you interrupted me," Gunning said with annoyance. "Miss, could you please wait for a while? Some diners are almost finished eating, and there will be more vacant seats," the waitress said to Leng Xiaojia. "No, I want the last vacant table," Leng Xiaojia said without hesitation. "Well," the waitress felt cornered. Seeing that Leng Xiaojia was unwilling to retreat, she turned to Gunning and asked, "Miss, would you please wait for a few minutes?" In her eyes, Gunning was more considerate. Gunning was indeed considerate most of the time, but she wouldn't be friendly to those who were rude and domineering, so she asked the waitress, "I think it depends on the rules of your restaurant. First come, first served, or occupy the seats by violence." Hearing that, the waitress was struck dumb for a second. The restaurant, of course, served the diners in order of arrival, but the women who came here later seemed very aggressive. If they didn't get the table, they could argue or even fight here, which would affect other diners. However, this restaurant always obeyed the rule that the first customer was served first. If they broke the rule this time, it would damage the reputation of this restaurant, which would affect its business in the future. After thinking about it, the waitress decided to side with Gunning. "Miss, please follow me," she said to Gunning. "Hey, what do you mean?" Leng Xiaojia was mad and shouted in anger. "I booked the seat first, so why are you guiding her inside before me?" Leng Xiaojia was playing the blame game now. In fact, Leng Xiaojia was so hot-tempered today because she was in a bad mood. Otherwise, she would tolerate it for the sake of the Leng family's reputation. Leng Xiaojia's angry shout attracted a lot of attention from other diners in the restaurant. In a corner, Jiang Ruiqin was dining with Tang Qingyang. The dishes had just been served on the table, so they turned to look over. However, at first glance they didn't see Leng Xiaojia, whose voice they were familiar with, but Gunning. Seeing Gunning, Jiang Ruiqin's eyes lit up at once and he walked towards her. Tang Qingyang shook his head with a resigned look. "What's going on here?" The manager of the restaurant walked over after hearing the noise. The waitress immediately reported to the manager on what just had happened. The manager seemed displeased after hearing it, and turned to look at the group of Leng Xiaojia. "Miss, I'm sorry, but we always serve diners in order of arrival. If you still want to dine here, please wait for a while. If not, please go dine in another restaurant." "How dare you talk to us like that? Do you know who we are?" The woman stood by Leng Xiaojia's right side said arrogantly. "I was born in the Shi family." The Shi family was a famous super-rich family in the capital, and the manager was slightly scared. Although Leng Xiaojia was from a much more powerful family than her friends, she seldom exposed her identity, unless it was necessary. Master Leng had warned them not to use the Leng family's name to do bad things, or they would be punished according to their family's principles. Normally, the person would be locked in a small dark room for 3 days without anything to eat and just water to drink, which could cause a mental breakdown. Leng Xiaojia had been punished once, and she didn't want to suffer it again, so she would use her friend's family background to bully others. Anyway, it was already enough. "Miss Shi, do you think you have the right to grab seats away from others just because your family is super rich?" At this moment, a male voice sounded and it attracted everyone's attention. Without looking at him, Gunning already knew who he was from his voice. So did Leng Xiaojia. Gunning remained calm, while Leng Xiaojia panicked a little. "Jiang Ruiqin." Shi Yanyan was surprised to meet Jiang Ruiqin here, and didn't know what to do now. She gave Leng Xiaojia a glance to ask for her opinion in silence. Although there was an abyss between the Zhang family, which was a common rich family, and the Shi family that was a super-rich family, the Zhang family had a close relationship with the Leng family after all. Most importantly, Leng Xiaojia liked Zhang Ruiqin and was unwilling to have conflict with him. However, Zhang Ruiqin disliked Leng Xiaojia very much and kept a distance away from her. Leng Xiaojia was in a bad mood today because of Zhang Ruiqin. Just an hour ago, they met Zhang Ruiqin, and Leng Xiaojia invited him to dine and watch a film together. But Zhang Ruiqin rejected her. Fine. We can leave the table to them, but we must share a table with you. Leng Xiaojia seized the chance to dine with Zhang Ruiqin. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruiqin ignored Leng Xiaojia and looked to Gu Ning with sincerity. Gu Ning, would you mind dining with us? I have always wanted to share a meal with you, so maybe today is my lucky day. Zhang Ruiqin. Leng Xiaojia couldn't believe her eyes. Why did Zhang Ruiqin invite this girl to dine with him? And they even seem so close? What's their relationship? Leng Xiaojia thought to herself. Why not? Gu Ning said. Since they encountered each other, Gu Ning wouldn't turn Zhang Ruiqin down. In addition, Gu Ning noticed that the arrogant woman liked Zhang Ruiqin, but Zhang Ruiqin disliked her. If so, Gu Ning was glad to see the arrogant woman being upset after Zhang Ruiqin invited her. Zhang Ruiqin then ignored Leng Xiaojia and guided Gu Ning to his table. Leng Xiaojia's face was twisted in anger, and she lost her appetite, walking out at once. Her friends, of course, wouldn't stay in the restaurant and left with her. This restaurant was very popular and soon the last vacant table was occupied. Although Leng Xiaojia liked Zhang Ruiqin, she was too arrogant to tell him. In her eyes, the man she liked should feel honored and beg for her love, and she always believed that she was better than men. Even when she invited Zhang Ruiqin to dine together or watch a film together, she was still very arrogant and put it like she was doing him a favor. Since Zhang Ruiqin ignored her on purpose now, she obviously wouldn't stay here and left at once. However, she would invite Zhang Ruiqin to hang out with her again after her anger went away. She wasn't willing to give up, because Zhang Ruiqin aroused her desire of conquest. A self-centered person with a strong sense of self-esteem always wanted what he or she couldn't have. Gu Ning followed Zhang Ruiqin to the table and greeted Tang Qingyang when she saw him. Afterwards, they introduced themselves to each other. Here, please order whatever you want. Zhang Ruiqin gave the menu to Gu Ning, because he and Tang Qingyang had only ordered several dishes for 2 people. Thanks. Gu Ning took the menu. Song Manny and Xia Yichu also ordered their favorite food. Gu Ning, what are you up to these days? Zhang Ruiqin asked Gu Ning, pretending to be very casual. Dealing with something, Gu Ning said, but didn't tell him more details. Since Gu Ning didn't want to tell him more details, Zhang Ruiqin didn't ask further. Oh, if you meet those women again in the future, you better stay away from them, especially the one who has competed for vacant seats against you, Zhang Ruiqin said. Although he knew that Gu Ning was good at kung fu, it couldn't solve everything. Sometimes power was the key to any problems. Oh, what's her background? Gu Ning asked with curiosity. The Leng family in the capital, Zhang Ruiqin said directly. The Leng family? Gu Ning was surprised. The Leng family in the capital was precisely Leng Xiaoting's family. It seemed unavoidable that she would meet the woman again in the future. Leng Xiaoting had told her that he only cared about his grandpa in his family, so she could fight back without hesitation if other members found fault with her. Seeing Gu Ning being surprised, Zhang Ruiqin thought that she was a little scared, so he comforted her at once. Don't worry, I can help you if she causes you any trouble. It's fine. I can handle it, Gu Ning said. In fact, she didn't care about Leng Xiaojia at all. If she didn't have Leng Xiaoting's support, she probably would be afraid of the Leng family's power and influence. But there was no need for her to be afraid now since Leng Xiaoting was her boyfriend. Oh, are you free tonight? If you are, why don't we go have some fun together in a club after dinner? Zhang Ruiqin asked. I'd love to, but I need to deal with something else. Gu Ning declined. Fine. Zhang Ruiqin didn't insist, but felt disappointed. Leng Xiaojia, who left in anger, didn't have an appetite at all. so she went to a bar later. She was in a terrible mood now, so she vented her anger by drinking with her friends Shi Yanyan and Qin Beixin. Leng Xiaojia was very arrogant, so she only made friends with those who were from either super rich or powerful families. Shi Yanyan was born in a super rich family in the capital, while Qin Beixin's father was a senior administration official in the capital. Although their family background wasn't as good as Leng Xiaojia's, they were all from the high society. However, only the Leng family and the Shi family had been super rich and powerful for generations, and many members of those two families held important positions or great influence in either politics or business. In the Qin family, on the other hand, only Qin Beixin's parents occupied significant jobs in the government. That was the big difference between a single person's influence and a whole family's power. On the way to the bar, Shi Yanyan suddenly thought of a question. So she asked, "Xiaojia, I think Jiang Ruiqin treats the girl differently. I've never seen him being so careful and gentle to a girl before. Does he like her?" Hearing that, Leng Xiaojia stopped walking for a second, and then realized that Jiang Ruiqin really was different today. She liked Jiang Ruiqin, so she naturally knew a lot about him, and she had also never seen him being so kind and taking the initiative to approach a girl. Did he do it on purpose to annoy Xiaojia? Qin Beixin said, "No matter what, I won't let her go. If I see her again, I promise that I'll pay her back," Leng Xiaojia said with strong hatred. She had been embarrassed in public today because of Gu Ning, so she wouldn't forgive Gu Ning. When Leng Xiaoting finished dinner, Gu Ning was still in the middle of it, so she received his call halfway through eating. "Where are you now? Have you eaten?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I'm at the commercial district now and I'm still eating," Gu Ning said. "Do you need me to pick you up?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Sure," Gu Ning said, then hung up. Kai Qini had the result of the investigation of Ning Chongkai. The office leader was transferred to another department in another city, but nobody knew the details. Besides, no one knew whether he had betrayed Kai Qini either, but Kai Qini's secretary said that they didn't have any solid proof against Xinghe. Hearing that, Kai Qini was a little relieved. Leng Xiaoting soon arrived at the delicious city, and Gu Ning and the others also finished eating. "Where are you going now? I can send you there," Jiang Ruiqin said. "Thanks, my friend will pick us up," Gu Ning said. "Great." Jiang Ruiqin didn't say anything further, but felt quite disappointed. When they walked out together, Leng Xiaoting's car was parked outside. Gu Ning said goodbye to them, and Jiang Ruiqin along with Tang Qingyang saw them getting in the car at the door. Seeing Gu Ning walking out with Jiang Ruiqin, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. Didn't she say she would reject Jiang Ruiqin's invitation for a meal? Why did they dine together? Gu Ning sensed Leng Xiaoting's annoyance once she was in the car. She immediately realized that he was mad because of Jiang Ruiqin. Although it was just a coincidence that she had dined with Jiang Ruiqin, Leng Xiaoting didn't know, so it was understandable that he was mad now. Gu Ning explained it to Leng Xiaoting at once, and Leng Xiaoting's anger faded. But Gu Ning didn't tell him that the woman was Leng Xiaojia. In the beginning, Xia Yichu and Song Mani felt stressed in the car, but then gradually got used to it. Afterwards, Gu Ning introduced them to one another. It was very dim in the car, so Xia Yichu and Song Mani didn't see Leng Xiaoting's appearance clearly, otherwise they would be astonished as well as excited. Gu Ning asked for Song Mani's and Xia Yichu's addresses. Then Leng Xiaoting drove them back before they went to his house. Once Gu Ning was gone, Jiang Ruiqin was very upset, but Tang Qingyang could do nothing about it. "Let's go. She's already been gone for a long while." Tang Qingyang lightly knocked Jiang Ruiqin's arm. Jiang Ruiqin sighed, then turned around. "Let's go have a drink." He was in a bad mood now and he wanted to drink beers. "Let's go." Since his close brother wanted to drink, Tang Qingyang, of course, wouldn't reject. Chao Wenxin and AI Sinew along with AI Sinew's friends were about to adjourn to a KTV club, but Chao Wenxin always wore an absent look because she was thinking of Xian Bei. AI Sinew had noticed that during the meal, but didn't ask her because there were so many people around them. Since they were already out now, AI Sinew asked Chao Wenxin, "Wenxin, are you alright?" "Yeah," Chao Wenxin said. "Really? I'm not dumb and you've been wearing this absent look for a long time. AI Sinew rolled her eyes. Fine. Chao Wenxin knew that she couldn't hide it from her good friend. I had a conflict with a woman today. She used an ashtray to hit me, and one of my male friends protected me from being hit, but he was injured on his head, and now he's still in the hospital. I think I should take care of him because he was injured for me, but today's your birthday after all, so he told me to come here. What? Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I wouldn't have forced you to come here. AI Sinew was shocked and felt guilty. Go back to him. I'll be fine here. But today's your birthday. Actually, Chao Wenxin also wanted to visit Exine Bay in the hospital, but she thought that it would be unfair for AI Sinew. She flew all the way here to attend AI Sinew's birthday party after all. It's fine. We've been good friends for years. I won't mind. AI Sinew was very considerate. If she found out the truth, but still forbade Chao Wenxin from leaving, it would be very unkind. Well, then I'll go visit him. Sinew, I'm sorry. Chao Wenxin hesitated for a while, but still decided to leave. It's no big deal. Just leave. Don't forget to bring some food for him, AI Sinew said and pushed Chao Wenxin outwards. After that, Chao Wenxin excused herself and left. She listened to AI Sinew and wanted to call Exine Bay to ask him what his favorite food was. However, she realized that they hadn't exchanged phone numbers with each other, which upset her. In the end, Chao Wenxin only bought some fruits to visit him. When she got back to the hospital, Su Jinchen was also in Exine Bay's patient room. Exine Bay felt bored after Chao Wenxin left, so he called Su Jinchen to keep him company. Su Jinchen didn't know what had happened to Exine Bay until Exine Bay called him. He was shocked and came to visit Exine Bay without delay. When he saw Exine Bay, his first reaction was the same as Leng Xiaoting's. How could you be hit by an ashtray? It was a subconscious action, Exine Bay said. In fact, he could have pushed Chao Wenxin away, so neither of them would have been hit, but he hadn't thought further back then. Do you like her? Su Jinchen asked, although he already knew the answer. Yes, Exine Bay admitted it. Well, it seems another member of our team is going to have a girlfriend, but I'm still single. Su Jinchen felt very sad all of a sudden. Leng Xiaoting, Ximing and now Exine Bay had all met their girls, but his girl was nowhere to be found. There is no sign of anything happening yet. Exine Bay wore a wry smile. Although he liked Chao Wenxin, it wasn't easy for them to be together. They still needed more time to get along with each other. Su Jinchen's first love was in college, and he stayed single for a long time ever since, so he couldn't give any advice for his close brother now, but could only hope that Exine Bay would be happy. When it was about 8 p.m., Chao Wenxin arrived. Exine Bay thought that Chao Wenxin wouldn't be back until 10 p.m., so he was surprised to see her when it was just 8 p.m. Hi, Mr. Su. Chao Wenxin greeted Su Jinchen. Hi. I came to visit Exine Bay after hearing what happened. Since you're back, I think I better leave now, Su Jinchen said. Bye-bye. Chao Wenxin didn't think further and walked Su Jinchen out. When Su Jinchen walked out, he gave Exine Bay an encouraging look. Why did you come back so early? Exine Bay asked when Su Jinchen was gone. It wasn't because he didn't want her to be back earlier, but because he thought she needed to celebrate her friend's birthday that night. Was it because of him? Thinking that, Exine Bay was cheered up. I came here after dinner. They went to drink, but I don't feel like drinking today, so I didn't go with them. Oh, I wanted to buy some food for you, but I don't have your number, so I didn't know what to buy, Chao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Exine Bay also realized that they hadn't exchanged phone numbers yet. If you don't mind, we can exchange numbers, Exine Bay said politely, but he was very anxious. Sure, Chao Wenxin said, and then they exchanged phone numbers. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were back in his house, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the bed at once. However, Gu Ning's phone rang when he just started kissing her. It was the second time that Leng Xiaoting had been interrupted when he was kissing Gu Ning, and he was very unhappy. Ha ha! Gu Ning snorted with laughter seeing Leng Xiaoting's sad face, but she still answered the call without delay. The call was from Ning Changkai and he reported on today's sales figures to Gu Ning. Although the sales in the afternoon was lower than that in the morning, they had made a lot of money today. It was quite understandable because many of Gu Ning's friends came to buy the products in the morning, and they were very generous customers. In addition, for the skincare products except facial masks, it took time for customers to see whether they were effective or suitable, so most of the customers only bought a set each to have a try. The pharmacy also made dozens of thousands of yuan today. It was quite a good result without any advertising. Normally, a store of skincare products could make several dozens of thousands of yuan at the most on the opening day, but they had made over 300,000 yuan. And a pharmacy could make over 10,000 yuan at best, but they had made over 40,000 yuan. In addition, both Cultivation Pharmacy and Cozy Store were direct sale stores, and Gu Ning could make far more money by wholesale in the future. Gu Ning planned to open more retail stores of Cultivation and Cozy, and Ning Changkai would be in charge of it. Ning Changkai told Gu Ning that the products which would be delivered to City F were already packed. They would be loaded tomorrow morning, and he asked her whether she wanted to check it. Gu Ning thought that it wasn't necessary, because she believed that Ning Changkai could handle it well. After hanging up the call, Ling Xiaoting pressed on Gu Ning again, but he was stopped by Gu Ning once more when he started kissing her. Wait a second. It was the third time Ling Xiaoting had been interrupted, and he was very disappointed. However, he cared about Gu Ning's feelings, so he didn't force her to have sex with him. What's wrong? I forgot to book a plane ticket. I have to fly to City B tomorrow because Jade Beauty Jewelry's branch is about to open the day after tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Although Zhou Zhenghong was already dealing with it, she had to go back given that she was the boss. I'll go with you. Ling Xiaoting had to go with her because it was a very important event. He got up from Gu Ning's body and took out his phone to book plane tickets for them. It was better to book plane tickets as early as they could. Wait, I need to ask Wenxin whether she'll go back with us tomorrow, Gu Ning said, and called Chao Wenxin. Gu Ning's store was going to open, and Chao Wenxin said that she would go attend its opening ceremony. So did Xian Bei. Therefore, Ling Xiaoting booked 4 plane tickets. The flight would take off at 1:50 p.m. tomorrow, so they could set off for the airport after lunch. After booking, Ling Xiaoting pressed on Gu Ning once more, but Gu Ning pushed him away again. She thought that she should give Gao Yi and Xiao Ye a call now to find out how everything was going with them. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were both efficient, so they already settled everything they needed to do. Gu Ning told them to meet her once they were free. Anything else? Ling Xiaoting stared at Gu Ning with a resigned look. Hearing that, Gu Ning was amused. Nothing. Let's begin. Once Gu Ning said that, Ling Xiaoting directly pressed her against the bed and started to undress her. At the same time, Chao Wenxin was still chatting with Xian Bei in the hospital. Neither of them mentioned their feelings towards each other, but chatted casually. When it was 11 p.m., Chao Wenxin had to go back to the hotel, because it wasn't appropriate for her to stay alone with Xian Bei in a room. In fact, Xian Bei was already fine after applying the liquid medicine Gu Ning gave him, but the doctor told him to stay in the hospital for a day in case his wound got worse. He would have another CT scan tomorrow morning, and he could leave the hospital if there was nothing wrong with his wound. Is it safe for you to go back alone? Xian Bei asked with concern. It's fine. The hotel will arrange for a car to pick me up, Chao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Xian Bei realized that the Huangdang Hotel was kind of Chao Wenxin's family business. Xian Bei didn't feel stressed facing Chao Wenxin's unusual family background, because he was a respectable military officer in the army too. In addition to his high rank in the army, he also had a lot of wealth. Although he wasn't comparable to the Tang family, he wasn't poorer than the Chao family, so they could be a properly matched couple. The rewards of their missions were very high. They might not gain much if they caught general murderers, but they would get rich rewards if they ruined an illegal drug cartel or caught people stealing cultural relics as well as arms traffickers. Those illegal groups had tons of money to run their illegal business. As long as they were caught, the government would take over half of their properties, and the other half would be divided among the Red Flame. For example, a head of an illegal drug cartel could have dozens of billion yuan in wealth, and those who fulfilled the task of catching the head could share half of his wealth. Therefore, each member of the Red Flame was super rich. Chao Wenxin took a shower when she was back in the hotel. However, she couldn't fall asleep at all, but kept thinking about what had happened today with Xian Bei. She was sure that she liked Xianbei now, but not deeply yet, so she wasn't sure whether she wanted him to be her boyfriend. In addition, she was curious about his feelings for her. During this night, Xianbei barely slept too, because he was also thinking of Chao Wenxin. Although he knew he liked Chao Wenxin, he hesitated to confess his affection for her before he was certain that she was willing to his girlfriend. The prime time of a bar was around 12 a.m. Leng Xiaojia and her friends actually drank some in the music bar, but they didn't have much. They knew that they were going to have fun in the second bar, so they stayed clear-headed. And now, they adjourned to a nightclub to start the second round of drinking. Several male friends invited them to have fun here, and those men were all from the high society like them. There were different groups of the younger generation in the high society who disliked each other, and normally one would only make friends with others in the same group as themselves. They knew the conflicts among different groups very clearly, and the older generation had reminded them to be careful too, so they would never socialize with people from the opposite groups. Even if they maintained a relationship with their enemies, it had to be a bad one. Since they were friends, they shared many secrets about each other. If one made friends with the younger generation from the opposite groups, once the older generation began to fight against one another, it was unavoidable that his or her secrets would become the ammunition in their enemies' hands. The bar was very noisy and full of colorful moving lights. Men and women on the dance floor were crazily swaying their waists and shaking their booties, like tomorrow was the last day of their lives. Although it was early spring, it was still cold outside. In the nightclub, however, it was always summer, and all the women were wearing tight, sensual summer dresses. The air conditioners in a nightclub were on all the time, otherwise nobody would be willing to have fun here. Leng Xiaojia and her friends also changed their clothes and put on short, tight, sexy dresses with heavy makeup. They looked totally different now. A while ago, they were elegant ladies, but now they were hot women looking for amorous adventures in this nightclub. Shi Yanyan was the sexiest of them, and her dress was so short that her underwear was easily seen once she bent a little. That was exactly what she wanted. Leng Xiaojia was actually more beautiful than Shi Yanyan, but Shi Yanyan had a better figure than her. When Shi Yanyan shook her beautiful wine-red hair with large curls, countless men around were attracted to her. "Hey, beauties, want a drink?" A good-looking man came over and struck up a conversation with them. "Sorry, we're busy now. We can have a drink later," Shi Yanyan said with a sexy smile. She was very kind, so the man wasn't annoyed at all. After a while, they walked to the booth their friends had booked. There were 3 men and a woman who was wearing a skin-tight red mini-dress with her boobs almost coming out. She was having sex with the man sitting next to her right in front of everyone. It was very common in a nightclub. Although Leng Xiaojia and her friends didn't have fun in nightclubs often, they weren't rare visitors either, so they were already used to it. "Oh, they're already having fun," Shi Yanyan joked without any touch of irony. Hearing that, the man and the woman stopped and looked to Shi Yanyan. The woman moved her hair on her chest away and said airily, "You didn't just find out, so don't put it like it's something surprising. Mind your reputation. Why don't you go get a room and then you can do it any way you want?" Shi Yanyan said. Shi Yanyan lived a promiscuous sexual life. To be specific, there was few rich kids who didn't have many sexual partners, but some of them would try to attract as little attention as possible to their behaviors in case it caused trouble. Leng Xiaojia and Qin Beixin, on the other hand, didn't have as many sexual partners as Shi Yanyan, so they were able to maintain a good reputation for now. "Hey, welcome. Come on and have a seat." A handsome man stood up at once and invited them to sit with him. "Hello, beauty's been a while." A tall, handsome blonde man with beautiful features greeted them. "Smith, when did you come here?" Seeing the man, both Shi Yanyan and Qin Beixin were excited, but Leng Xiaojia felt a little uneasy with a touch of embarrassment flashing by her face. Smith looked at them, but his attention was all on Leng Xiaojia with his eyes blinking in love. "I just arrived today. Du invited you to have fun together, so I didn't tell you in order to surprise you." Du was the handsome man who invited them to sit with him. In fact, Smith was afraid that Leng Xiaojia wouldn't come, so he told Du to keep it a secret. Why would he be afraid of that? There was a secret between them, so Leng Xiaojia felt embarrassed and uneasy whenever she saw him. "It is a big surprise. Shi Yanyan and Qin Beixin laughed. Afterwards, Du poured drinks for them. They clinked glasses and downed it as the start of the evening. Leng Xiaojia and her friends were a little drunk after drinking so much, but they were still conscious. At this moment, Smith moved to sit beside Leng Xiaojia. Under the effect of the alcohol, Leng Xiaojia didn't feel uneasy. Smith approached Leng Xiaojia's ear and said in a low voice, "Will you leave with me tonight?" His warm breath around Leng Xiaojia's ear made her feel aroused, and a touch of light flashed in her eyes, but she still rejected. "I don't think it's a good idea." Smith caught the touch of light in Leng Xiaojia's eyes. He smiled and said in his husky voice, "You know you don't need to restrict yourself. You should free yourself instead. You know we've had a lot of fun together before. Don't worry. Nobody will know and I won't force you." Smith's words shook Leng Xiaojia's belief. He was indeed very good in bed, and she was kind of addicted to it, but she was reluctant to maintain a sexual relationship with him. If Jiang Ruiqin found out, he would probably never accept her. Although Smith was tall, strong and handsome, Leng Xiaojia didn't have much affection for him. Besides, he had a divorce and it was impossible for her to date him, because she thought that it was very shameful. They had slept with each other once before because she had been drunk and felt lonely that day. Seeing that Leng Xiaojia's belief was shaken, Smith was very proud of himself. "I heard that you're still single. Since you don't have a boyfriend, you don't need to worry about it at all. It has nothing to do with betrayal." Leng Xiaojia thought that it made sense and she also wanted to get revenge on Jiang Ruiqin. In addition, she was seduced too, so she agreed. "Sure." Smith was happy hearing Leng Xiaojia's answer. In fact, although Smith liked Leng Xiaojia, he was only interested in having sex with her, and had no intention to be in a serious relationship with her. His ex-wife left him precisely because he had cheated on her. In Smith's eyes, he had to live his life while he was still young, because he wouldn't have enough energy to play around again once he was old. Moreover, he was rich and he could afford it. He also understood that Leng Xiaojia didn't like him, but instead liked his skills in bed, which was acceptable for him, because there was no need for him to take responsibility for it. Shi Yanyan soon left with a handsome young man. Qin Beixin was totally drunk and was sent back by Du. In the end, only Leng Xiaojia and Smith were left there. "Have more drinks with me. I haven't had enough." Leng Xiaojia wasn't in a good mood, so she wanted to relieve her pain by drinking. "Why not? But I think you better not drink too much, or you won't feel the excitement later," Smith said. He didn't want to have sex with a drunk woman, he wanted a sensual woman. Saying that, he covered her leg with his palm, then moved his palm upwards to the V of her legs. Leng Xiaojia refused, but Smith said at once, "Don't you think it's very exciting? Nobody will notice." Leng Xiaojia stopped for a second and started feeling excited. They sat in the deepest corner with tassels separating them from the others. The light was dim, and there was a table in front of them, so it was impossible that anyone would notice them. Therefore, Leng Xiaojia didn't stop him anymore. However, her legs were tightly closed. "Open your legs wider so I can move in," Smith said. After a while of flirting and touching, both of them felt aroused, but it wasn't the right place to have sex here, so they stayed calm and drank. "Look, they're being really bold." Smith gave a glance at the next table, and Leng Xiaojia looked over. A woman lowered her head between a man's legs. Although she couldn't see it clearly, she understood what they were doing at first glance. It seemed the man was enjoying it, and there were other people around them joking loudly. From their talk, Leng Xiaojia got to know that they were playing truth or dare, and the woman lost a round. It was too much in Leng Xiaojia's eyes. She couldn't do that. After a short time, Leng Xiaojia left along with Smith. Smith had already booked a room in a nearby hotel, so they soon arrived. With a loud sound, Smith knocked the door open and threw Leng Xiaojia onto the bed. It wasn't painful because the bed was super soft. Without hesitation, Smith pressed her body against the bed. The next day, Jiang Ruiqin got up to run in the morning as usual, but Guning was still absent. It had been 3 days. Was she avoiding him? He had dined with Guning yesterday, but it was just a coincidence. Running in the morning, however, was different because Guning had told him that it was her regular exercise, and he had told her the same thing. Nevertheless, Gu Ning had been absent for 3 days. Maybe she was very busy, but it was also possible that she stopped running to avoid meeting him. Chao Wenxin called Xian Bei once she got up and asked him what he wanted to eat. It was still morning, so Xian Bei wanted to have some congee. Chao Wenxin then brought congee to visit him in the hospital before Xian Bei went to do the CT scan. When it was 10 a.m., the results were out and Xian Bei was fine, so he could leave the hospital now. Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei went to the parking lot together. Not far away, Yu Wenkong was carrying a lunchbox that contained some dishes prepared by Yu Wenjing for Xian Bei. Yu Wenkong felt a little embarrassed seeing Xian Bei, and Xian Bei just nodded to him politely before he got in the car. Chao Wenxin drove a Maserati which was worth over 1 million yuan. It was an exclusive car for the senior management of the Tanghuang Group. Therefore, when Yu Wenkong saw the logo of the car, he was shocked. If this woman in front of his eyes was able to drive such a luxurious car, she must have been born in a super-rich family. He now really hoped that Yu Wenjing would listen to him and stopped harassing this woman. When they arrived at the hotel, Chao Wenxin called Gu Ning. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had just left, so she told Chao Wenxin to order first. Not long after they left the house area, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting noticed that someone was stalking them. Gu Ning was very displeased, because she had been stalked many times these days, but she didn't know whether she or Leng Xiaoting was the target this time. She turned around and used her jade eyes. There were 2 men in the car behind them, and both of them had guns, which made Gu Ning think of bounty hunters. Gu Ning was worried, but she couldn't tell Leng Xiaoting right away, in case that would arouse his suspicion. "I think we better drive to a remote place and deal with them first," Gu Ning said. If they were just normal stalkers, they would let them go, but it was obvious that those 2 men were killers. Leng Xiaoting had the same idea, so he drove the car towards a remote place. The 2 men in the car behind them had no idea that they were already exposed, and even felt that it was a great chance for them to kill them at a remote place. Although Gu Ning couldn't tell Leng Xiaoting directly that they had guns, she could suggest it. "I wonder whether they aim to hurt me or you, but either way we must be careful. They probably have knives or guns." "You're right," Leng Xiaoting agreed. When Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning drove to a road with little traffic, Leng Xiaoting stopped the car all of a sudden. They pretended that the engine was acting up and got out of the car to check it. Seeing that, the 2 men stopped behind them and also left their car. "Hey, may I help?" one of them asked. They tried to approach them. "Thanks," Leng Xiaoting said, and the 2 men walked towards them. When they walked near, they suddenly attacked Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. However, both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were already prepared, so they reacted within a second. The 2 men were stunned because they didn't expect that they would be so quick, but they kept attacking them. People who drove by this road all stopped and filmed the fight. Nevertheless, none of them dared to come closer, so their faces weren't clear in the video. Some of them also immediately called the police. After a while, the killers didn't gain any advantage, but Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning also failed to get control of them. Gu Ning was sure now that they must be bounty hunters. To the killers' astonishment, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were better than them in a fight. Therefore, they took out guns. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning dashed forward to stop them. The killers weren't weak either, but failed to aim at them accurately. Once they showed the guns, most onlookers drove away, and only a few stayed to watch, but they all stayed a far distance away. At short notice, Gu Ning drew a dagger and cut one of the killer's wrists with great force. The gun fell from his hand at once, and Gu Ning kicked it away. The killer was greatly surprised, because he didn't see when and where Gu Ning pulled out the dagger. This killer without his gun was barely a match for Gu Ning, and it was super easy for Gu Ning to beat him down now. As for Leng Xiaoting, he was even better and more experienced than Gu Ning in a fight. He dislocated the other killer's arm without hesitation and grabbed the gun away, then kicked the killer on the knee so the killer knelt on the ground and couldn't resist at all. At the same time, Gu Ning quickly got control of the killer fighting against her. The scene shocked everyone around. They caught the 2 killers with guns within just a few minutes. Although Leng Xiaoting was better than Gu Ning, people were still more impressed by Gu Ning because she was a slim young girl. In their eyes, girls were always the weak, but what Gu Ning did totally changed their opinions. "Tell us," Who sent you here? Gu Ning asked coldly. The two killers remained silent. Well, Gu Ning wore a cold face, then heavily stepped on a killer's ankle. With a crisp sound, it was broken and the killer's face was twisted in great pain. Tell us, Gu Ning said again. However, they still remained quiet. If you refuse to tell us, you could die, Leng Xiaoting said, staring straight at them. Even so, the two killers still seemed tough. Our nationality is country Y, and your country has no right to sentence us. It was the truth. Without an extradition agreement, another country had no right to sentence them. Besides, the two killers didn't believe that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would dare to kill them, because it would turn into a serious international problem. As long as they could flee back to country Y, they would be safe. Oh, really? Leng Xiaoting didn't seem worried at all. He took out his military officer card with a calm face. Don't you know that you can be sentenced to death if you try to assassinate a military officer? Seeing that, the two killers were stunned again. Tell us who sent you here. I can punish you lightly and it won't become an international case. As for what will happen to you in the future, it totally depends on yourself, Leng Xiaoting said. It was an attempted murder, so they wouldn't be sentenced death according to the law. Of course, if Leng Xiaoting wanted them to die, it was just a matter of a few words, but he would fulfill his promise once he made it. The two killers were now scared of Leng Xiaoting's real identity. However, if they told him, they would be killed by their client because they broke the rules. Besides, they weren't sure whether Leng Xiaoting would keep his promise. Even so, it was possible that they could stay alive if they told him, and they could die right away if they refused to do so. After struggling, they decided to tell him. Although they were killers, they were afraid of death too. It's Amy Hill from the Hill family, the man who was under Leng Xiaoting's control said. Hearing that, Gu Ning frowned, but was not very surprised, because she knew that Amy wouldn't give up. Do you know the person? In the beginning, Leng Xiaoting thought that their target was him, but they told him a very strange name. He had heard of the Hill family, but he had never been in touch with it, let alone had conflicts or a grudge against it. Seeing Gu Ning's reaction, he realized that Gu Ning was their target. We had conflict, Gu Ning said, but didn't tell him details. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was mad. If their target was him, he wouldn't have many feelings, but he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Gu Ning. No matter who dared to hurt Gu Ning, he would make him or her pay for it. Are you sure? Gu Ning starred the killer's eyes. I'm very sure, he said without any panic. In that case, Gu Ning believed it for now. What did she want you to do to me? Gu Ning asked, although she already had the answer. It wasn't the first time that she had been attacked by another woman after all. She was right. She wanted us to ruin your face and rape you, so that you'd live the rest of your life in pain, the killer said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was in a rage. He couldn't believe that the woman would be so malicious. Gu Ning gave Leng Xiaoting a glance, and his heart ached for her. Do you have her phone number? Gu Ning asked the killer again. Yes, the killer said. Give me your phone, Gu Ning said. He didn't hesitate and gave his phone to Gu Ning. Gu Ning made a call with it at once. In the Hill family's manor in country Y, Amy was playing games alone in her room when she received the call, and she got excited once she saw the caller's name. She thought that it must have been successful, so she answered the call in a hurry. Before Gu Ning could say a word, Amy opened her mouth in excitement. Avery, how is it? Although it was a question, Amy believed that it must have been a success. She had sent 2 professional killers. Sorry to disappoint you, Miss Hill, Gu Ning said with pride and laziness. She didn't sound annoyed at all. You? Amy recognized Gu Ning's voice, and her hand shook a little in fear. How is it possible? How can she use Avery's phone to call me? Miss Hill, I bet that Situ Yi already told you not to cause me any trouble, but it seems that you didn't listen to him. Well, I guess you can only pay for you've done now, Gu Ning said, then hung up on her. When Leng Xiaoting heard Situ Ye's name, he was displeased. He now realized that it was because of Situ Yi that Miss Hill schemed to ruin Gu Ning. What do you want to do? I can help you, Leng Xiaoting said. He knew that Gu Ning wouldn't let Miss Hill get away with it. I'll tell you once I made up my mind, Gu Ning said. She would, of course, get revenge on Amy, but the time wasn't right, because she was busy dealing with her own business. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't ask further about Situ Yi. Although he was very curious, he was more afraid that Gu Ning would be annoyed. Since her scheme was exposed, Amy was terrified. If Situ Yi found out what she had done, it would be impossible for her to marry him. Besides, she was worried that Situ Yi would tell her family to please Gu Ning, and her family would punish, blame, or even abandon her. Amy, however, wasn't afraid of Gu Ning, because she still believed that Gu Ning wasn't able to hurt her, because she was born in the Hill family after all. However, what she didn't know was that Gu Ning was the heiress of the top family in City B, and was also the future granddaughter-in-law of the top family in the capital. Gu Ning's background was far more powerful than the Hill family. The Hill family was a super-rich family in country Y, but it wasn't among the top-level families. On the contrary, both the Tang family and the Lung family were dominant families. In addition, Gu Ning had no intention to fight against the Hill family, and she would only get revenge on Amy. However, if the Hill family wanted to be involved, Gu Ning wouldn't mind competing against it. She would never grin and bear it. Before long, the police arrived and arrested the two killers. Because of Leng Xiaoting's identity, there was no need for them to make oral confessions, but they still gave the police an account of what had happened. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got back in the car and were about to leave for the hotel, Chao Wenxin called Gu Ning and asked her when she would arrive. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had spent a lot of time on the two killers, so Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei had been waiting for them for a long time. On their way, Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting, "Why did you want to establish a security company?" "Because many retired soldiers couldn't find a good job. I founded a security company and aimed to hire retired soldiers," Leng Xiaoting said. "I want to start a security company too, because I need my own institution of violence. Please introduce some retired soldiers who want to work in this industry to me," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning now thought that only violence could protect her from being attacked by others. "No problem," Leng Xiaoting said. Since Gu Ning wanted her own institution of violence, he wouldn't interfere in her decisions. Gu Ning was always an independent and strong girl, so she wouldn't be willing to rely on others, including him. Once some people uploaded the video to the internet, it caused a sensation, but nobody knew who those killers were. "Oh, is it Goddess Gu again? I think it is her. Goddess Gu is so amazing. She can beat an armed man down. Come on, the girl can be another person except her. There are other women who are good at fighting in this world after all. I believe that the girl in the video is Goddess Gu. You're sick. You're crazy. Am I the only person who focused on the reason why the two killers attacked Goddess Gu? They must have been hired by someone who's jealous of Goddess Gu. Jesus, who would kill a person out of jealousy? It's insane. I think she must have messed with someone she shouldn't have annoyed. I don't believe that Goddess Gu would do that. Do you have any proof? Please, there is another man in the video too. Couldn't the man be the target and Goddess Gu is the helper?" "I agree.